Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
As Warcraft spread around the world, in just 50 days the total assets of Antarctic Game Company doubled. This is a very exciting thing. Now he can pat his chest and boldly say that he can crush his peers in every aspect. In the past, the most famous company in the United States was the Wind and Snow Company. How to say this company, although they are a game company in the United States, they are backed by a huge French multinational media group. That is an ancient group dominating the world, rooted no deeper than Stark Industries. However, now this is a world that relies on strength to speak. It doesn't matter what Fengsu company is behind, the important thing is that they have no works that can be sold now. It seems that from the moment the King of Fighters came out, any inspiration or new gameplay is no longer important. After being baptized by that kind of image quality, players all over the world have become more demanding. Once the sea was too difficult for the water. After playing King of Fighters and Warcraft, 29 looked back at their games. It was like a mosaic game played by elementary school students on red and white computers. Humans are visual animals. What's more, these two games, no matter which one, the gameplay is still very powerful. It's perfect. In addition to lamenting these two masterpieces on the official forum of Antarctic Company, a large number of game fans are expressing their expectation for the next work. QQ 223 FDS Antarctic Dad. For me, there are only two games in the world that are really worth playing for adults, and that is King of Fighters and Warcraft. Looking forward to the next work, Omxing. Oh, thank God I can finally speak. I used to be a game developer and I always thought that the games I made were very interesting until I met the King of Fighters. From the first second of getting started, my life it has been sublimated. I know I will never be able to make this kind of game myself, but I can play it to my heart's content, and now I am a professional King of Fighters player. See you at the World Championships. Heaven's Ed, because my family is relatively open, I have been exposed to many games since I was a child, but I have never seen a game like Warcraft before. How should I put it? This game is a collection of me. All the interesting gameplays are tailor-made for me. You can play strategies, show off operations, and compare your brain. Even the stories behind each character can be written into a novel. Empire Japanese Letter Chariot, the upstairs is all babysitters. Is the curry man dead? It is better than the brain, cerebral palsy, you can speak crookedly. Browsing through the messages on the forum, Sudan couldn't stop smiling. Now that the state of Warcraft has stabilized, he has also deliberately simplified the gameplay to make it easier for players to get started. It is estimated that just relying on one game can make the company suffer for 5 or 6 years. One game, eat 5 or 6 years. It can be seen what kind of achievement this is. However, Sudan is not the kind of person who is easy to be satisfied. His heart is constantly expanding with the promotion of abilities status. So he's already started writing the outline for his next game. On the title, a word WoW is displayed. That's right, that's World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft inherits the story of Warcraft, but the gameplay has changed. This will be a role-playing online game. From the game on the map to the open world, this will definitely create a new game record. Definitely, the production cost of World of Warcraft is too high and it takes a long time. Although you can take the shortcut of the game's special effects optimization package, you must first build the model before you can optimize it. And just building the model of World of Warcraft is enough for them to be busy, especially the technicians who came to learn from SHIELD are completely inappropriate series. Making this game is really hard, not to mention the vast world, countless copies and monsters. Just the setting framework of World of Warcraft, he writes it as a novel and it takes several months to write 10,000 words a day. And many background stories are the index of many tasks. After writing these, he can start programming. In short, in terms of difficulty, this is not making a game but opening up a world. Opening up the world also requires meticulous craftsmanship. Sudan has very strict requirements for his works. It took more than 3 months for all the copywriting scripts to be completed. Next, we can invest in formal game production. He first copied what he had written to Leva, Sky, and Mai Shiranui. If it wasn't for Gonitz who only read the Book of Sages, coming here would only be a disservice, and he wanted to get Gonitz to help. And Mai Shiranui is a ninja, and being good at learning is a prerequisite. She has been familiar with the situation for so long in the company, and now she can also manage a group of technicians. On the day when they received this mysterious gift, they all seemed absent-minded. Fortunately, the company's work has formed an operating mode and their positions have more free time, otherwise something might go wrong. In the evening, when Su Dan invited everyone to dinner as usual, Liwa still held the thick stack of A4 papers and looked at it with relish. If it was a hardcover book 657, maybe this scene is very beautiful, but now she is holding thick office paper. It looks like the boss is squeezing the employees. Su Dan is not willing to take the blame for this. Suddenly, Liwa took a deep breath, slowly put down the document paper in her hand, closed her eyes and turned her face to the sky. Her reading speed is relatively fast and she has already read it before the other two people read 2/3 of it. After a while she finally said, "Wow, God. After reading this story, I feel that we should invest in making a movie." The sound disturbed Sky, who was reading the book, but she was not angry but added, "That's right, I also suggest that the boss make a movie this story. If we use our special effects, I can guarantee that the box office will be absolutely guaranteed. Not low." Mai Shiranui smiled slightly but did not express any opinion. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Dan took a sip of tea calmly. To be honest, when writing these things he was really under a lot of pressure, but after finishing writing he felt a sense of accomplishment. "We may do this in the future, but tomorrow I want everyone to invest in the development of World of Warcraft. What I want is not a Warcraft extension game but a story about Warcraft, big world." The release of World of Warcraft is destined to be a carnival event for game fans all over the world. Anyone who has seen the promotional CG knows that this will be a very open world. Before that, some game manufacturers tried to make such a game, but either there was a problem here or there was a problem there and the game was very easy to crash. Coupled with the lack of a good background story content support, the whole game seemed dry. Yes, it is very boring. It has not been released yet and it was stillborn in the trial stage. On the first day when the World of Warcraft plan was established, game fans all over the world knew that there was no going back, that the once wild era could not go back, and they would go to the new world that Su Dan opened for them. While playing Warcraft, they counted the countdown in their hearts and finally waited for this day. Now all over the world, even people who don't play games know that the conscientious production of Angie Company, the game content is basically the same as the CG quality and even far exceeds it. Everyone is looking forward to such a world. The day before the issue date, Su Dan stroked the stubble on his chin that had not been taken care of for several days and silently browsed the System Points Mall. He looked at the 50G game bag and felt an inexplicable emotion for the first time. In the past, both the King of Fighters and Warcraft were very small in size, but now this game, this world, is surprisingly big. He also considered a lot when choosing the game's special effects optimization package. The previous 2 times he used the medium level and now he plans to use the high level once. For a work of the level of World of Warcraft in such a vast world, if you don't use high-level special effects optimization, it may really be a pity. When he played this game in his previous life from an objective point of view, the appearance of those characters was really ugly. Definitely, the United States game has always been like this, with its own character uglification function. This shortcoming needs to be fixed. A good game should be 100% free of dead ends. He looked at the System Points Mall panel, elementary level special effects optimization package, 10 million points. Medium level special effects optimization package, 30 million points. High level special effects optimization package, 100 million points. Top special effects optimization package, 500 million points. These days, Su Dan is constantly exchanging points for skills, and he now has all the skills of Warcraft Juggernaut and many other useful skills. And now, his point balance is exactly 103 million left. Now, the King of Fighters has earned fewer and fewer points. Sure enough, arcade fighting can't last long. Even if it is an optimized work, there will always be a boring day after calling back and forth. These points are basically earned back by Warcraft, so it happens to use the points it earns to open up a world for itself to optimize. Purchase the high-level Special Effects Optimization Package Letter 3005. Purchase successfully. Following a prompt, the screen on Sudan's computer changed rapidly. The original rough products immediately became delicate. The earth has become like a real thing, even the fine hairs are clearly visible, the orcs became more powerful. The vividness of the face is essential. The higher the level of optimization package, the more grand it is, the more attention is paid to the details. What needs to be optimized most is definitely the character movements of World of Warcraft. The original movements are really stiff. As a perfectionist, he is very satisfied with the effects of the high-level special effects optimization package. Sudan's eyes lit up, looking at the brand new World of Warcraft, subconsciously tapped twice on the keyboard with his fingers, directing a character to move and punch. So real, just throwing a fist, the shaking of the muscles, the sensation of the fist rubbing in the air, it's all like the player has traveled to the other world. The current picture quality can no longer be described in 4K. If you have to say it, it is time to travel to the other world. The characters they see are real people. It almost goes against the computer screen and attracts players to the continent of Azeroth. Seeing such a perfect game, Sudan doesn't even want to put this game on the shelves. It's a work of art. Even his picky master thinks the optimized version of World of Warcraft is perfect, let alone those players outside. What's even more frightening is that, apart from the extremely realistic characters and buildings, the scenery of World of Warcraft is even more crazy. The endless prairie. An ancient forest formed by towering ancient trees hundreds of meters high and 10 meters thick. A pure lake like the tears of a goddess. And many scenes that can't be seen on the earth at All-Elf Forest, Dalaran, Emerald Dreamland, Stormwind City, and so on. With the improvement of the high-level special effects optimization package, the original rough and simple scenery has instantly evolved into a fantastic and magnificent dream scene. Just looking at it is pleasing to the eye. Playing games, enjoying the peerless beauty and the scenery of other worlds, may I ask, how can this game not be popular? On the streets of New York, some people say that this is the center of the world. There are often various elements of culture and advertisements flowing here on weekdays, but today everything has changed. In the streets and alleys, countless game fans, either exquisitely or briefly dressed in cosplay, spontaneously carnival in the streets. They chanted Antarctic Game Company and Sudan's name. If you hadn't watched their faces up close, you might have thought that these people were parading. In fact, they were just shopping with netizens. With such a large flow of people flooding the streets, the United States police were forced to appear on the streets to maintain order. Oh God, what are these people doing? Is it a holiday today? Why don't I know? A police officer complained to the colleague next to him. Dude, can you see that they are all a bunch of dead nerds? Definitely, if it weren't for this police uniform, I would be a dead nerd now, the police colleague said enthusiastically. 99% of the men in the world are interested in games. If not, it must be that the games are not good enough. And the product produced by Antarctic Company must be a masterpiece. The high-quality products are not ranked high. That is a company that specializes in masterpieces. Today's gamers love not only the game in their hands, but also the Antarctic Game Company that promises 1,000 Li Jiao gold. This company never let players dove and never false propaganda. The games produced as many as they are awesome. Tap, tap, in the air, a helicopter passed over everyone's heads. That was the United States national television, and the reporter had already taken a helicopter to broadcast this spectacle in real time for the whole of the United States. We saw that today is not any festival, but people spontaneously organized and gathered towards a mysterious place. I can't think of a better word except worship. So what the hell is pulling these crazy people? Let's switch to the ground soup. As soon as the picture changed, a reporter on the ground stopped a nurse and asked, "Hello, beautiful lady, excuse me, what are you all doing? Why are you doing this? What happened?" The stopped woman smiled and immediately replied in an orderly manner, "Because today is the release day." In front of the whole world, the woman uttered the 3 words, "Release date." Release date? What kind of holiday is this again? Everyone in the United States who was waiting in front of the TV was taken aback. They grew up so big, they never knew there was such a festival in the United States. If there are real-time broadcasts, there will naturally be real-time discrediting jokers to gain attention. And the unscrupulous merchant, for the sake of ratings, even put the live video on the giant screen on the street. In the standard opening, there are 3 people sitting on the stage, 2 hosts and 1 guest. The big event that shocked the whole of the United States. Since 8 o'clock this morning, some young people spontaneously poured out from various places. All of them walked in one direction, forming a spectacular formation on the streets of the United States, the citywide crowd. Then please ask our sociology expert, Dr. Carton, to analyze it for everyone. The so-called sociology expert, that is, the guest, had a haughty look on his face, and he didn't even have the courtesy to greet the audience and said directly, "Actually, I understand that this kind of thing didn't just happen in the United States. In the whole world, the same thing is happening all over the world, but due to the time difference, the time period is different." HMPH. After Zhuangjia finished speaking, he snorted triumphantly, as if 357 knew a little more information, which made him more remarkable. The host's face remained unchanged, and he asked very cooperatively, "Then, Dr. Carton, why is this?" Hearing this, Brick pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, tilted his mouth again, and smiled disdainfully. HMPH. Actually, I feel sorry for the next generation of the world when I say this. Do you know why these young people have abandoned their old ways? Lazy, getting up so early for the first time. Because they are all moving towards a game company. Yes, it is a game company. What happened to the game company? Because today is the day when this game company releases a new game, and they are giving away 100,000 commemorative CDs at the same time, and these people are all there for that small CD. What for a CD? Just mobilize people like this. Hearing the question, Brick had a disdainful smile again on his face. Humph, it all starts with that man. His name is Sudan, and he is an entrepreneur from Daxia. He is the one who created the business. The modernized games take advantage of all kinds of hopelessness in people's hearts and make these people addicted. The people you see now are all CJEB, a group of people who are addicted to games. Look at their attires, outrageous. Dr. Carton seems to have a prejudice against these people. HMPH, I'm not prejudiced against these people, they are also poor victims. I'm expressing my dissatisfaction with that man Sudan. In other words, does he know what he's doing? He's poisoning our next generation. If everyone is addicted to games, who will develop technology for us in the future? Who will defend our homeland for us, and will anyone be a soldier? Maybe a lot of wars could be avoided if no one was a soldier, said the host of the United States Entertainment Television. Hearing this, the Brick family glared at the hostess angrily. Antarctic game building. Sudan watched the video fed back by Sky, which was broadcast on the giant screen on the street. Have to say, the United States people can be really boring sometimes. Their entertainment TV station is really like a joke. Any monkey can perform on stage. Hee jumping beam joker. He continued to watch the video, but what happened next made him slightly taken aback. Because those game fans in the personal tide unexpectedly experienced fluctuations and smashed the public screen to pieces. Especially the scene at Brick's house, it was smashed to the ground and disappeared. It's brutal. If this incident happened in Maozaguo, I am afraid that the Brick family would be rushed up by the players on the spot. However, looking at it, Sudan frowned. It's a good thing for his game fans to defend him, but wouldn't that just offend the police? On the streets of New York, whoever dares to make mistakes will be the target of the United States police arrest. If these game fans are arrested by the police because of this incident, it will be very embarrassing. He immediately paused the video, then picked up his phone and sent a text to a number. This number was left by the sheriff when Jin was arrested last time. Oh no, it should be called the chief now. After sending the text message, he went back to the video. The video continued. The giant screen on the street had been smashed by the players, but Sky was still connected to the TV station online and continued to play the scene in the live broadcast room. At the same time, beside the brick house, a series of brief introductions suddenly appeared. Sudan couldn't help being taken aback for a moment and then realized this is Sky's handwriting. After reading the brief introduction, I finally understood this so-called Dr. Carton. He is not a person from the United States, to be precise. He is not a purebred person from the United States and belongs to a joint venture between the United States and France. And the reliance behind him is that ancient group that dominates in France. It seems that Fengsu Company can't do it, so the backer stepped forward. In fact, Fengsu Company is a subsidiary of that ancient French group. The interests of the subsidiary have been severely damaged, and they are even facing losses or even bankruptcy. It is no wonder that their parent company is not in a hurry. "So, you hired a rotten fish and rotten shrimp to smear me in the media?" Sudan's eyes suddenly turned cold. At first he thought it was just a spoof show made by some idol *** hole from the United States. If it is a spoof, he is still quite a spoof, so don't worry about it. However, now that such a relationship is actually involved, he has to pay attention to it. In the business world, competitors can become allies if they get along well and enemies if they get along badly. This is a war without bloodletting. At first I didn't see any big problems. And as time goes by, when the opponent has a certain amount of fishing boat power, the attack on Antarctic Company will be very fatal. After all, it was a group that already existed in the 19th century and its roots in the world cannot be measured. So don't let them go on like this. Thinking of this, he immediately pressed the cornet of the landline on the desk. Called Sky, come in. Soon Sky hurried in. She's just waiting for Sudan to call her. Boss, what do you want to do? Whether this matter is big or small, it's just right for you to do it. After all, this is just a competition between business groups and no supervillains are involved, so he doesn't need to do it himself. No matter what the media says, the enthusiasm of game fans represents everything. The 100,000 CDs prepared on the first day were looted at the speed of light. Players are very polite when they arrive at the Antarctic Game Building. This is a holy place. The crowd was not crowded at all and circulated at the most orderly and fastest speed. Everyone who got the CD laughed happily. The disc contains nothing else but the disc version of World of Warcraft, plus some small games related to Warcraft. 100,000 copies are distributed for free, which is actually not a small number. But there are too many game fans in New York City. It can be seen from the crowds of people passing through the streets and alleys that they will do anything to make a pilgrimage. Distributing the CD version of World of Warcraft for free is not because of anything else, but because the official website of Antarctica has been overwhelmed again. Part of this kind of free activity is to inspire game fans, and part of it is to divert traffic from official website. The downloads all over the world must be carried out from this official website at the same time. Fortunately, there is hardware support from Stark Industries, so the official website will not crash directly. It is just a doctor. Sudan can't stand the machine freeze the most. Human beings in a daze are cute and machines are stuck because there is a problem with the equipment. So after he researched, a plan to make his own game platform appeared in his mind. The game platform is different from the official website. Just like Steam, it can accept many games and at the same time can discuss, evaluate, upload, download, etc. The download speed is still the highest speed of broadband. If there is platform diversion, perhaps it will not cause such a parade of thousands of people. In the evening, on the other side of the earth, World of Warcraft was also put into operation. The agency is still the same pony as last time. Sudan has an ideal, that is to make World of Warcraft run synchronously around the world. In terms of game production, he also carried out related hidden design. However, it was the current technology that stopped him. With the current server, I'm afraid he will have to buy a football field server to drive the world's only server, World of Warcraft. This matter can only be implemented in the future. Anyway, World of Warcraft is live. This day is the day that opened a new era of gaming. Since the beginning of the King of Fighters, Antarctic Studio has reformed the game imaging technology, applied the extreme picture quality to the game, and even completely exploded the resolution of many TV dramas at that time. Afterwards, Warcraft rose again. Antarctic Studio was not bought by other consortiums but set up its own company, and this company's debut work can be said to truly show players all over the world what is a game, what is fun, what is addictive to play. The word addiction appeared in the adult game circle for the first time. Those games before I didn't even feel addicted. When Warcraft was in full swing, Nanji Company did not slack off and did not just eat for a year but created the grand World of Warcraft, World of Warcraft. Because of the game optimization package, RAW is a game with 50G in the first version produced by Antarctica, and it did not freeze the players' computers to smoke. Under the introduction of the official website World of Warcraft, there is this minimum configuration requirement which is frighteningly low. Those data shocked even Sue Dan, the developer, that the game he wrote can still run on the old machine. In his opinion, the machine with the lowest configuration is undoubtedly a big machine. God, this high-level special effects optimization package also has such effects. Countless players were skeptical about this at first. After all, it is a 50G thing. In this era, the internet speed of the whole people generally stays at 4M broadband. Even if it is downloaded at full speed, 5 or 600 KB per second is enough to download for several days. Countless players couldn't believe that such a single game that occupies the entire hard drive can be played by their own computer. And what is the most important thing? Smooth. The Antarctic Game Company has always been an indicator. Fighter in black technology. Now that you can open it, let's go in and have a look. Moon. Light. What is this? This is the first impression of countless players when they open the game. This is not a computer screen, this is not a game, but a window to the otherworld. So real, is this still a game? The technology geeks are thinking, what kind of black technology company is Angie Game Company and why can they produce such games? With these technologies alone, Antarctic Game Company can become independent. Asking for flowers, the company's technical department is playing the whole world. SHHHHHH. What sound? Xiao Ming asked in surprise. Could it be that the computer is about to explode? Which Sabai can you turn off Liberty Mai? Let the whole of Daxia scold you. Sorry. Hearing the sound, Xiao Ming breathed out and at the same time tried the game. It was still running normally. Touched the host, it was not hot at all. Suddenly, the voice sounded again. Haha, Su Shen is really a heavenly man. Huaxia will beat up the scumbags of the United States. Isn't that? You just say that the United States and the island country are developing some rubbish games. They are only suitable for playing on Xiaobuang. Su Shen's game is the conscience, and it is the game that really considers the players. Hey buddy, you don't need to black and white, right? Stupid dog, what do you know? Others can't do it, but they can blackmail others and praise me. Su Shen is Thomas. This is a privilege. Su Shen is awesome. Su Shen wins glory for the country. Xiao Ming's eyes gradually shifted from the game scenery to the system interface, and soon he saw the icons of a small speaker and a small microphone. Everyone understands that this one is talking and the other is obedient. He carefully clicked the mouse on the microphone, which would be his first communication with outsiders, and then said nervously, "Are you there? Is there? Can anyone hear me?" Well, can't they hear me? It's a pity. I still want to chat with them about my idol. Hey, isn't this kid a noob? Can't you see the icon prompt? How can you hear me? Can't you see the icon yourself? Tell me where you are, I'll take you to upgrade. Xiao Ming's heart warmed and he said embarrassedly, "Can I still play like this? Isn't it very good?" He is a socially impaired person. Apart from his family, he has never spoken to outsiders since he grew up. This is the first time he felt warmth from a stranger on the internet. It's okay, tell me quickly. Oh, I'm at XXX. Haha, here I come. Hey, why did you kill me? Xiao Ming cried loudly. Appearance of World of Warcraft caused a sensation all over the world. Whether you are a game fan or not, now you know about Antarctic Company and Sudan. On the hot search list of Daxia's largest search engine, World of Warcraft ranked first, Antarctic Game Company ranked second, and Sudan ranked third. Anyone who opens a search engine, whether he wants to surf the internet or find a movie, will always have this information at the first sight anyway. It's hard for people not to know. In the United States of New York, under the Antarctic Games building, reporters will be surrounded by reporters every day. Now their enthusiasm for pursuing Sudan is not weaker than that of Tony Stark back then. The media is so ruthless, whoever has the enthusiasm will look for it. However, Sudan only held a press conference and all the rest were expelled by March 13 with security forces. Although he is famous now, he is not the object of harassment by these boring people all day long. In the island country, the two-dimensional culture here is developing very rapidly. At the same time, under the policy of the island country, many social moths have been bred dead houses. Their basic conditions are relatively good and it is very convenient to play games. Many dead houses can get up in the middle of the night to queue up for an ordinary game. Not to mention the masterpiece of Nanji Game Company. Since the first work of Nanji Company, countless otaku gentlemen have been blocked. In countries such as Europe and the United States, when they see the ultimate picture quality, they just feel very pleasing to the eye and look comfortable. They pay more attention to whether the game is fun or not. The players in the island country are different. From the very beginning, they first pay attention to the female characters in the promotional film. After downloading the game, it does not follow the usual path such as the King of Fighters and Warcraft. After a game world like World of Warcraft appeared, they didn't take the mission at all but drove a broken trumpet, running around the whole continent looking for beauties everywhere. Beauties with names, beauties without names, and even better-looking female monsters have all become the objects of YY for these perverted gentlemen. Under high-level optimization, there are many beauties on the continent of Azeroth. Definitely, the premise is that they are beauties in the setting, and the optimization just follows the setting to make the modeling more realistic. The beautiful face will be more beautiful, and the ugly face will become very real. Due to a certain culture of the island country, they even played role-playing when filming. Even a low-level succubus in the continent of Azeroth can become the object of their pursuit. There are even some nerds he can live a lifetime with virtual characters. As soon as the name Sudan was mentioned, they could not wait to kneel down and worship, kissing the tip of Sudan's shoes like devout believers. However, Sudan will not allow this disgusting behavior. Now he also played his own World of Warcraft. Unlike ordinary players, he reserved a hand for himself and created a full-level character. This character is not only fully leveled but also can be easily replaced with the best equipment in Azeroth. In simple terms, this is building block GM. When I played this game before, all I saw were edges and corners, but now it's like sitting on a plane for sightseeing. As he spoke, Sudan's character touched the big black dragon mount under his feet very vividly. After high-level optimization, this big black dragon is very realistic. Even the fine lines on the dragon are clearly visible. This Zioni, the flight speed is pretty good. If there are old players of World of Warcraft, again, they will definitely exclaim because what Sudan is riding is Deathwing. The dignified Lord of Darkness, the Asgardian of the Earth, has found someone else's mount at this moment. You know, most players are still excited about acquiring a new skill for several days now. But he already has a mount GM like Deathwing, which is really awesome. Play online games as sandbox games. The optimized version of Azeroth is beautiful and big. There are all kinds of creatures in this world: humans, elves, trolls, tauren, and so on. Definitely, there is also the very famous Burning Legion with the whole world acting as the villain. The Burning Legion has only one purpose, and that is to destroy the world. They're going to burn the entire physical universe into flames. The reason for doing this is because they are trying to prevent the Master of the Void and his servants from seizing the physical universe in the most extreme way. Regardless of the meaning of this method, it is the same as the behavior of "I am afraid that he will catch a cold, so break his leg quickly." The setting is like this. The demons born in the distorted space cannot be killed, so in the view of blackened Titan Sargeras, the universe can continuously give birth to new life, so evacuate first to clear the world, and then the void can be eradicated. In the end, new life was born in the universe and entered a new era. Through the code, Sudan came to the minister of the Burning Legion. The Burning Legion is destroying the world, and the world they most want to destroy is Azeroth. He saw the scene of the Burning Legion's invasion of Azeroth. I especially remember the CG of the opening scene of the War Melee when the King of Fighters was released. In fact, that is reflecting today's scene. It is estimated that when the players are of sufficient level to get to know the Burning Legion, they may also learn about today's scene. At that time, they will know how deep the hole dug by Antarctic Game Company is. Sudan looked down, and the magnificent epic battles all made people excited. Soldiers of the Burning Legion must get rid of the indescribable succubus. It is estimated that when the players see the optimized version of the succubus, they will probably rebel in minutes. More formally, Hell Warhorse is a pretty good sight. The four hooves of the Hell Steed stomp on the flames like 0.2 is steel fished out of the fire. The color of the flames was already very eye-catching, and groups of hell horses were galloping, like countless fireballs leaping across the ground. That scene was extremely spectacular, to say that the most eye-catching one is the Void Terror. This kind of demon is very much like the summoned beast of the Bone King. It has 2 thick legs like stone pillars. There is no human body on the legs but an aggregate formed by twisting several heads together. There are bluish fangs on each head, their eyes are blood red, and rows of sharp horns protrude from the top of their heads. The whole appearance looks extremely terrifying. If you are bitten by this thing, you may well be torn to pieces and swallowed in minutes. Dan shuddered subconsciously. Fortunately, he was just a bystander and hadn't traveled to the Azeroth continent. Otherwise, who would weep for exited the game world? Dan set his sights on the points mall of the system. In the lower right corner, the points balance skyrocketed at a very satisfying speed. After staring at it for a few seconds, the speed of the number rising is balanced and fast. Obviously, it's the players who are going crazy day and night. In the past, everyone played the King of Fighters for a few hours and they were temporarily tired and didn't want to play anymore. While playing Warcraft, although you can also experience the sense of compactness after playing one round and want to play the next round, you will always lose your strength because of defeat. But World of Warcraft is different. In this beautiful and wonderful world, players seem to be exploring and discovering new worlds, often discovering new things. Not to mention, there are also exciting group boss fights, team battles, and so on. They spend their game time completely unknowingly. Day and night alternate, but there is no reaction. It turns out that one day has passed. The student party who was about to go to school looked horrified and immediately took out their mobile phone in fright. 29 lied to the teacher and asked for sick leave. There was no other way and they forgot to do their homework, and the office workers just looked like shit and they didn't feel sleepy at the moment. They reluctantly watched the game for the last time and finally washed their faces in cold water and took the bus to work. It turned out that there was a large group of cultivators. The system's points soon exceeded 10 million and it was running towards 20 million. It is estimated that in about a week it will be 100 million points. It just doesn't feel so good. Tuck, 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 tuck. There was a knock on the door. Dan immediately put away the system panel and said, "Come in." Riva walked in with a document. Judging from the expression on his face, it was probably a happy event. "Dan, Guinness has set a record for you, best gamer." Huh? Dan looked confused and hurriedly took the document and read it. He has also seen those game developers who have been awarded Guinness World Records certificates before. For example, Hideo Kojima from the Island Country was included in the Guinness World Records Game Edition 2008 with his Metal Gear. But now, what the hell is this best gamer? Why does it sound like a cheesy title given by a third-rate show? He looked at the document in his hand and his expression slowly eased. It turned out that this was a mischievous Liwa who directly referred to the Guinness World Records project. "I don't care about this thing at all. I haven't even applied for it. What authority do they have to authenticate me?" Dan, be proud of yourself. Is there any other news? Well, many companies are already preparing to unite to suppress us. Not only the game industry, but others such as the clothing industry are targeting us. Dan looked at Liwa's pretty face with an expression of seeing a ghost and said with a helpless smile, "It's really a big tree that attracts the wind. Our sapling hasn't grown much yet we were targeted just like that. This also shows that we have great potential, doesn't it?" Liwa's face was relaxed, as if the success of the company was her glory. "See it in your eyes and feel comfortable in your heart. You seem to have something on your mind." Liwa hesitated for a while and finally said, "Recently, I heard that the professor is ill and I want to go back to visit." After Dan knew Liwa's identity, he naturally also knew the existence of that bald professor, but that old guy is still sick now. Isn't he surrounded by capable people in various industries? Professor X is of great significance to Riva. Mutants are a discriminated group in this society, and the professor gave these children self-confidence and the motivation to live on. Seeing the emotion on Liva's face, Dan agreed. "Go ahead, bring some presents and send my regards to the doctor by the way." Hearing this permission, Liwa's eyes widened in surprise. "You know, right now is the hot start of World of Warcraft. Any employee should devote himself to it, even if it is not too much to take a vacation. In this perfect start, all personnel must stick to their posts and not let World of Warcraft have any troubles. If any bugs are detected, they must be fixed in time, but now she wants to ask for leave. According to common sense, she will never be approved. But now, Sudan gave her a nod of approval so easily. She felt that she was pampered. In fact, World of Warcraft written by Sudan will never have bugs, let alone cheats. This is true of every game. Thank you. Liwa still thanked politely, then stepped forward and obediently gave Sudan a kiss. Go early and come back early. Sudan slapped Liwa's buttocks and said, as the boss's personal secretary, Liwa still recognizes this logo very much. She doesn't need any proof to leave. She went to visit Professor X, but she didn't need any gifts. But Sudan is a Huxia and the customs are different, so she has to bring this respect to Sudan. After picking up some gifts from the company, she went to the underground garage, drove a car at her own expense, and drove towards Westchester. Professor X's academy is actually in New York, and the distance between the two is not far away, which is why Sudan assured Leva to go there alone. Here, in the eyes of the outside world, it is the Xavier Ability Youth School. Only a very small number of people in 913 know that this is Xavier's school. It's full of mutants. Up to old stuff like Wolverine down to 6 or 7-year-olds. The return of Liwa made the students here very concerned. It's like a mutant version of class reunion. The tasteless people they used to look down upon are now prominent figures in society. Antarctic Game Company, there are so many young people who love to play, how could they not know about it? Now that you know the Antarctic Game Company, how can you not know the spokesperson, Goddess Leva? Those who have social experience and those who have been studying in the academy have completely different temperament and mentality. The way they looked at Liwa was full of amazement and jealousy. Riva's appearance was already very good, but she was covered by depressing buffs all day long in school, and everyone hated it when she saw it. And now, she seems to be glowing all over. She's got the normal life most mutants can only dream of, and she's living it. They see Leva like this, but Leva doesn't have the slightest negative emotion when she looks at them. It's like the elders are looking at the younger ones. Riva directly ignored those shocked gazes and walked towards Professor X's office. Although Professor X is sick, he still insists on attending classes. Riva walked to the door but did not bother Professor X's class. And Professor X, who is extremely powerful in perception, has actually already noticed Riva's return. He finished explaining today's knowledge as soon as possible and let a group of children get out of class. Riva walked through the gate after the children left. Professor Leva, welcome back. Professor X smiled. The way he looked at Liwa was like the way an old father sees his little daughter. No matter what those bastards think of Riva, he thinks Riva is a very smart child. Professor, your complexion is so bad, why don't you take a rest? Liwa asked with concern. It's okay, Riva, you seem to have changed beautifully. Can you share it with me? Hearing this, Liwa smiled shyly, and after a little planning in her heart, she briefly told Professor X the story from when she met Sudan to today. Professor X is very excited when he hears the name Sudan again and again. Although he has a strong perception ability, he will not take the initiative to release it to the students who came to visit him. That is a disrespectful behavior. It's just that I never expected that Riva is actually with the very famous Sudan recently. He is an old man who is not out of date, he actually has contact with games and so on. He has also done a basic understanding of Sudan. He admired the young man very much. It can be said that Leva was saved. In the environment where mutant is discriminated against, the students of Xavier's school are often very confused about life. When they are young, they can still be attracted by play and consume energy day by day. But as they grow up, they will not be satisfied with the status quo and want to go out and see the outside world. But when they go to the outside world, they still run into walls everywhere. It is also impossible for the academy to keep mutant for a lifetime. It is really rare for a mutant like Riva to perfectly integrate into today's society and have her own goals in life. Professor X is interested in Sudan, adding personal life guidance on the basis of technology. Riwa, you fell in love with him, Tilda. Hearing such a question, Leva was not shy but nodded boldly. He is very charming, isn't he? Yeah, when I was young, I was as charming as him. While Professor X was having a heart-to-heart conversation with Leva, a blue figure suddenly hurried in. When Liwa looked back, she was a bloated person with a head like a blue-haired monkey. If it is an ordinary person, maybe just by this image, they can be scared to death. But Riva is a mutant, well aware of this situation, very common among mutants. And this blue gorilla is Beast, a very knowledgeable mutant. Riva greeted Beast politely, then moved aside. "Hank, this is the 7th time you have barged in without knocking today," Professor X said with a feigned displeasure on his face. Beast scratched his head embarrassingly and then quickly apologized. "Sorry to interrupt your conversation." "You came here for that thing again?" Professor X asked, glaring at Beast. Beast nodded. "The program for teaching simulated battles is too huge. I really can't finish it by myself." "Are you sure you don't want to help me?" "Simulated battle, that is, in X-Men, Wolverine and others conducted a virtual battle. The scene is simulated by the machine and everyone can do actual combat-level combat training in a special training room. It can help mutants to further control their ability, and it can also allow them to master a wealth of actual combat experience. This is a great benefit for X-Men." "Hank, you calm down first. How do you think I can help you?" Hearing Professor X's rhetorical question, Hank couldn't help being stunned. Yes, the professor is not proficient in this. Who else in Xavier's school can help him? But he was not convinced, and he wanted to complete the simulated battle machine. He said, "Then we can find foreign aid." Foreign aid. Mentioning this word, Professor X's rich brain started to run rapidly, and after talking with Liwa just now, the first person that appeared in his mind was Sujo. Judging from Liva's description, every game is completed by Sudan himself. And according to the reaction in the market, there has never been a bug in any game. Hank, what do you think of Sudan? Sudan. Sudan. Riva and Hank exclaimed at the same time. "Professor, Sudan may be very busy," Liva explained for Sudan. "I've seen Sudan's games, the procedures are indeed very strict and many of his skills, even I am confused now." Hank nodded and said, "If it is Sudan, I think it's okay. Just like him, he is a genius in game development, which coincides with our virtual battle." Hearing this, Professor X nodded and set his eyes on Liwa. But the latter shook his head like a rattle. Sure enough, the water splashed out. "It is impossible to save it." Hank, I know about this matter. I will contact Mr. Sudan afterwards. You go ahead." Hearing Professor X's promise, Beast was overjoyed, laughed, and hurriedly left the office with a stack of documents. After enjoying the familiar lunch at Xavier's school, Liwa drove towards Sudan's villa. Along the way, she was thinking, if Professor X contacted Sudan rashly, would Sudan feel that she had betrayed him? She doesn't want such a misunderstanding. Obviously going to Xavier's school to do a good deed, but in the end, if such an unhappiness is caused, and even worse, the relationship between her and Sudan is damaged, she is absolutely unwilling. If such a situation happened, Li Nuohao, then she might as well just die. She had the key to Sudan's villa, parked the car in the underground garage, and hurried upstairs to find Sudanmin. She wants to tell Sudan about her conversation with Professor X in advance and give him a vaccination. With such a preconception, when Professor X finds Sudan again, she will have nothing to do with her. It can only be said that Professor X has had the idea of Sudan for a long time. The lobby on the first floor is the place where Sudan often stays, but today it is gloomy and the lights are dim. Liwa suddenly felt bad, her heartbeat accelerated instantly, and she walked up to the second floor anxiously. This sea view villa has only 3 floors. The first floor is very large and contains many entertainment facilities. And the entire second floor is full of bedrooms. As for the third floor, she has never been there. But when she walked into Sudan's room, she found Sudan was on the phone. "Hi Sudan, I'm Charles Xavier." Sudan was slightly taken aback. Liwa just went to visit Professor X and immediately called him this evening. "Hello," he just said this greeting simply. "I believe you should have learned about me from Liva." "Yes, Professor X," Sudan chuckled softly. After a series of ramblings, Professor X finally stated his purpose. "My college needs to develop a virtual battle system, and I still need a helper in terms of programming, so I want to invite you to cooperate." Sudan couldn't help frowning. He definitely knows about the virtual battle system. When watching Marvel movies before, he has seen virtual technology many times. And the virtual battle in Xavier's school perfectly showed the kind in his heart. "What is this?" This is the prototype of the virtual holographic game. Back when domestic online novels were just emerging, there were countless online game novels that were virtual holographic online games, and often with a helmet, one could experience virtual holographic online games. Everyone who has been influenced by that online game novel actually wants to play that so-called virtual 440 holographic game. Especially when seeing anime like Sword Art Online, Yinjia is extremely popular with virtual holographic games. Who wouldn't want to bring back Asuna in the game, the ultimate dream of an otaku? At one time there were rumors that a certain country already had the relative technology and had already started a pilot project. In the end, it was all just rumors, and now Sudan feels that he may be able to implement this dream in the Marvel Universe. It's just that Xavier School's virtual anti-fighting ability technique seems to be somewhat insufficient. They did special effects production in a special room instead of wearing helmets for online games. If you want to really make a virtual holographic online game, I'm afraid you need biotechnology. But anyway, partnering with Xavier School is a start. Look at what kind of sensation a mere World of Warcraft has caused. With one game, it has created such a great reputation all over the world. You don't even need to apply for it yourself. Guinness sent the record certificate to the company, then think about what kind of scene it will be if a holographic online game is created. Will the whole world at that time be like the one in the novel, global online games? The current global population is conservatively estimated at 7 billion. Even if half of the population is settled in online games, that would be 3.5 billion. With a player base of 3.5 billion, what a terrifying statistic this is. Even if everyone doesn't have much time to play every day, the points are still rising at the speed of light. At that time, not to mention how awesome it is on Earth, I'm afraid even Asgard will have to consider his existence. Points are equal to and not only equal to strength. Okay, Professor X, then I will pay a visit in my spare time, Sudan said. At one end, Professor X smiled slightly and nodded emphatically. You are always welcome, Mr. Sudan. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to invite this great god in the video game world. But they didn't expect Sudan to be so easy to talk and persuade him so easily. In fact, they don't know that Sudan's desire for virtual technology is far greater than their desire for the battle system. After hanging up the phone, Sudan looked at the door with a smile on his face. That little girl Liwa was still quietly staying at the door. Her eyes were full of fear. Liwa, come in. Hearing the name calling, Liwa trembled all over and explained tremblingly, actually I am. Stop talking, you come in for me first. Okay. Riva is going all out, domineering president. No matter what happens next, she will gladly accept it. Criticism is fine too, take a beat. She walked towards Sudan's JDF, anxiously. To his surprise, Sudan didn't mean to criticize him at all, let alone beat her up. Pop, Sudan stood up suddenly, pushed her to the ground with his backhand and kissed her hard. Thanks to this little girl, I went to visit Professor X today and by chance I was able to connect with the line of Professor X. Connected him to the era of virtual holographic online games. The development of ordinary online games today still has its limits, and virtual holographic online games are the ultimate way out. Now, he's on the line. Leva, you are really a lucky star. From the king of fighters until today, Leva has brought too many harvests. If the system is a must for a traverser, then Riva is the best gift he gave him when he came to this world. Liwa was terrified by this operation. After listening to Sudan's words, Liwa slowly realized, aren't you angry? Angry? Sudan was taken aback for a moment, wondering, why should I be angry? I should reward you. Reward me. Yes, what reward do you want? I don't want anything, I just want to stay by your side. This is not something to be ashamed of, she has long been used to liking this person. If it was a few months ago, she might still have blushed, because at that time it was just the beginning of love and she was not 100% sure whether she was in love with someone. And after getting along for so long, she already understood. She just wants to be with Sudan. There is nothing wrong with facing your heart directly. However, hearing Liwa's answer, Sudan was not satisfied, he frowned. Sensitive Liwa immediately felt a pain in her heart and looked at Sudan's expression face to face. If he answered no in the next second, I'm afraid she would collapse on the spot. The power of mutant may be very strong, but the heart is generally fragile. Because I was discriminated against since I was a child, this is something I can't get rid of. However, Sudan's next words were beyond Leva's expectation. By my side, do you think I might let you go now, little lucky star? While talking, Sudan's big hand became dishonest. I plan to hand over the company to you, President Riva. President. This goes directly from the secretary to the president. Where did this happen? Although she is relatively powerful in the company now, when it comes to regular careers, she is not as high as Sky, not going through the procedure. At least give a vice president a period of time. Liwa was terrified and she quickly declined. No, Dan, I don't think I can hold this position. Now our company is in a period of rapid growth and we can't easily change the leader. You should lead us. Dan agreed to Professor X and will visit Xavier's school someday. But choosing a day is worse than hitting the sun. The next day, the company is still routinely monitoring the World of Warcraft data and nothing new happened. Anyway, World of Warcraft will not have bugs, so let Sky and others watch it all right. He chose to drive alone to Xavier Ability Junior School in Westchester. When he came here, he couldn't help being surprised in his heart. Because in his impression, Xavier's school should adopt a lot of mutants, big and small, very lively. But what is going on today? There's not even a single person outside. He walked into the corridor unimpeded all the way, entered here, and finally saw a few scattered people. Seeing him as a stranger, the little girls cast curious eyes. But there are only a few 763 little girls. Could it be that Xavier's school is bankrupt and the population is so dying? He continued to walk forward, not knowing how long the corridor was. It wasn't until we came to a corner that we heard a gradually clear voice. Listening to that voice, it is as lively as a self-study class in high school. Wow, Jerry, your orc warrior is so handsome, I want the weapon in his hand. He's so handsome. AI Fu, where the hell are you? Where is the desert? I can't find you, you are also crazy in the game. Kai Ling, can you give me your elf to play with Ossel? No, why does this voice sound like it was black in an internet cafe when I was a student? If you ask what is the most unforgettable thing in your student days, which one failed confession was it? Which one was the teacher's criticism? No, it's the 5 brothers who have been hacking all night. Although they are all colored pencils, they are just happy. Listening to this voice, it is simply a replica of that year. Out of curiosity, Sudan stepped forward and followed the direction of the sound source. Walking in this long corridor, he approached a door silently and looked in through the small window on the door. In the room, there were actually a group of teenagers sitting in rows with computers in front of them. This is the computer room. These should be mutant students. They didn't play outside, but they all ran here to get on the plane. As he got closer, the voice inside became clearer. Kai Ling, look at this skill. Does he look like my experience? Wow, that's amazing. Does this grass look like $50? Huh, what? I mean, this game is so well done, I don't even want to take the professor's class. It's fun, but it's not as good as this. Squeak tilde. Sudan accidentally pushed open the half-hidden door. With a slight sound, the mutant students in the classroom fell silent instantly like an electric shock. This is exactly the same scene as when the head teacher entered the classroom. It's just that the people below are all mutants with super abilities and the ones on the stage are not teachers. Seeing Sudan's strange and handsome face, the students were stunned. But among these students, the ages are uneven and there are always some older children who are in the rebellious period and they are no strangers. Who are you? A big boy with an ordinary appearance stood up and asked. Although his face looks a bit mature, but in front of Sudan they are all little kids. Sudan stared at this person, couldn't help but feel a little familiar. It seems to be some kind of fireman. In the X-Men story, there is an Iceman and a Pyro, and I still have some impressions of such opposing attributes. But since Iceman is not the main character, I didn't watch it much and I can't remember what it looked like. Are you playing World of Warcraft? Hearing World of Warcraft from such a stranger suddenly is like hearing in an internet cafe in high school. You also play Ion, what district? The atmosphere eased a little. Yes, we are indeed playing World of Warcraft, uncle, you don't know? A little girl said sharply. How many levels are you in the game? Let me tell you, I'm already level 15. Alright, John is at level 23. Uncle, you haven't created a character yet, have you? Listening to the little girl taunting the uncle one by one, Zhu Xi's heart is not fluctuating. In his opinion, they are still children after all. How can adults and children be serious? However, he also knew the big boy's name, John. It seems to be the sad pyroman. He can't create flames, he can only control fire. He is a younger brother compared to Iceman's ability. Zhu Dan shook his head amusedly. Unexpectedly, Burning John said again, "Hey, are you playing World of Warcraft? You can't be a cloud player." The second half of Burning Man's words caused the entire classroom to roar with laughter. The word cloud player has become popular on the official forum of Angie Game Company. Sudan shrugged helplessly and walked towards Burning John. This guy is very familiar with the various cultural products of Angie Company. He seems to be a very good player. I have to trick him into charging some money. What are you doing? Seeing Sudan walking towards him, Mai Ren immediately took precautions. However, Sudan didn't have any trace of malice at all. He just walked to Burning Man's position, then picked up the mouse and dropped the 23-level Rubbish Magician number on Burning Man's screen. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wow, he actually forcibly cancelled John's account. Is there any punishment? Punishment for forced withdrawal? I haven't heard of it. Are you playing Warcraft? Don't make noise. What is he doing? I saw that Sudan quickly tapped on the keyboard with both hands and logged in with his exclusive account. Hee, do you want to prove yourself? Judging by his appearance, he is nothing more than a few stinky money kryptonites, but World of Warcraft charging money has no effect. Look, the ship is on board. It's 4.6 was startled. The air in the classroom suddenly froze. The silence was audible. After a long time, several mutant students at the front took a deep breath. What is that? On the computer screen, it's a dark dragon. Dragon, as long as there is a creature with this word, it will definitely not be weak. And this dark dragon is a purebred dragon, that domineering figure, those destructive pupils. Anyone who has played World of Warcraft knows who this is. This is Deathwing, the king of black dragons, Neltharion. If seeing Deathwing from the perspective of a game character for the first time was too shocking, how about a human being standing on Deathwing's proud head? Deathwing. John rubbed his eyes and asked a little uncertainly. But no one answered him. It seems that this is true. The little girl who was sitting next to him didn't dare to say a word anymore. Think about the merciless mocking of Sudan just to help John speak. Now I only felt that my face was on fire, so I quickly hid and grabbed John's skirt and hid behind his back. However, things didn't turn out the way the little girl thought, that John would defend her like a hero, like a big brother. I saw that John stretched out his hand and forcibly broke the little girl's little hand from his skirt. This action is clearly drawing the line. The little girl was scared and wronged. The slightly older mutants, they are not so childish. What they are concerned about now is that World of Warcraft has only been released for such a short time, and the map in the game is very huge, and it is often necessary to run a long distance to do a task. Upgrade is even more difficult. It is difficult to upgrade. The improvement of the character's combat power 29 and the acquisition of skills are even more difficult. Just when they were still worrying about forming a group to push a small boss. What the hell are you telling me? Is there anyone who can use Deathwing as a mount? World of Warcraft has claimed to be no loopholes. If players find any loopholes or cheats, they can get a compensation of $1 million from Antarctic Company. So, who can explain what is the difference between this dragon with fire surging under its skin and the person standing on the dragon's head? They gradually shifted their gaze from the computer screen to Sudan. Sudan smiled slightly and didn't care about other people. Instead, he mysteriously approached Burning John, a mutant who was easy to be fooled in the play, but his inner defense ability was actually very poor. So, he was going to tell him a secret. Don't you know World of Warcraft is $999 for the first time, and you will have a chance to get a mysterious gift bag. Everything can be opened in the gift bag, and my mount is opened. Listening to Sudan's devilish whisper, John's eyes widened. He looked at Sudan in shock before turning into unconcealable ecstasy. Everyone looked at John suspiciously, but John, who was selfish by nature, did not intend to reveal this secret. He felt that he opened the door to a new world, and the fewer people who open this door, the better. John plans to secretly make a 999 tonight. Maybe he can also offer an invincible reward like Deathwing. Think about how your character controls the flames, just like Vulcan descending to Earth. What an experience it will be. One word, cool. Poor child, who knows that he has fallen into Sue Dan's language trap. First of all, a one-time recharge of 999 is a chance to get a mysterious gift package. Secondly, the mysterious gift pack is a lottery, and Oh Huang's luck can only draw out good things, otherwise it is a thank you for your patronage. Looking at the people who had already shifted their targets, Sue Dan chuckled, logged out of his account, and quickly left the computer room. As soon as I went out, I found a blue monster rushing over. To be precise, it's mutant. Although the mutated gene made him look like this, the knowledge in his mind has never diminished. Hey, Mr. Sudan, the professor asked me to pick you up. I just rushed out of the lab. Sorry, I'm late. No problem, Mr. Hank. Hank is the name of this mutant. Definitely, he also has a familiar nickname, Beast. You are very forgiving, sir. Sudan suddenly turned around playfully and pointed at John the Burning Man in the computer room and said, Mr. Hank, I think the kids in your academy should take more intellectual enlightenment classes. Like that young man. And Hank just smiled, I think it's better to go to church. Whatever, this is your business, Sudan said indifferently. He was joking anyway. This way please, Mr. Sudan. Beast led Sudan to the direction of Professor X. After all, Professor X is the host here and his body is inconvenient. It is necessary to meet the bald head first for the first visit. Tuck 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 tuck. Beast symbolically knocked on the door of Professor X's room and the two walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that very eye-catching bald head. Okay, Hank, you finally know how to knock on the door. You're welcome, Dan. Sudan looked at this bald head. If you observe it from the perspective of ordinary people, you will only think that it is a very educated old disabled bald head. However, he knew that it was this old, disabled and bald man who had the strongest brain in the world. Using a brain wave booster, his mental power can even cover the whole world. If he wanted to kill someone in the world, he could literally destroy their brains. Professor X meeting for the first time, Sudan said with a slight smile. Professor X drove the wheelchair, moved out from behind the desk and said while moving, Mr. Sudan, I'll cut to the chase. Just like I said on the phone, we need your help with the electronic program. Why did you choose me? There are so many hackers in the world, such as your Xavier school. There are many geniuses. Sudan asked the doubts in his heart. If Xavier's school wants to build a virtual battle room, it should have made a plan long ago, and talents from all aspects should be indispensable in the plan. Even if they line up, he, a businessman who makes games, won't be able to get his turn. Professor X turned his head and smiled, leading the two into the secret base that only X-Men can enter. I know you will ask such doubts. In fact, I didn't know who to choose at first, but after talking with Leva, I decided to choose you. That child Leva never lied. She said your ability is very strong, then I will also trust your 330 ability. I'm afraid it's not about technical reasons. Yes, Mr. Sudan, you are very sensitive. In terms of virtual combat system, it is not as complicated as your game making. You can find anyone who is proficient in this area. But why did I choose you? On the one hand, you have never discriminated against Riva or mutant. Your eyes are always calm. Secondly, I heard that all your games are written by yourself, so you must have very rich experience in combat systems. I have taken a fancy to your experience, Professor X said very sincerely. Sudan nodded. It was not difficult to understand Professor X's words. Thank you again, my Riva. Well, my elder is very optimistic about you, Sudan. If you need any help, please contact me directly. X-Men will definitely help you. Professor X narrowed his eyes and smiled. His appearance was quite kind. But it was this kind smile that made Sudan go crazy. This. How can this be regarded as the father-in-law's permission? The problem is, he has no plans to have any deeper communication with Leva yet. Riva is a modern woman with a free mind. And Sudan admits that he is a bit greedy. Will Riva allow it? This is also the reason why Sudan never made a promise to Leva. Everyone is entitled to be a capital trading firm in an open country. This is nothing shameful. It is semi-public in the business world. But the question is, how did this old bald man say such words? This is amazing. How to explain? Okay, here it is. Beast broke the embarrassment by speaking suddenly. Sudan walked in and it was an empty room with special panels already arranged. These panels are the same as those in the brain wave booster. Oh, it looks like the battle system is the only thing left in this scene. Beast Hank scratched the back of his head embarrassingly and said, "Actually, there is still some work to be done, but most of it has been completed." "It seems that you are really waiting for me to make the combat system." Sudan rolled up his sleeves and said, "I've studied your game and it's really good." It seems that Hank also took a fancy to the combat system of the game from Sudan's team. If a combat system can be tailored for the X-Men, the benefits will definitely be huge amounts of. X-Men need training. There are so many mutant accidents in the world every day, and X-Men cannot guarantee 100% proper handling. There are even some stone battles, such as the match against the giant Magneto. They need to practice the stone more real experience. In Sudan's mind, he already had a level of understanding of X-Men. He didn't even bother to look carefully at the data of the mutants. He flicked his fingers on the keyboard and created the combat system of the virtual training room without stopping. On the one hand, it is helping Xavier's school. More importantly, he is using this as a test product to lay the foundation for his own development of virtual holographic games in the future. The combat system of the virtual training room is not as simple as that of ordinary online games. After all, the living people are allowed to train in it, not a game character composed of data. Killed in training, it can't be fun at all. Be sure to control it to a certain degree. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will be hunted down by the remaining X-Men all over the world. This old bald man could be instantly P*******D off. The first thing Sudan has to do is to write down the highest instructions similar to the 3 laws of robotics for the system. You can leave no room for the trainer, but you can't kill any life. Then, other content about the combat system was slowly entered. The whole process lasted more than half a month. Definitely half a month, that is, only half a day at work. He is the one who takes time out every day to perfect the system. In the company, to be honest, there is really nothing to be busy with. Among the 3 major games currently produced, even if you want it to have some bugs, they will not come out. Even if the earliest King of Fighters is running until today, it still maintains absolutely 0 bugs. Countless people in the world want to crack the Antarctic company's game package, but in the end they discovered their ability and the encryption method of the game package. It's been a century. The only trouble is the reporters who gather downstairs every day. Every day when Sudan goes to Westchester, he has to go quietly so as not to be targeted by those dog legs and make some fishing boats. The day Xavier School's virtual training room was completed, let's raise our glasses to celebrate. During these days of work, Sudan also got to know Cyclops, Phoenix, Storm, and others in X-Men, but he didn't see Wolverine's shadow. I'm afraid that Lone Wolf is still wandering outside. Sudan took a sip and declined Hank's warm invitation. "You guys go ahead and drink first. I want to test the combat system in the virtual training room by myself. If there are any loopholes, I can't hold back my face." Hank admired this scientific research spirit very much, looked at Sudan's back and looked at the fine wine in the glass. Everyone has been working so hard for so many days in a row, but it's a bit of a waste to have good wine but don't know how to celebrate. It can only be said that their race is the same and they can have a carnival with a beer bonfire. And the Huxia people who have undergone historical precipitation are always more flexible than them in thinking. Hank is reluctant to drink, but at the same time he is also worried that it will be dangerous for Sudan to test the machine alone. After all, it is a training equipment for X-Men, and X-Men are the best fighters in mutant. Sudan doesn't even have a mutant, doesn't even have a super ability. How could he stand up to it? Hank drank himself a few more drinks and then quickly questioned Sudan. However, when he came to the door of the virtual training room, it showed that the inside had already started. Whoa, shit. What? Beast Hank looked at the status display with a dazed expression as if he had seen a ghost. In combat, target, Sabretooth. As a member of Mutant and also a member who has a lot of knowledge, Hank understands very well that Sabretooth is a freak with infinite strength and fierce nature. Rather than saying that guy is a mutant, it's more like a Sabretooth mutant. Sudan in the virtual training room naturally understands what kind of existence Sabretooth is. That guy is a tough guy who can beat Wolverine. Wolverine has adamantium claws and is originally not weak, but under Sabretooth's hands it's like playing with a doll. This shows how fierce Sabretooth is. In the virtual training room, Sudan didn't observe Sabretooth immediately but looked around. His eyes were full of novelty and he murmured subconsciously, "This is the virtual world. This is the so-called virtual world." Unlike those VR games on the market here, you don't feel that this is a game at all. The incomparable degree of authenticity washes away human senses. See with your eyes, use your ears to listen, use your nose to smell, use your hands to grab the dust on the ground. If he didn't know in advance, otherwise he would really think that this place is not those high-tech synthesis boards at all, but a real battlefield filled with gunpowder. The sand is in the hand, the kind of touch that is indistinguishable from reality. So shocking. Although in the previous online game novels I have seen countless times that the 99% authenticity and even XXOO in the game, but when a person really comes here it is still unavoidable to feel the shock. In the future, I must create a virtual game that is more realistic and interesting than this. I want my players to regard my game as the second world. Just as Sudan was stunned, a tiger howled suddenly from the left and then a strong man over 2 meters tall rushed out. "Those bony muscles look full of strength." Sudan narrowed his eyes slightly. The mutant genes slightly changed Sabretooth's appearance. He grew animal-like hair and a pair of long canines in his mouth. Moreover, his vocal cords are probably also genetically modified so he can't speak clearly but he can always make a roar. This is Sabretooth. Sudan only provided the combat system for the virtual training room. The combat information was not created by him but directly imported from the data curry of the X-Men. So now Sudan doesn't know how strong this Sabretooth is. He intends to compare and position himself with those in the Marvel Universe. So he's going to pick up Sabretooth's punch this time. Boom. The two iron fists collided, and Sabretooth's hand, which was almost turning into a claw, was extremely powerful. The moment Sudan's fists collided, he felt a huge force. In my heart, I instantly understood how powerful Sabretooth is. At the same time, I also understood that when fighting this reckless man, we can't fight against each other. In terms of strength, he thinks he is not as good as Sabretooth. Judging from the strength of this pounce, Sabretooth's strength should be about twice that of his. 563. It seems that after going back, he must focus on strength training. Now that the capital is sufficient, it is time to consider the improvement of strength. Sudan's brain was thinking rapidly. With the power of Sabretooth, he leaped backwards and retreated 3 feet away in an instant. Wiping the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, he suddenly stretched out his right hand. In disbelief, a forged steel blade made of modern technology was slowly gathered by countless photons. If outsiders saw this scene, they might think it was a special mother cultivating immortals. However, this is still the power of technology. In the combat system of the virtual training room, he set up a weapon arsenal, and these arsenals are for mutants who need to equip weapons. Otherwise, if you come in with real guns and RPGs and bombard them randomly, that's fine. Now, just in time to bring him a sword, it should be said that what he is best at now is swordsmanship. He has exchanged many skills with points, but only swordsmanship has grown very fast. The magic skills in Warcraft that he exchanged can only be used as a skill until now, and he cannot comprehend the mystery of it. After all, Azeroth is a continent of vindictive magic, CJBG law, but the Earth is just... I don't know how to evaluate the Earth in the Marvel Universe. Anyway, there is no magic essence in Azeroth. Like swordsmanship, he can gradually understand the connotation of swordsmanship through comprehension and repeated training. As for the magic skill, throw it out and throw it out, he can't even feel anything, magic fluctuations, magic attributes, etc., all of them don't feel it. Perhaps it needs a place with sufficient magic power so that he can easily comprehend the power of magic. Sudan held the familiar forged steel blade and the light gradually locked on to Sabretooth. Ugh! Sabretooth roared again and rushed towards Sudan, but this time he is doomed to suffer. Because Sudan had figured out Sabretooth's strengths and weaknesses during the first confrontation. Although Sabertooth's power is great, but its attack method is very brutal, even a mutant with a little skill can subdue it. Definitely, if there is a long-range attack method, a reckless man like Sabertooth can only act as a super soldier and be forced to be beaten. Left. The figures of the two crossed each other and Sabertooth wanted to swing his claws and tear Su Dan to pieces. However, Su Dan's body only moved sideways slightly and he passed Sabertooth's claws, dodging his attack. In the game, this is called micromanagement. In reality, it means Sabertooth is going to be beaten. The extremely sharp forged steel blade left a silver trace in the air, cracked its Sabertooth's right rib. Under this sword he was cut to pieces. No matter what mutant, no matter how tough Sabertooth is, this knife still works. After all, he is just a genetic mutant with increased strength and decreased IQ. Su Dan's sword power became stronger and stronger. However, the monster Sabertooth seemed to feel no pain at all, and the 10-centimeter scar left under his right rib seemed to be nothing at all. No matter how long his wound is, it will heal anyway. Sabertooth is still fiercely attacking Su Dan. Su Dan wouldn't be so stupid as to receive Sabertooth's frontal attack again. The forged steel blade in his hand swept across and his feet suddenly exerted force and his whole body quickly retreated towards the rear. His eyes remained fixed on Sabertooth in the rapid retreat. There are too many flaws in this reckless man, but he is not afraid of pain and his strength is huge. Once he is caught, he will basically give up. What an Iron Man. After all, the forged steel blade in Su Dan's hand was going to be swung towards Sabertooth. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes, killing 16 Yayu Hua. Skills from the King of Fighters, kill that reckless Sabertooth. The light gathered on this sword and the sword light illuminated the dark battlefield and a Dao cold sword intent was drawn in the air. Left. Sabertooth's body was traumatized again. This sword cut directly from the chest to the lower abdomen. Such a terrible wound finally angered Sabertooth. He opened his mouth suddenly and a roar was deafening. Awakens. Legend has it that there is the lion's roar kung fu in the River East, and the roar of this competition is probably almost the same as the lion's roar kung fu. Su Dan collected his mind and covered his ears with the energy born in his body. That energy appeared in his body together when exchanging the Warcraft skills. It may be the grudge, mana value, etc. that are necessary to activate these skills. I told you to yell. Windwalk mirror. Sabertooth lost the real Su Dan's position in an instant. The invisibility effect attached to the Windwalk is not a joke, it is a skill bought with a large number of points. How can Sabertooth do it? See you. Taking advantage of Windwalk's invisibility and acceleration, Su Dan moved quickly and followed Sabertooth silently. The next attack after the Windwalk stealth is over must be hit. But it doesn't matter, Sabertooth is so big if he still can't hit him then he really should go back to the ophthalmology department. Fatal blow. When Sabertooth realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Su Dan's steel blade carrying killing intent suddenly stabbed towards his heart. Laugh. Without a doubt, stabbing someone with a sharp knife is as easy as cutting tofu. In respect of Mr. Sabertooth's strong physique, Su Dan didn't take a single blow. He thrust his sword through Sabertooth's chest and drew it immediately. Without giving him any room to react, a blade storm was launched immediately. Jiangguang, get up, beyond the virtual training room. Out of worry and surprise, Beast secretly called Professor X over. Along with it is Phoenix. The three of them looked at the monitor and the data on the status display at the same time. They couldn't help being dumbfounded. Speed, strength, physique are all a very perverted number. Is that human being? No, this is not a person. Professor, is Su Dan also a mutant? Why do I feel? Phoenix asked Gray, tilting his head for a while. Hearing this, the professor also looked bewildered. He can tell everyone with absolute certainty that Su Dan is definitely not a mutant. However, the power displayed from him is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary humans. No, Su Dan is definitely not a mutant, I can be sure of that, Professor X said cautiously, and there is no sloppy distinction between mutants and humans. Based on his experience, he has actually seen some extraordinary powers in this world. So which category does Su Dan belong to? Do you think he will defeat Sabertooth? Beast asked while groping for the hair on his chin. From the status display, they could all see that Chen Dan chose Sabertooth as the virtual opponent. That's a very difficult guy, not to mention infinite strength, but also a group of reckless ones. Hearing such a question, the eyes of the other two lit up. I don't think it's possible. Although his current test data is incredible, it's only incredible at the human level. Phoenix Gray analyzed and said, I don't think he can beat Sabretooth, at most, a draw. Beast Hank felt that what she said made sense, so he nodded in agreement and then asked, Charles, what do you think? Professor X smiled slightly and replied, You all think he can't win, but I definitely want to pressure him to win. What? Why? Beast was suddenly puzzled. From the perspective of Professor X, it is impossible not to see clearly the combat power contained in a human being. Even if you take a step back, according to the various data on the status display, use a machine to calculate the probability of winning, that is an extremely small number. Professor X manipulated the wheelchair back a little distance, glanced at Beast and Chin and said calmly, The potential of human beings is unlimited. If it is in normal times, everyone will feel that this sentence is extremely perfunctory. Because whenever something happens, someone will always jump out and say that the potential of human beings is unlimited. After listening too much, I almost vomited, but now it's different. When this sentence came out of Professor X's mouth, the taste has changed. Human potential is unlimited. He is saying Sudan has huge amounts of potential. Yes, 30% of the people in the world now know that Sudan has great potential. However, that is the potential in terms of economics and commerce. In the future, it will become the world's largest online game player and so on, but what we are talking about now is combat effectiveness. Professor X didn't say it clearly, he was implying that Sudan's combat ability cannot be ignored. However, after thinking calmly again, Beast Hank decided to refute Professor X. He spends a lot of time with Sudan while building the virtual training room. Therefore, he understands how strong a programmer's body can be. It would be fine to talk about a weaker mutant, but now that guy is Sabretooth. One of Magneto's generals. Even among the well-trained X-Men ranks, there is no one who can beat Sabretooth 100%. Now, Professor X actually said that Sudan, a mortal, would defeat Sabretooth. No, Professor, I still don't think Sudan will defeat Sabretooth. Me too. As soon as Phoenix finished speaking, his complexion changed instantly, because on the monitor, the content in the virtual training room is displayed in real time. Under her unbelievable gaze, Sudan's body was torn into pieces by Sabretooth. Sudan is dead? Obviously, that's impossible. The setting of the virtual training room is that it is never possible to really kill a person. Sure enough, it is the mirror image of Sudan, and his body, like a ghost, suddenly appeared on Sabretooth's back. Even with Phoenix's eyes, he didn't even see him raise his hand. A blade directly pierced Sabretooth's chest. But it wasn't enough to kill Sabretooth. What? Phoenix Chin Gray suddenly trembled slightly. The shock that Sudan brought to her is one after another. Not only does he have a weird fighting ability, he even has that kind of sword light. The monitor is filled with white sword light. If any of them entered the virtual training room with Sudan, they would probably never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. What kind of sword is full of art and murderous look? The energy quickly gathered on the forged steel blade in Sudan's hand, and then he swung it out violently, and 12 sword chi piercing the sky and the earth moved in 6 directions, killing like an unrivaled storm. Asking for flowers? Sabretooth bears the brunt of it. The moment Sabretooth's body touched the sword light, it was like snow meeting fire, melting instantly. Humane erasure, leave no trace. What kind of unreasonable energy is this? Sudan actually defeated Sabretooth, and it's not an ordinary defeat but an obliteration. How incredible this is. Phoenix and Beast looked at each other, their eyes were full of horror, and at the same time they felt the burning pain on their faces. Made face-slapping speed. As soon as the front foot denied Sudan's power, his backhand immediately completed the mock battle, and in just over a minute they KO Sabretooth perfectly. Unlike Beast, Phoenix has telepathy ability similar to Professor X. She could perceive, at the last moment, the tyrannical energy fluctuations erupting from the virtual training room. That energy is too terrifying. Point 0. Although I don't understand the source and composition of this energy, just based on this energy intensity, Sudan is even stronger than Cyclops, who is famous for energy release in their X-Men. How much horizontal? In this human society has a game developer become so awesome? Even Professor X, who thought that Su Dan might win, now has to re-examine this future son-in-law. Can win, but need to defeat Sabretooth so quickly. How difficult is that thing? Others don't know. How can he not know? Even if you send X-Men to fight, you may not be able to win so quickly. But Su Dan is immortal. Oh, it shouldn't be said that he is immortal now. What kind of power does a special human being rely on to reach such a level? This is simply against the sky. Now he really wants to invite Riva to come to the academy again and have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Ask her if she has concealed something from him, an old man. This daughter hasn't been married yet and now her elbow has turned out. Okay, Gene Hank, it looks like I guessed right, you lost. Hearing this, Phoenix and Beast looked uncomfortable. It was obviously a virtual training room tailor-made for their mutants, but Su Dan not only took it for the first time under the guise of testing, but also played his prestige so easily. This made their faces even more unbearable. Beast's smile was a bit bitter. He looked at the door of the virtual training room that was slowly opening and said to the figure who was coming out of it, Dan, you didn't tell me that you still hide such strength. It's not true at all. Fun to do, hidden strength. Su Dan couldn't help laughing. If it's okay to deal with a gangster like Sabretooth, then how can he talk to the top bosses in the Marvel Universe in the future? Moreover, this is still a virtual battle and the characters in it are all synthesized through relevant data, not real people. If it's the real Sabretooth, I'm afraid it will be a bit stronger. Wow, Dan, you look even cooler now than before. Phoenix stared at Su Dan and said quietly, she is a mutant and an X-Men and she definitely appreciates men with strength more than natural people. Her current boyfriend, Cyclops Scott, is a green fur turtle with impressive strength. Oh no, the team captain with strength. Said Cow 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 arrived. While the two were talking, Cyclops walked towards them with his special tactical goggles. Cyclops is still unable to control his super ability. When he opens his eyes, he will definitely emit powerful laser energy. He must rely on the assistance of tactical eyepieces to control it perfectly. Once he loses the 29 tactical eyepiece, he may not even dare to open his eyes. It was precisely because of this that everyone couldn't see his at the moment eyes clearly. It can only be judged from the expression on the lower half of his face that in his heart at the moment there should be 10,000 muddy horses galloping past. Yes, he really likes Phoenix Jean Grey, however this girlfriend really made him worry. Although this country is relatively open and the contact between women and men is relatively open, Phoenix always looks at other men with that strange look. Who can resist this? Cyclops coughed twice uncomfortably and finally definitely chose to forgive her. Hey, Mr. Su Dan, this virtual training room has been completed. Where did you just now? Listening to Cyclops' reluctant question, Su Dan replied clearly. Well, it's officially completed now. I just went to check it myself. I can ensure that there is no problem with the system. If something goes wrong, I must bear the relevant responsibilities. Then I won't bother you anymore, and it's time for me to leave. Everyone would say that taking responsibility is such a thing, but the works that come out of his hands have really never had any mistakes. Such a promise also slightly eliminated the greenness in Cyclops' heart. There is no need to create unnecessary enemies. This is a common sense of business. Wow, Mr. Su Dan, are really amazing. I finished the virtual training room so quickly. To be honest, I have always wanted to experience it, but are you going back now? It's getting late now. Why don't you stay here first? Let's leave tomorrow. Cyclops politely asked to stay. When a wise person hears this sentence, he knows it means seeing off guests. Su Dan smiled slightly, shook his head, and cast his eyes on Professor X. Professor X is the master here. Professor, as you can see, there is nothing wrong with the virtual training room, so it's time for me to leave. Yes, I saw it, Dan. You are great. Professor X praised from the bottom of his heart. Then I should also take out the reward that belongs to you. Hey, yes. Su Dan smiled lightly. Talking to people with developed brains is easy. There is never a good thing in the world, and from a businessman's point of view, any helping hand needs to pay a corresponding price. Therefore, he did not refuse. It was already late at night when I got home. Liwa was not in the villa today, but returned to her shared room. Her current salary is actually enough to buy a house in New York, but because of her busy work, she has no time to look at the house. Although he was already a night god, Sudan didn't feel sleepy at all. After returning home, he took a comfortable bath and went straight to the third floor. The third floor of the villa is his chassis alone, and outsiders are never allowed to enter. After passing the iris verification, he walked into the paradise that he carefully built for himself. Here, all kinds of equipment are arranged very carefully. Walking up from downstairs is like stepping into a high-tech world. Having acquired Xavier School's virtual technology from Professor X, he can't wait to conduct a series of studies. Virtual online games, this is the ultimate dream of a game developer. With a helmet or other adapter equipment, you can enjoy the second world, not to mention the developer's own sense of pride. Even a player will be so excited that he can't sleep. However, from Xavier School's virtual training room, he summed up some difficulties. The first point: the virtual training room is not connected to the neurons of the human body, but the relevant combat environment is forged through the special reaction boards arranged around the circle. The second point: if you want to make a virtual holographic game like the one in online game novels, it is not as simple as a VR game. The game is as old as Contra. A game like that needs hardware support. Too far away. The third point: if the previous point is true, then he also needs to make related game equipment, that is, game helmets. The game helmet must be connected to the 463 nerves of the human body, otherwise how could it be possible to bring a person into the world he created? The above 3 points are more difficult than the other. He admires Kayaba Akihiko very much now. That person, shouldn't he be an alien? What a genius! Not only has the virtual game been completed, but it also has the ability to lock players into the game world. At this point, Sudan bowed down. Regarding the second point, you can take your time. It's just that the amount of engineering is too large and the cost of research and development is too high. You can solve it with hard work. Take your time. It can be reversed and start the game first. The making of the helmet. First, create a simple world, such as a small house with 3D modeling is enough. There is no need to pursue any sense of reality or beauty, as long as the player can connect into it is enough. Such a helmet is considered a preliminary success. This is Sudan's vision. How to enter the virtual game is the crux of the whole problem. Everything else can be solved with manpower and money. If a problem can be solved with money, is it still a problem? But there are still some technical blind spots in making this gaming helmet. Sudan has indeed worked hard in the game industry for many years, but those are ordinary games, completely different from virtual games. Just to make this helmet, he also needs a helper who is very, very, very good in biological sciences. Or a bunch of helpers. Engaging in such things as neuronal links has never been a security research, and you need to take risks. In case of failure, the game helmet is a nerve killer, either die or hemiplegia. Biology. The Marvel universe is so big. Is Wei Kai the right candidate? Sudan kept patting his forehead, thinking hard. Nerve import. When he mentioned this, he couldn't help but think of Ultron. Ultron also wanted to introduce himself into a new body, which was Vision's body. Wrong. This is not the key. It should be the later plot. Tony asked Dr. Banner to import JARVIS into that vibranium body. It seems that related technology was mentioned at the time, right? Bruce Banner, the man with 17 doctorates, one of the most intelligent people on Earth. Fine, Banner. Sudan almost jumped out of his seat in surprise. An epic problem in front of him was suddenly solved by such a mere film and television plot. Sure enough, it is beneficial to watch more movies. For example, Little Spider-Man is on the spaceship of Ebony Maw, and it is by virtue of a single-handed tribute and Iron Man that the powerful Ebony Maw is counted. Although finding Banner is also a difficult problem, it is easier than this game. Sudan sat back on the seat and tapped lightly on the keyboard with both hands. Through his unique method, he searched for the information of Mr. Green and Mr. Blue. After Banner ran to Brazil to hide, he used an encrypted method to become Mr. Green and communicate with a person named Mr. Blue on the internet, discussing how to completely eliminate the monster in his body. However, all the encryption in this world, in Sudan's view, is like an open door. He pushes it open if he wants to and closes it if he wants to close it. After countless layers of screening, he finally found some chat records. Judging from these chat records, this Mr. Green is the Bruce Banner he was looking for. After Banner turns green and stronger, once he loses control of his emotions, he will turn into a green titan and destroy everywhere. In order not to hurt the innocent, he ran to that remote place to find a way to control his emotions. After locking the sending coordinates of the information, he quickly called up the map of South America. As far as he knew, Banner should be hiding in a small village in Brazil. The location of the coordinates shows Hacinia slums. This is not a small village, at least the small village is clean and peaceful, and the houses in this slum area look like a garbage dump from a height. After turning off the map, a smile appeared on the corner of Sue Dan's mouth. Dr. Tainting Banner, what a mess! He reopened the Mr. Green and Mr. Blue chat room, and forcibly added a chat account below, tentatively named Penguin. Coincidentally, at this point in time, Mr. Green and Mr. Lan are communicating. Mr. Lan, you must send me some more samples of your blood. Mr. Green, why, Penguin Banner, Mr. Lan above is a liar, he can't cure your disease at all. Mr. Green, who are you, Mr. Lan? Mr. Green, have you told others about our secret? Penguin, I have a way to effectively seal the monster in your body. If you want to rely on the technology of the one above, you will suffer in vain. Mr. Lan. What do you mean, Mr. Green? Is he another partner of yours? Mr. Green. Penguin, Hulk can't be killed, at least he can't. What you want to do is to suppress forever. You wait, I will send you a express mail tomorrow. Pay attention to check. After saying this, Sue Dan cancelled his id, and CJ guaranteed that there was no trace of him on the internet. Only Mr. Lan was left screaming frantically. No one is in a good mood to be criticized like this by a sudden person. Why talk to yourself, say that he can't do this, that can't do it. If you have the guts, you can do it. Brazil. Hercinia? In a dilapidated house, Bruce Banner stared at the words that suddenly appeared on the screen. These few words seem abrupt and exaggerated. Most people even think of it as drinking too much and sending it to the wrong place, but Banner doesn't think so. Because there is too much information revealed in that short sentence. His and Mr. Lan's secrets, his position, his disease. Who on earth is the other party who knows so much? Banner has the uneasiness of being watched by the eyes of God. Suddenly he thought of a terrible possibility. Could it be someone from General Ross? Did he? As soon as he thought of this, Banner's antique mobile phone on the table rang, and there was a text message with an unknown number. Banner, first of all, I have no malice and I have no interest in the monster in your body. If you believe it, you can continue to read. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, a courier will be delivered to you, definitely, provided that you will not escape your current slum area. There will be 2 things in the express mail. One is my personal business card. Oh, this is not important, and the other is a good medicine for temporarily treating your illness. After you use it, you will understand my sincerity. If you still want to cooperate at that time, you can find me according to the location on the business card. Bruce Banner gasped. He walked to the window with a restless expression and looked out cautiously. Looking east and west, there is nothing unusual, which means that no one is watching him at all. However, this feeling is like being under surveillance. Who the hell is the other party? Banner picked up the phone again, looked at the text message repeatedly. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Should he trust such a person he has never met? Do not believe. A person who came out of the blue revealed his secret just like that and even knew his location. If the opponent is General Ross's man, if he doesn't run away now, the next thing he will do is to be caught. Letter also. Mr. Lan is also a person on the internet and he has never met, but don't you also trust Mr. Lan? After much deliberation, he finally decided to take a gamble. After communicating with Mr. Lan for so long, I still haven't come up with a solution to his illness. But now, that person who is tentatively called Penguin has boldly given the medicine first. Anyway, he wants to gamble on the efficacy of this medicine. The next day, evening, a worker in the uniform of the Antarctic Company, carrying a silver-white box in his hand, drove to the slum area of Hacinia alone. He purposefully went directly to the house where Bruce Banner lived, knocked on the door, put the suitcase in front of the door, and then turned around and left without waiting for a response from inside. Banner opened the door suspiciously, only to see a silver-white suitcase safely placed in front of him. He wouldn't think it was a box containing hundreds of thousands of banknotes, because on the front of the box, the Antarctic Company's logo was spray-painted. and it was obvious at a glance that it was not a box for official use. He looked around, and after confirming that no one had noticed, he immediately picked up the suitcase and closed the door carefully. After he entered the house, he opened the box cautiously. The interior of the box is quite luxurious, as if hiding some royal treasure. However, there are no treasures inside, only two cards. One is Sudan's business card, and the other is a black card that is completely black without a pattern. Banner first picked up the business card and looked at the information on it. Sudan Antarctic Game Company. After staying in this slum for a long time, I have lost too much contact with the outside world. But despite this, he has heard of this Antarctic Game Company. Because the reputation of this company is really too big now, even this backward slum area often hears the name of that company. Definitely, the places that are backward, the points that people care about are different. They only know that there is a very powerful game called World of Warcraft, which is called a cross-age masterpiece by the world, and they have a deeper understanding, and they only stop at the game development company. So this is the first time he knows Sudan. In the chat room, is that mysterious person named Penguin really him? Accepting the business card for the time being, Banner turned his attention to the dark card. With all due respect, what the hell is this thing? Banner held the black card in his hand, and he remembered Mr. Penguin saying that the medicine would be delivered to him. Could it be that this card is actually for eating? Just when he was at a loss, a piece of white paper suddenly leaked out from the interlayer of the suitcase. Banner immediately reached out and took out the white paper. Frowning and looking, I saw some words neatly written on the white paper. Bruce Banner, the brother you are holding in your hand now has mysterious and unpredictable power. As long as you hold it in your hand and crush it, it can guarantee that within 72 hours, no matter what happens, you will be angry or impulsive. Forget it, I won't transform. If you still want to follow up, then come to me. Banner slowly leaned against the head of the bed. Unexpectedly, the other party knew exactly about his transformation. Simply horrible, God. With an attitude of giving it a try, he held the black card in the palm of his hand and then used all his strength. The card that looked like a solid rock was actually very fragile. He just squeezed it like this and it shattered into a little bit of starlight which sank into his body. With that magical power entering his body, his mood seemed to relax all of a sudden. Ever since his body mutated, he lived in fear every day. Never has it been so easy. This change of mood may not matter at all to others, but it is extremely sensitive to Banner. This is a subtle change that cannot be described in words. In short, under that magical force, his heart actually believed what Sudan said. Really, I feel that no matter how fast my heart beats and how angry I am, I won't turn into a green titan. This is just an intuition and has not been tested. So he plans to go outside to test it now. The slum area is backed by a mountain and there is no one in the mountain. He plans to set off immediately and run to the mountain to test it. The result of the test made Banner laugh like a madman in the middle of the night. No matter how fast his heart beat, no matter what kind of stimulation he received, he didn't transform. In other words, that card actually helped him suppress the Hulk. Now he doesn't have to worry about turning into a green state all the time. Now he is a normal person. He is what he is, Bruce Banner. Turning back to a normal person is something Banner has always dreamed of. And now it has come true. But soon, the smile on his face slowly disappeared again. This state can only last for 3 days, and after 3 days he still has to live in fear. Find Sudan? Must find Sudan to get this magic drug, no matter what the price is, must eliminate that monster forever. Asking for flowers. Banner ran all the way back to his kennel, couldn't wait to take out his old antique cell phone and dialed the phone number on the business card. Beep beep, hello, a young male voice came from the phone. Are you Mr. Sudan? Banner was a little taken aback. He didn't expect such a mysterious person to be so young. In his original fantasy, Sudan might be a middle-aged man with a very deep city background. But listening to the voice now, he should be less than 30 years old. Oh, Tilda, are you Dr. Banner? Sudan on the other end of the phone quickly reflected. Yes, I am, Bruce Banner, Banner replied very modestly. You used what I gave you. How did it work? I used it and it really suppressed it for a while. I am very grateful. That's good. Excuse me, is this thing long-term? In fact, even if it is only 3 days, Na is already very content. After such a long time of research, he didn't even have a clue, let alone successfully suppress that monster. On the other end of the phone, Sudan smiled lightly and said, "Long-term, yes. Do you want a month's, a year's, or a Giazi's? A Giazi is 60 years effect. This thing for Banner is more attractive than mountains of gold and silver." His heart beat unscrupulously and the heart rate monitor on his wrist was beeping and beeping. But he didn't need to worry about it now, and he simply threw away the annoying heart rate monitor. Banner couldn't restrain the enthusiasm in his heart, but he was not stupid, knowing that there is no free lunch in this world. So he asked, "Then what will I pay for it?" The price, you don't need to pay any price. Don't be so serious, I just need you to help me do one thing. What's up? You'll know it when you arrive, something that makes Bruce Banner prove his worth. The Green Titan Hulk and Banner are actually different. The world only knows how awesome the Green Titan is, but they don't know that Banner is actually a ghost. His existence value was almost covered by that brute force Green Titan. Now Sudan gives him a chance. Banner couldn't refuse such an opportunity, because for him there is no harm at all, but just when he was about to say yes, he suddenly realized something. Thinking of this incident makes him feel like falling into an ice cave. "Mr. Sudan, I'm sorry, actually, I may have something to do with the United States military." Banner's mood suddenly fell from the peak to the trough. He knew that some people were chasing him, and he also knew that the general father of his ex-girlfriend would not let him go easily. He was very pleasantly surprised just now, but now he really can't be happy, even a little desperate. However, Sudan's voice pulled him out of despair. "I definitely know this, don't worry, since I dare to use you, I have ability to deal with your troubles." 170. How could Chen Dan not know about General Ross's nonsense that can't be put on the table? Capital still has some influence on the United States military. Banner thought about it and finally decided to trust Sudan again. The only person he can rely on now is Sudan. "Okay, I'm ready to go and find you." "Very good." That's the end of the conversation. Sudan put down his phone and cast his eyes on the clean Liwa. In fact, the things he sent to Bruce Banner were mysterious and neither mysterious nor mysterious. That is a skill card redeemed from the System Point Mall. Similar to the ninjutsu device in Naruto Boruto, skills can be stored in a small card. And in the card for Banner, the Dark Ranger's silent magic is stored. If the process of transforming the Banner into a Green Titan is regarded as a status-type skill that reads a larger size, then Silence Magic can perfectly stop this skill. That's why Banner felt that no matter how angry and impulsive he was, he would not transform. The body fell silent, the skill boxes were all gray, and pressing the keyboard frantically didn't help. It makes sense to write. For outsiders, this may be the power of the gods who can solve the ultimate problem of Banner, but in the eyes of Sudan, it is just a few million points. Now the points provided by World of Warcraft every day are huge enough, and it costs less than 3 million points to acquire the talent of Bruce Banner. He feels that this investment is very profitable. After these few days of fermentation, the influence of World of Warcraft in the whole world is more than just a word of surprise. On the internet, regardless of whether it is in the game's circle or not, the Warcraft term has become popular. The forums opened under the official website of Antarctic Game Company have almost become the world's #1 interactive platform. Network interaction is the general trend of the whole network. Sudan, who has experienced that era, is still very clear about this. For example, Zio Ma, who worked with him, used to be a women's clothing boss who developed an online chat room. 10 years later, who dares to say that he is not the #1 trafficker? But as of today, the largest interactive platform on the internet still belongs to the Warcraft forum. Regardless of whether you are a Warcraft player or not, you will try to make it fun, make the World of Warcraft forum a label, and become a must-see once a day. Now it is outdated to discuss where World of Warcraft is doing well. Because now players all over the world and even netizens know that it is impossible for Angie Game Company to produce bad games. It is a company that is more picky than them. 8 out of 10 posts in the forum among the best posts are fan fictions about Warcraft. This year, fan fiction has not risen yet, but the influence of World of Warcraft is too great, and the traffic of the forum is too large, which makes those Thai bar articles quickly become popular. Many forward-thinking netizens have smelled business opportunities, posted articles in the forum, set up a coin to read articles, and can easily make money. And the operation department of Angie Company also saw an unstoppable trend: the explosion of Warcraft culture. Therefore, an advertisement on the top of the forum came into being. Looking for the best Warcraft works, the best reward of the year is 100,000 US dollars. With $100,000, many people can't earn so much without eating or drinking for a year. There are still a few rich people, and most people are working hard for a few dollars a month. As soon as this announcement appeared, it aroused shouts from netizens: Antarctic Company is giving away money. This is just a development on the internet. In reality, Warcraft culture is also affecting people's lives. I still remember a long time ago when Antarctic Studio was just starting up and the first game, King of Fighters, was launched at that time. The King of Fighters was put into the game hall at the beginning, and in order to attract attention, Sudan specially found some beautiful women to cosplay the characters in the King of Fighters. But now, there is no need for anyone to organize. Enthusiastic players are spontaneously buying costumes to cosplay the characters in World of Warcraft. This is especially evident in the island countries, where the level of development of the two-dimensional culture of the island countries can definitely be said to be the first today. Cosplay has long become a habit. Every year the exhibition will cause a craze. Countless dead houses come out of the house for an unprecedented time, holding various shooting equipment and shooting non-stop at those cosplay beauties. Akihabara, the world-famous place of two-dimensional culture, does not need anyone to promote it, and its originality has already taken shape. It's just that, now there, between the buildings and the streets, there are no longer those anime girls who owe pornography. But the overwhelming Warcraft, this does not require the Antarctic Company to do thrust. It is entirely out of the needs of those dead house players in the island country. As big as a super large model, a female elf straddles the tramway, and the tram just passes through the crotch of the female elf. It has to be said that the islanders have an advanced level of 0.8 in terms of perverts, which is unmatched by people all over the world. Cozzers as small as the streets are full, and they wear specially customized cos clothing. Even an ugly orc was turned into a mother by the ghostly island country dead house. Not to mention, the girly look is also very good looking. Many tourists who came here for the fame had no choice but to take a set of beautiful pictures and upload them to the World of Warcraft forum. In the city of New York, there are still many cosplayers. Akihabara is a relatively small place, and people regard it as a special area. And the fanatical players in New York, even regardless of other people's strange eyes, directly put on Sense-S clothes and took to the streets. Many people think that it is a brain problem to dress like this on the street, but it is not the case. Under the influence of World of Warcraft, this is a trend. Game reviewer. It can be said to be the most salty profession in the world. Which online games the players like the most can be directly proved by traffic and word of mouth. But this kind of workers still cannot be idle. In order to make eye-catching topics, they racked their brains and immersed themselves in the continent of Azeroth all day long, trying to find any fresh points. World of Warcraft is too big for today's gamer. That's almost really a world. After all, in the previous game market, there was still a popular story about Dragon Quest. The game map was pitifully small, and players were almost forced to go by the so-called plot. But now it's different. World of Warcraft will not force players to do anything at all. It doesn't even matter if they don't upgrade. There is nothing wrong with being an honest scenery party. After all, the painting style of World of Warcraft is really scary. Playing the game is like traveling through time. Chen Li is a Huxia game reviewer. In these 29 thoughts, as a professional game reviewer in Daxia, the pressure on him is huge amounts of the lack of support from family members and the incomprehension of friends. For that, childish, does anyone pay you a salary? The thing that lingers in Chen Li's ears the most every day is the sentence, besides playing games, can you do something serious? Your second uncle is short of Roman 20 on the construction site, so go and help. Every time he encountered such a conversation, Chen Li wanted to cry but had no tears. He has loved games since he was a child. When he was a student, he was the game leader in his class. No matter what games his classmates discussed, he could become a master figure. Even if it is a dress-up game that female classmates like to play, he has a lot of experience. After graduating, he went straight to a weird job as a game reviewer. Definitely, those rubbish games on the market don't have any big money-absorbing abilities at all. He just talks about hype and no one pays for it. Therefore, he took on the title of needing the elders again, and his former friends kept a distance from him. However, he still did not give up the obsession in his heart, and no one could realize how heavy a burden he was carrying. To live in this society, to be realistic, you need money. Chen Li can't make any money at all. No matter how persistent he is, he will eventually become the laughing stock of others. He can't stand it any longer. I once thought about suicide, but on the night when he was about to commit suicide, a game appeared in front of him. It was his special channel, and he immediately knew about an arcade game that was suddenly popular in North America. King of Fighters. From the first second of seeing the video, Chen Li's originally dull eyes suddenly ignited a flame of hope. His keen game sense allowed him to come to a conclusion immediately: this game must be popular. Sure enough, the King of Fighters is still a big hit in the end. With the King of Fighters, Chen Li finally got his first pot of gold in life. This first sum of money alone will get him out of trouble immediately. However, smartly, he chose to make a fortune silently, and there is no such thing as Zhang Yang. In the eyes of outsiders, he is still that trash who can only play games, already in his 27th or 18th grade, and can only chew old trash. No one wants to communicate with him. Only after experiencing pain can we understand how strong a person's heart is. Yes, Chen Li has worked out. If it is an ordinary person, when he earns money and proves himself, he will definitely prove to those around him who look down on him that he can do it. But Chen Li didn't. He chose to ignore it. People who look down on him are lame, and after all, he actually disdained to be with it. This is his second year doing reviews. Now the era of King of Fighters has gradually dimmed, but the Antarctic game company he followed really did not disappoint him and released new games in succession. He also has a considerable degree of gratitude for this company that is like a reborn parent. The moment he saw World of Warcraft, Chen Li couldn't even believe his eyes. That kind of mood is 10 times more exciting than a beautiful woman lying in front of him for a month. As a game reviewer, I understand the difficulty of developing a game, and I understand the development of a good game in the future. However, it was too late for him to comment. Because of this game, he, a person who relies on games for a living, became addicted to it. He has loved games since he was a child, so he is naturally a great manipulator. He has loved PK since the King of Fighters, and it is still the same in World of Warcraft. Perhaps out of some long-repressed emotions, he wanted to gain some psychological comfort from the process of defeating others. After playing World of Warcraft for several days, the floor was full of functional drinks such as Red Bull, Giant Libao, etc. Chen Li was about to die suddenly in the game when he suddenly remembered that he didn't even have a job. This sudden awakening made him refreshed. He is not willing to close World of Warcraft. If the community does not have power, he even wants to log in online forever. After all, the products produced by Antarctica are full of black technology and sincerity. The computer can run large-scale games for a long time and it will not freeze. Finally, he finished the work. Sleepiness surged up like a tide. Chen Li looked at the computer screen and said silently, "Daddy Nanji." As we all know, game reviewers must remain neutral and cannot deliberately fan one and black one. 253. But now, Chen Li just feels that the work of Anji Game Company is very conscientious. It is a masterpiece of the century and other games are rubbish. The next day, when he put his mind to shelving the game for the first time and devoted himself to the evaluation circle, he still found some bad rumors. There are still people hacking my Antarctic Dad's game, Mada. If you don't need your eyes, you can directly donate them to the blind. While cursing angrily, Chen Li quickly checked the spokesman's information. Out of his keen sense of the industry, he discovered from the cobweb traces of the spokesperson's previous remarks that this so-called peer is just a babysitter for other game companies. Chen Li's eyes turned cold. The lackeys of Fengsu Company dare to blackmail me, great Antarctica. I don't even look at the garbage that Fengsu makes. The works that imitate other people's King of Fighters are all rejected by players. It's sprayed like a dog and the game data is a mess. Let's not talk about it. I dare to imitate other people's Warcraft. I don't even look at how many caddies I made, it's like a mosaic children's game. After browsing in the circle, he found that there was more than one such situation. He decided that these people should not be allowed to act recklessly like this. So he's going to break his own update rule, even though he did a review just yesterday and now he's going to do another one, Antarctic game building. Sudan received some documents early in the morning. It is said that World of Warcraft has received malicious slander from its peers. Sudan didn't care about this at all. The so-called big tree attracts the wind. He knows without reading the documents, and the list of slandering World of Warcraft is definitely not missing the bigger game company nowadays. After all, only colleagues can do this kind of thing, and only colleagues will do it. Now that the Warcraft culture has swept into reality, they are forced to have nothing to eat. Sudan laughed off the report. Whether the game is good or not, naturally someone with a discerning eye will speak. What he wants to do now is not these. System, open the points mall. Beep. With a crisp sound, a virtual interface appeared in front of him. The virtual shelves are full of beautiful things, more abundant than the previous ones. He glanced towards the lower right corner where there was already a 9-digit number. This made him feel that developing World of Warcraft was indeed a correct choice. Players are addicted to that world and he can make profits in this world. Skill column. Props column. Character column. Pet bar. In the points mall, there were originally the first 3 skill experience cards given to Banner, which were obtained from the item bar. And now, there is an additional pet bar. Out of curiosity, he clicked in. An eye-catching pet egg that completes the screen. Although it is not clear why mammals can also be oviparous since it is displayed in the mall, it is impossible for him to correct this problem. Pet egg Hydra 20,000 points. Pet egg Moonshell Crab 21,000 points. Pet egg Landshark 30,000 points. Made a landshark a shark walking on land. This picture is a bit strong. While complaining, Sudan continued to look down. There are 9 pages in the pet column. He flipped through it and found that not only the pets in World of Warcraft but also some non-pet monsters can be sold as pets. Simply amazing! On the last page of the pet column, his favorite pet egg finally appeared. Pet egg, Wing of Death, 888,888,888 points. More than 800 million points. This is really a cowhide. Who the hell can afford it? Although I was complaining, but after thinking about it, if the strength of Deathwing can be easily exchanged into reality, then there is a problem. Otherwise, he would ride a dragon and go directly to heaven. It seems that he finally decided to spend 100,000 points to buy a Frostwolf Ghost Cub. Pet cubs are completely different from pet eggs. Pet eggs need a certain amount of incubation time and specific incubation conditions to be bought back, while cubs can be rolled directly after purchase without so many cumbersome procedures. Purchase successfully. Following a prompt from the system, a small translucent puppy appeared at Sudan's feet. This Frostwolf Ghost Cub is only 30 centimeters long, looks like it's just full moon, so cute. Sudan stretched out his hand to hug the Frostwolf Ghost Cub. Unexpectedly, there was a sense of substance. Possibly the point system gives it a setting, although it is a ghost, but the owner can still touch it, otherwise you can't play with it if you buy a pet. There is no difference if you don't buy it. Looking at this little wolf, on its head, one small ear is standing upright, the other ear is still deaf, and its small eyes are as dim as if it just woke up. And there is a dull hair growing on the top of its head. It is estimated that this expression alone can fascinate a lot of beauties, and the fur color on it is also unusual. After all, it is a Frostwolf ghost, except for his master, it is difficult for ordinary people to see clearly. Whether outsiders can see this ghost is another matter. Cute, even cuter than Urha when he was a child, but I don't know if he will be able to awakening when he grows up. My house is very big, I'll tear it down for you. Sudan laughed and put the little wolf on the desk. It just sat obediently on the desk, tilted its head, and stared at Sudan with sleepy eyes. Sure enough, with such a systematic relationship with pets, the little wolf still understands Sudan's meaning very well. Unlike ordinary cats and dogs, you let it sit down and it wants to fly up. Very good, I don't know whether to eat bones or not. Thinking of this, he immediately pressed the short number of the landline on the table and dialed Liwa's number. Dan! Liwa saw the number and knew it was Sudan's call. Because the whole company is gone, Su Dan is the only one who can contact her with her work number. No one else has this permission. Liwa, go and send someone to buy me a bone. I want to be ******D Nenri. What? For what? Are you sure you want beef bones? Why do you want that? Eat. Okay. Liwa hung up the phone helplessly. The boss's recent request really became more and more strange. While waiting for Liwa, Su Dan hugged Xiaoling again and opened the Points Mall. It was not his original intention to buy a pet, but it looked too cute, so he spent money to buy it and got used to it. His main purpose just now was to find suitable skills for him in the mall and enhance his strength. The last time he played against Sabretooth in Xavier's school's virtual training room, he realized his shortcomings. With his current fighting strength, it is so difficult to deal with a mere Sabretooth who is not ranked high. In the Marvel Universe, a world where monsters are everywhere, just this little combat power, not to mention fighting, I am afraid that self-protection is a problem. Money, I searched around in the skill bar and finally decided to buy a few racial specialties as the body's passive skills. The racial specialties produced by the system do not necessarily require the corresponding race as a human host. He can use all abilities. Then, to the prop bar. The items in the props column can be said to be various, not only the props in the original game but even the things that exist in the game but have not been made into props. They are actually for sale. In addition to the wide variety, the items in the item bar can also be considered massive. There are only 9 pages in the pet column, but behind the item column is, which means that the numbers behind cannot be displayed. Searching for treasures in this debris pile often depends on luck. Obviously, Su Dan's luck is not bad. Soon, my eyes brightened and I found a very practical thing. For this prop, Su Dan is quite familiar with it. When the King of Fighters came out last time, an elementary-level strengthening package was refreshed in the System Points Mall. And the elementary-level fighting strengthening bag directly made him extraordinary, possessing strength and stamina that ordinary people can't match. However, with that kind of physical strength, it still can't be stronger than Sabretooth's front stone. On the one hand, it is due to the size and tonnage, and on the other hand, the strength is still not enough. Now seeing this medium-level body strengthening bag, Dan smiled smugly. The previous strengthening package mainly focused on fighting, but this time it directly focuses on body strengthening. The difference between the two is self-evident. Purchase. Be purchased successfully. Following the prompt on the virtual panel, without any warning, a force surged into Su Dan's body. This force, like the internal force and true chi in the novel, circulates through the meridians in his body, and it quenches and strengthens every place it reaches. Abdominal strength, chest strength, arm strength. Su Dan was so overwhelmed by the strong sense of power that he almost wanted to go to heaven. No wonder Thanos felt so relieved every time he got an infinite gems, trembling with refreshment. It turns out that the feeling of power is so wonderful. The strengthening power was consumed little by little, and Su Dan 783's body, whether it was the appearance or the inside, was completely strengthened. The last bit of remaining energy unexpectedly flocked to Su Dan's 2-month retreat inexplicably. What? Su Dan involuntarily let out a low. If it is said that strengthening body strength, feeling the kind of swelling and active pleasure, can make people feel as if they are in the sky, then this last bit of strengthening power flowing down now will directly make him ascend to immortality. This feeling is really difficult for ordinary people to understand. For example, every man hopes to make his second brother invincible and free, but often it doesn't work out. That thing is obviously growing on him, but he can't control it at all. Speaking of it, many people will definitely be beaten to death and refuse to admit it, but this is the secret hidden deep in every man's heart. So now, with that strengthening power exhausted, Su Dan has gained such power. Tilde. The little wolf on the table tilted his head, looking curiously at the suddenly twitching master. It seems to be worried, but also seems to be in doubt. Su Dan chuckled, turned the little wolf around, then CJDJ gently pulled his belt away and glanced inside. Damn it. It's not that he is short of knowledge, but that he really can't describe his current mood in words. Lying there is a dragon. While he was amazed, there was a sudden knock on the door. He was so scared that he quickly buckled his belt, just like the big boy who hid in the room back then. Suddenly, he remembered that he was the boss here and he was afraid of Wool. Come in. Liwa pushed open the office door, holding a transparent plastic-sealed bag in her hand, which contained a calf bone about 20 centimeters long. It looks like a very fresh bone. I'm afraid it's not those reckless security guards who ran to someone's house and killed the B**********. Ah wait. The extremely clever little wolf immediately barked, his eyes fixed on that piece of bone. In other words, wolves like to eat meat and dogs like to chew bones. Is this Frostwolf ghost cub produced by Pinksixie? Why do you feel cheated? Huh. Liwa was puzzled and looked at the bone in her hand. Dan, did you have a puppy? Why did I hear the dog barking? Dan observed Liva's sight. It's not hard to tell. She didn't notice the puppy on the table. Oh, little wolf. Her eyes flicked to the ground. Here, Dan stretched out his finger and pointed to the ghost coyotes on the table. Sure enough, it was so translucent that it was hard to detect. Following Dan's instructions, Liwa discovered a small blue animal hiding behind the computer on his desk. She walked in quickly, looked at Ghost Coyote in surprise. Huh, is this a crystal product? Living Crystal High-Tech or something? I got used to staying in the game company. The first thing Liwa thought of was science, but as the bone in her hand approached, the little wolf howled again. Ah wait. The little wolf completely abandoned his dignity. For a bone, he sticks out his tongue like a licking dog waiting for the bone. The dull hair on its head swayed slightly, instantly capturing Liwa's heart. Wow, it's so realistic. It's so cute. As she said that, she was about to reach out and pick up the little wolf. Just as the finger touched the light blue body, it suddenly retracted like an electric shock. Because that is not crystal texture at all, although it is ghost in essence, but you can touch it. That thing is soft fur. Is this alive? This is impossible. Dan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to grab the nape of the little wolf's fate and lifted it up. Ew, what? The little wolf's forepaws were off the ground, his heart was empty, and his forepaws moved in the air like swimming. Look, it's true. Liwa caught the little wolf in disbelief, her eyes widened, trying to see what was going on. However, even though she racked her brains, she couldn't figure out what breed of dog would look like this. In other words, it is impossible for this to be an earth creature at all. Dan, can you tell me where it came from? I'd love to have one too. Women have no resistance to cute things, not to mention this Frostwolf ghost cub, which is smart, cute, and extremely rare. This is much more attractive than a big diamond ring. Hearing this, Dan opened the System Point Mall without hesitation, planning to buy another one for Liva. Dan has always been very generous in purchasing this activity, a mere 100,000 points. However, he forgot that he had bought a lot of auxiliary skills and a medium-level strengthening package just now, and now the points in the background are only pitiful 3 digits. Dan touched the tip of his nose, intending to fool around. This should be a mutant wolf. It was given to me by a fan of the game. Mutant wolf. Yes. Liwa glanced at Ghost Little Wolf again in doubt. You're not lying to me, are you? When did I lie to you? The first time you said that you can't get in by just rubbing, and then you went in. You said you just move and don't get in, and then you got in. Dan was speechless when he was refuted, but when Liwa mentioned this matter, it made him, who had just strengthened his body, feel a burst of fire in his heart. This girl has now been cultivated by him to be a professional elite beauty with a special charm. Then you put it down. Come here and let me tell you a secret. Hi, my name is Zia Wei. Looking at the young and beautiful girl in front of her with a smile as bright as the sun, Liu Hong was inexplicably envious. How important it is to meet the right man. She knows it all too well. My name is Liu Hong and her name is Li Xiaoling. Liu Hong stroked Li Xiaoling's shoulder and said, Come on, Xiaoling, call her sister Zia. Hi, Sister Zia. Li Xiaoling nodded obediently and shouted. Hello, here, this is for you. Zia Wei smiled and handed the 2 packages to Liu Hong and Li Xiaoling. This is... Liu Hong opened the package, looking at the silver clothes inside and asked in confusion. This is the clothes I made from the skin of that monster. It has good protection and it can become the same color as the skin after wearing it. Zia Wei explained. With this clothes, you don't have to wear so thick. Clothes made of monster skin. Liu Hong looked at the clothes that seemed to be made by nature without any stitches, and couldn't believe that Zia Wei could make them in such a short time. As if seeing the doubt in Liu Hong's eyes, Zia Wei explained, "I definitely didn't sew this, but I made it with ability. My ability can control the shape of matter, so I can do this." "So that's what it is, thank you," both Liu Hong and Li Xiaoling thanked. "By the way, where is Mr. Jiang? If you have any good suggestions, please leave a message in the book review area." After a day of mediation, Riva has accepted Mai Shiranui and joined the battle, really fragrant. Now Erlong Zizhu has become a common occurrence. After eating at noon, Su Dan carried the two girls to the repurchased sky sofa after having exercised after the meal. Then, I browsed the information on the internet in my daily life. In order to facilitate the communication of Antarctic fans, the company also specially launched a software which moved the Antarctic official website forum to a small software. This software integrates functions such as quick chat, post discussion, and game strategy. Now he is using this software to browse the forum. On the home page of the forum, there are basically discussions about the recent copy of World of Warcraft. In his game, he didn't spend money to buy levels, so to speak. 600, if the players are all at full level quickly, then he still uses the barrenness to earn points. Although you can make a lot of money that way compared with a lot of points, the money is nothing. Antarctic Game Company can be said to be one of the most profitable companies in the world. Unlike Stark Industries' research arms are more expensive, but their input costs are also high. The Antarctic Game Company is different. There are a large number of technicians from SHIELD. These technicians do not need to be paid and they just take care of the main meal every day. Such free labor is simply a dream come true. It can be said that the cost of making games by Antarctic Company is very low, but the results are very high, so the profits are extremely huge. Therefore, he disdains such a bad way of selling levels. If such a game does not have such a process of leveling, it will be meaningless. After such a long time of leveling, the players have passed the novice period, and now they have started to explore the rich and colorful dungeons. Most of the posts on the forum are many players asking how to pass a certain dungeon perfectly and what rare items will a certain dungeon drop. However, there are still a few outliers. I beg Su Dan's father to make an action standalone game. I really like fighting. Wishlist: I beg Su Dan's father to make a shootout game. I've played a lot of shootouts. I'm going to throw up those rubbish judgment systems, begging. Needless to say, the bottom of this type of post is basically filled with bullshit. Level 1, please go to hell, you don't want to play such a fun game like Warcraft. Floor 2, I like fighting, come here are my coordinates, come here, I'll give you a headshot. Floor 3, call someone else's father when you come up, have you ever thought about how green your current father's head is? Floor 1. Like gunfights, let's go team up and go to Yilak. Floor 2, garbage, still playing other games. Floor 3, I am a designer of Roman 20 Game Company. What do you think of our gun game? Do you want to try it? I have a gift card for firearms here and I will give you an AK-47 when you enter. Su Dan rested his forehead and sighed, these bastards are really gone. Others just ask about it on the forum and they will be sprayed so miserably. Could it be that there are no other voices on such a forum? Players still can't have a free speech place. Without further ado, he directly used the authority of the administrator to ban all these people. These posts with different voices reminded Su Dan. Antarctic Game Company has become bigger and stronger now. However, there are only 3 of its products: King of Fighters, Warcraft, and World of Warcraft. Even if the reviews all over the world are generally very high, such a small number and such a small number of categories are not enough to claim to be the #1 game company in the world. Even if the performance has been achieved, such a rare work, he himself is too embarrassed to admit it. Since netizens are requesting to make standalone fighting games and gun games, then please satisfy them all at once. Surprise for cute fans! Thinking of this, he directly took out a notebook from the drawer, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote down the few games he had played on it. Large-scale standalone category. Prototype: The Elder Scrolls, Radiation, Grand Theft Auto, Resident Evil. Gun shooting categories: Battlefield series, Counter-Strike, Crossfire, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Call of Duty. These games were all well-known games back then. It's a bit unrealistic to want to make them all at once. We can only pick one of each and make it. Holding a pen, he began to think about these games. In the end, Prototype and Crossfire were selected. The first part of Prototype can be said to be called a classic among the classics, but after many years someone still mentions that game and wants to download it and enjoy it. The name Brother A is remembered by countless players. The super ability endowed by the Blacklight virus is even more violent. One person can single out an army, claws, hammers, absorption. Zayden is also more concerned about the ability of the Blacklight virus. You know, Brother A is at the top of the food chain no matter what kind of injury he has suffered. As long as he is not dead, he can absorb a living thing to recover his blood. Who doesn't like such a perverted ability? It's fixed. Prototype must be produced. As for why you choose Crossfire, a gun game with mixed reviews, that's because Zio Ma is a genius and planning is also a genius. Definitely, Sudan is also a talent. The crossing the line of fire he wants to produce is not just the crossing the line of fire back then. The name of this game covers almost all gun games. This is the main reason why he chose the game Crossfire. He intends to, on the basis of the original Crossfire, integrate it into other gun games. Players who are tired of transporting ships and watching the city, you can start a battle in Battlefield 2. Even, it can completely simulate the battlefield of World War II. I believe that after system optimization it will be able to perfectly restore the scene of World War II 2.0. This is a battle. Players can start from a small soldier, accumulate meritorious service and finally reach the level of an army commander, leading the team to victory in World War II. If you get tired of large-scale wars, you can also open a PUBG mobile mode to experience an exciting survival game, chased by the vicious ring and chicken-eating gangsters. In the end, let's see who can lucky eat chicken tonight. Even I am tired of eating chicken. Players can also eat zombies. Oh no, fight zombies. Resident Evil mode, H1Z1 mode, Left 4 Dead mode. This is the reason for choosing the name Crossfire, a game that allows you to play all the gun battle gameplays at once. Ask for all kinds of support. Please customize. Dan, what are you up to? Are you hungry? Hearing the sound, Sudan quickly looked up at the two women and then hurried back to his work. He said, I'm writing a new game, I'm a little hungry, what are you going to eat? Steak. In fact, when Sudan was poor, he only liked to eat noodles because a bowl of noodles tasted much better than those fancy things. It wasn't until he got rich that he realized that caviar can be eaten as much as you want. Liwa ran to Sudan's back, looked at the densely packed codes on the screen, and immediately had a head and two reasons. New game? Dan, World of Warcraft still has a very, very, very large room for development. Why is 560 developing a new game? Liwa used 3 varies in a row just to remind Sudan don't disperse power. In fact, it is true, the players in World of Warcraft have just passed the novice period and they are officially starting the game. Such a start has allowed Antarctic Company to make a lot of money, so how will the Warcraft story reach its climax in the future? The foreshadowing that was left in the CG of the King of Fighters was realized as the war started. At that time, the upsurge of players is hard to estimate. At such a juncture, what new game will be made? Sudan smiled and replied without raising his head, Our Antarctic Company is now bigger and stronger and the number of fans is also increasing. There are always people with different tastes. I read the forum and some players request let's make some other games. Listening to the answer, Liwa was taken aback for a moment, only seeing some players' requests, so he started working on a new game with such trouble. The boss is really kind too. If this conversation is recorded and broadcast, I am afraid that it will be judged for some international awards. How about let's go out and get some food? I see that Sudan is very busy. In front of Liwa, Mai Shiranui would always call Sudan by his name directly or call her by a single name just like Liwa. Liwa agreed with this proposal very much and immediately nodded, okay, let's go out and buy it and eat it. Hey after eating. Definitely, Liwa didn't say the second half of the sentence, it was from her heart. She reached out to open the cabinet of Sudan's office desk, took out 2 sets of clean and ironed professional attire from inside, and handed 1 set to Mai Shiranui. The two quickly tidied up and walked out of the office like a pair of sisters. At this point in time, it happened to be off-duty time. Sky, who was still working hard, glanced resentfully at Riva and Mai Shiranui, who came out of the boss office. The complexion of the two of them is so good and the skin is so gleaming. Sky touched her face involuntarily and worked in front of the computer every day, and in order to please Sudan, she often took the initiative to work overtime, which made her look extremely haggard. She used to be a little hacker on the street, not to mention that she didn't have a serious job and she would be hunted down every now and then. It wasn't until Sudan took her in that her fate took a turn for the better. Not to mention the stable and lucrative salary. The former enemy, Jin Bing, suddenly died like that. Oh, I need to replenish water after I go home at night, my poor skin. I'm so envious of the natural essences people use. Envy, jealousy, and hatred are useless. Riva and Mai Shiranui have already left and Sky continues to work hard. The next day, Sudan called all the staff and held a meeting. The conference stated that World of Warcraft in the company will continue to operate as usual, but a group of people will be freed up to join a new R&D team. Complete prototype and crossfire together. Such a decision came so abruptly that it caused a burst of exclamation from below. If there are other shareholders in Antarctic Corporation, they will definitely vote to absolutely disagree with Sudan's approach now. Because it is the same as Liwa's worries, you can't waste time on other games. Now that World of Warcraft is so popular, you must take care of it carefully and operate it boldly. It's a pity that there are only 2 shareholders of Angie Company except for Sudan. The rest is a fictitious person, who was also fabricated by Sudan out of thin air when the company was formally established. Therefore, in Sudan's company he is actually a shareholder, and what he says is an imperial decree in the company. Although those people were puzzled, they finally chose to agree with this genius boss. When is the boss's decision missed? Last time they said that Warcraft was too hot and they shouldn't have released a new game at that time. The results of it? As a result, as soon as World of Warcraft came out, the entire game circle and even the entire world were affected. What a majestic scene is this, a game that affects the real world. I am afraid that all game manufacturers have such a dream in their hearts, but Sudan is the only one who has really realized it. Work unfolds. The production of Prototype is actually not difficult at all for the team that has produced World of Warcraft. In this 3.0 game, apart from the powerful fighting scenes, there is another part that is very attractive, that is the whole storyline. But whether it is the story or the combat system, they are all written by Sudan himself, and what is left to the staff is just the simplest job. Another team is working on gun games. In order to make a perfect gunfight game, they soaked in the shooting range to collect real materials. But whether it is the story or the combat system, they are all written by Sudan himself, leaving it to the staff, which is only the simplest job. Another team is working on gun games. In order to make a perfect gun battle game, they soaked in the shooting range to collect real materials. While he was busy making 2 games here, Bruce Banner, who was packing up and preparing to leave, ran into some troubles in Brazil. For some reason, General Ross found out that he was hiding in Hercynia through some means. He actually brought a well-trained team and quietly came to arrest him. After realizing that several armed soldiers were approaching, he made a decisive decision, directly twisted the bed sheet into a rope, hung him and jumped from the window. As soon as he hit the ground, he ran wildly. Now with the suppression of the drug given by Sudan, he can run as fast as he wants without having to worry about heart rate, let alone worry about turning into a green titan. When the soldier kicked Banner's room open and looked at the open window, he realized that something was wrong and the target had escaped. They immediately ran to the window, spotted Banner fleeing at a glance, and immediately mobilized the ground team towards the wireless communication. The soldiers had guns in their hands and Banner was really worried. Although those 29 guns are full of narcotic bombs, as long as they are caught, their fate is the same. The soldiers chased him all the way and Banner was quick to use his wits. The only person who can help him now is probably that Mr. Sudan who has never met before. He immediately took out his antique mobile phone and dialed a stored number, New York, Antarctic Game Building. Sudan was still typing codes desperately when suddenly the mobile phone on his right rang. Banner, he almost has a photo memory now, and when he found the Banner number that day, he had already remembered it. There was a burst of panting on the other end of the phone and Banner urgently shouted, "Mr. Sudan, Luo. General Ross, I am being hunted down." "Chasing." Sudan understood immediately. "It's just that I didn't expect that General Ross would appear sooner or later, but at this time," looking at the work in his hand, he sighed helplessly, said, "Banner, don't worry now. Ross and the others are not willing to kill you now as long as you keep running away, or even if you are caught, it's fine. I will send someone to rescue you right now." Hearing this solemn tone, Banner was finally relieved. After Sudan hung up the phone, he immediately found a number in the address book that he hadn't dialed for a long time. This is the phone call he arranged for Gonitz at the time. After all, in the environment of modern New York without a mobile communication device, it is no different from a primitive person. "Hello, my lord." Gonitz's tone was still so rigid. He said that other gangsters are called bosses, but he just didn't change his words. "Go to Brazil and save someone." "Yes, my lord." Gonitz didn't even ask anyone and agreed directly. This is loyalty. After Sudan finished the communication, he immediately sent the map and Banner's personal information to Gonitz's mobile phone, and he was relieved. Then there is no need to worry anymore. Sudan has always been at ease when Gonitz handles the affairs. Putting down his phone, he continued to work. Banner had the bottom line in his mind, regained some strength all over his body, and hurriedly continued to run wildly. However, a person's strength is always limited, and behind him is an army led by a royal agent. In addition to this team, there are several off-road vehicles around to track and round up. Escaping is very difficult. He looked up at the deep forest outside Hessinia and immediately decided to hide in the deep forest temporarily. As long as you enter the woods, at least those cars can't drive in. Moreover, if the woods are deep, it will affect their wireless signal and the commanding team will be lost at that time, and it will be weakened a little bit anyway. Emil Bronski, an agent from Croatia, a veteran in his 40s. He has spent almost half of his life on missions and has exceptionally rich combat experience. General Ross specially took him in and ordered him to capture Bruce Banner. A mere Bruce for the experienced Bronski is actually very simple. However, Ross's old thing presents a problem. First, you are not allowed to shoot Bruce Banner, so you can only use tranquilizer bombs. Second, be careful not to irritate Bruce Banner. As for why, no one knows. The first constraint is acceptable, and I have done similar live capture tasks before. But the second article seems a bit too much. What do you mean not to irritate the target? However, Ross's military rank is now a general, and Bronski can only bite the bullet and obey orders. He led the team and chased Banner all the way into the woods. In this dense forest, their tranquilizer guns are restricted again. Want to hit the running Banner unless it's marksman coming. So there is only one way for everyone now, and that is to silently follow Banner, using the most energy-saving running method in the army until Banner is exhausted. General Ross was sitting in the car, but he was already distraught. He concealed the fact of the monster from his soldiers, so they don't even know what kind of terrifying existence they are chasing now. Once the Banner explodes and turns into a monster, I'm afraid they will all be smashed to pieces. The first wave of undercover arrests had failed, but Rose didn't want to give up, so he keeps the squad in hot pursuit. But in this way, there is a 217 serious problem, that is, the Banner may transform at any time. This is what Ross is most worried about. Once that monster transforms, even the tanks and cannons will be useless, let alone this small team. He stared at the screen closely, paying close attention to the vital signs of every soldier. Once any soldier died, it meant Banner went crazy. However, after such a long pursuit, he himself was sweating profusely while waiting, but Banner still didn't respond. What the hell is going on? Could it be that he has? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bronski, answer me, what's the matter now? General Zizzy. Coincidentally, the wireless signal was interfered at this time. Rose's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. According to his personal rational deduction, the dense forest can easily interfere with the current communication, but is there another terrifying possibility? Oops, Bruce, that guy may have gone crazy. Immediately, he quickly ordered the soldiers in the car, "You, restore the communication for me immediately, no matter what, connect me to the team ahead." "Yes, General." Ross jumped out of the car depressed, looked at the forest in front of him and jumped with hatred. Bronski is a waste, I can't even catch a banner. However, things are not what Rose thought at all. Bronski was still closely following Banner and the target was obviously exhausted during the hour-long stalking in the dense forest. Just 10 more minutes and they could have taken Banner alive. Moreover, there is an open field ahead. If Banner is driven there, these people can shoot. Banner is a little desperate and now he even wants to transform into a green titan to get out of this predicament. However, the medicine that Sudan gave him was too powerful. His current heartbeat is almost 120 per minute, but there is still no sign of transformation. My God, what should I do? What should I do? Although Sudan has said that it's okay to be caught, he doesn't want to be caught at all. But now he really has no strength. His footsteps feel like he is stepping on the clouds. He is powerless. He took a deep breath, turned his head and glanced at the back, and those people were getting closer. Those people are the source of despair. Every time they get closer, Banner becomes more desperate. Stop. Or I'll shoot. Don't suffer, buddy. Bronski, who was following behind, seemed at ease. He had received various trainings in the army and this kind of long-distance tracking was child's play for him. Now he is still full of energy. Hearing this, Banner didn't dare to linger and now he is running away based on his beliefs. His legs have already been on strike. Bronski noticed this slight change. He is a veteran after all. He dropped the gun in his hand and accelerated rapidly. This speed surpassed the team in an instant and quickly approached Banner. Hearing footsteps behind him, Banner had no time to react and was kicked to the ground. The strength of that kick is usually nothing, but now his footsteps are weak, he can't hold it at all and suddenly fell to the ground and rolled 2 or 3 meters away. Dude, I told you, don't ask for trouble, Tilda. Bronski sneered condescendingly, comparing physical strength with a soldier. I'm afraid I'm losing my mind. Banner glared at him. If it was normal, he would have torn up the Dogecoin by now and even dared to ridicule. His head would have been ground to pieces. It's a pity that he can't change even if he wants to change now. The drug effect is too strong. What, you want to kill me with your eyes? Bronski laughed again and then waved to the team behind him. Come, carry him back. However, when he looked back, he found that his teammates were holding their guns and aiming at him. Hey, what are you guys doing? Later. Hearing his teammates' reminder, Bronski hurriedly turned his head, and at some point not far in front of him, a man in a long robe appeared with a book in his hand, who looked like a priest. But he sure isn't a priest. How could that kind of person run into such a deep mountain and wild forest? Bronski was immediately on the alert. With one hand behind his back, he gestured towards the team behind him. The next moment, dense anesthesia bombs all shot towards Gonitz. The anesthesia bombs they equipped can anesthetize an adult male quickly with one shot, and such a number of anesthesia bombs is a lethal dose. Unfortunately, their mistake is that they don't know Gonitz. That is a man who controls the wind. He raised his hand and waved it lightly, and there was a strong wind blowing those anesthesia bombs back one after another. Clap, clap, clap. Those narcotic bombs that were originally shot at Gonitz are now returned to their original owners, knocking down these ignorant soldiers to the ground. Bronski widened his eyes, looking at this scene beyond his own understanding. He has always known that this world is a scientific world. No matter how strong a human being is, he can't catch a bullet. Having a gun in your hand means strength, but what is the situation now? A human being can control the wind by waving his hand? Is this really magic? Bronski began to doubt life. Go away, Gonitz said lightly. However, Bronski's feet looked as heavy as if they had been filled with lead. At the moment, he completely forgot how to act. When Gonitz saw that Bronski did not listen to dissuasion, he waved his hand again with calm eyes and helplessness. That was the wind pressure like an air cannon directly blasting Bronski head-on. Bronski's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string and smashed heavily into the deep forest. Life or death is unknown. At this time, Gonitz looked down at Bruce Banner on the ground. Mr. Banner, I would like to come to the rescue according to the order of the Lord. For super ability, Banner has already learned about it. Isn't his transformation a kind of super ability? However, the master that Gonitz said surprised Banner. It is not difficult to guess that the so-called master is actually Mr. Sudan. In this day and age, what kind of person is there who can still be honored as Lord by others? What's more, let a person like Gonitz with super ability be honored as the master. Could it be that Mr. Sudan is also a person with super abilities? If you think about it this way, it makes sense. How could that black card-shaped drug be something that science can produce today? Suddenly, a sense of intimacy welled up in my heart. Birds of a feather flock together and people are divided into groups. Even if you can get drugs to suppress the monster in your body, he is still a monster in essence. Being able to come together with this group of people has an inexplicable sense of belonging. Banner regained some strength, stood up quickly, and smiled politely at Gonitz. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Mr. Banner does not need to thank you, everything is arranged by the Lord. So loyal, yes. Banner is a little envious. Okay, then let's hurry to see Mr. Sudan. Oh right, we can't go that way, General Ross Convoy is still there. Gonitz glanced in that direction with disdain and reached out to touch the banner casually. An invisible wind force actually suspended the banner, which weighed nearly 60 kilograms. Like this. This. Banner looked at his body in surprise. If this is the super ability of Gonitz, it is really too enviable. He wants to use his transformation to exchange with him. Definitely, that can't be done. Gonitz didn't explain but controlled the wind, took Banner and passed Lin Hai at low altitude and flew in the direction of the United States. Who said you have to fly across borders, need a passport? Gonitz never cared about those towels. As long as he flies fast enough, no one can stop him on the national border. Leaving from Stark Industry in the afternoon, a team of boxcars will automatically deliver the server to the door. The preparations for Crossfire still need a week of preparation, just leave it to do it. Now she is not limited to modeling and her operational ability has already been very good. And Sudan was busy with other things in the company. If he wants to enter the era of virtual holographic online games, he must reform the company, not just in the game industry. In his plan, the first branch company is a bioscience company led by Banner. Banner will be the leader in researching virtual online game helmets and then recruit a group of related professionals. Presumably with the current title of Antarctic Company, but even a branch can easily attract talents. The second is the Hardware Technology Department. Now that he does a lot of things, he has to go to the Stark building to find Tony. As I said before, a successful company should be able to be basically self-sufficient. Now in terms of hardware equipment, it is the Antarctic A flaw in the game company, so it is necessary to establish such a department. And in the previous conversation with Tony, he also promised some technical support to help Antarctica through the initial development period of this department. 1 week is enough for Sudan to do many things. The branch invests more money, but fortunately Antarctic Game Company is developing rapidly now, and its ability to attract money is world-class, so soon, Antarctic Biotechnology Company was formally established. Along with it, there is also the official operation of Crossfire. This time it's amazing. The earlier Wish post is now ranked first by netizens on the forum. Underground comments no longer dare to be slanderous, cursing, and the like. Almost all of them were overwhelmed by comments like Awesome 666, Sudan's father married me, esports heavenly father, and so on. As the poster of the poster, I can't help myself with excitement. She is actually a middle school student and a girl at that. No one knows how she has survived for such a long time. How strong is a middle school student's psychological endurance? She just posted a post on the internet and some netizens who didn't know the importance of it slammed it wildly. Cyber violence sounds nothing, but when it really happens to you, you will understand why it is called violence. Her studies have been a miserable mess in the recent mock exams, and she huddled in a corner of the classroom all day long, looking out the window, but did not dare to contact other people. She was afraid that she would suddenly reveal that she was the one who posted it. If others knew about such a thing, how many people would point at her scalp and curse? Fortunately, Sudan has eyes. After she weathered the storm, she finally saw the rainbow. This time it was Sudan who stood up and supported this middle school girl. The girl wiped off the tears on her face and immediately blew her hair. Thank you, Dad, Sudan. There were only 6 short words because she was afraid of saying the wrong thing again, and she checked these 6 words no less than 20 times. It can be seen how traumatic cyber violence has left this girl. After posting, she immediately exited the forum, then looked at the game that had been downloaded and couldn't wait to double-click to open it. On her computer screen, a window popped up which was the classic window of Crossfire. And in the login column, you need to enter the general account of Antarctic Games. Soon, she entered the main page of Crossfire. Obviously, a gunfight game like Crossfire is incomparable with the fantasy-style main page of a role-playing game like World of Warcraft. But even so, it is very shocking. The painting style is cool, the steel texture is full, very simple and direct. It is 10,000 times better than the gun battle online games of other garbage game manufacturers. She browsed curiously, her eyes gliding over each option. Dropship, Overwatch, Ash of the Desert, Biopyramids are these maps. The girl didn't rush to start the game but continued to explore on the main interface of the game, as if she wanted to see her favorite wish list and there would be some unique surprises. Suddenly, he found a door-like button on the top of the main interface and the mouse couldn't help but click in. This is like opening the door to a new world. Campaign mode, Crisis Survival mode, and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode. These modes are no longer simple buttons but rectangular gray pictures. No matter how she clicks, there is no response. Suddenly, when she hovered over a picture for more than 3 seconds, a paragraph of text appeared. Stay tuned. In fact, without this string of words, she was originally looking forward to it. 0. This might just be a wishlist surprise. Afterwards, she returned to the main interface and started a transport ship. In the classic map of the transport ship, two teams of players, each playing the role of terrorists and counter-strikes, will fight against each other. The girl was matched into the terrorists' ranks. When the loading progress bar reached 100%, the girl was shocked. She forgot to operate and almost lost the gun in her hand. Definitely, there are game characters. If you don't press the button, it is impossible to throw the gun. Just because this picture is too real, it's like stepping into a real transport ship in an instant. Almost 99% of the pictures are real. Sudan's transport ship is definitely not the original Crossfire transport ship, but a 99% restored transport ship. These players seem to have really boarded a ship. With the waves, the hull still has a slight touch, and the cabin in front of it is even more realistic to the extreme. The girl turned the direction with the mouse, pressed W to control the character to walk in, and saw that all the instruments were actually displayed. This is too exaggerated. Sudan's father gave me not a wish but a dream. After being amazed, she realized that she was holding a black M16 in her hand. The M16 automatic rifle is actually one of her favorite firearms. In the online gun battle games I played before, no matter what happens, many brainless players are enthusiastic about AK-47, but holding that kind of gun with super recoil, they don't know how to press the gun and they have to shoot continuously. The girl gently clicks the left button of the mouse. Boom. There is no difference between gunshots and reality, and looking towards the shooting point, a clear bullet mark was left there and the bullet head was just embedded in the middle. Everything is clearly visible and the picture quality has almost become the most basic thing in Antarctic games, but it is the most basic thing that other game companies can't match. Girls have played a lot of gunfight games, but those gunfights are either horizontal version 2D or rough modeled garbage ballistics. All the guns are shot in straight lines. The bullet marks are always black spots. Boring. This Crossfire deserves to be called the multiplayer online shooting game. Counter-Strike Team is a group of newcomers. They seldom play this kind of gun battle game, they just admire the reputation of the Antarctic game, download it and try to see what the so-called Crossfire is. After all, in the publicity picture on the official website, there are several sexy girls with long legs and big B******. BS. It seems to be called Night Rose, Mandala, Spirit Fox. But when they entered the game, they found that all around them were big men armed to the teeth. Where is there any young lady? Is it on the opposite side? A man who is not afraid of death immediately drives his character towards the enemy for the sake of a woman. As a qualified Mengson, he didn't know how to find a cover at all but rushed straight to the opponent's lair. However, when he ran all the way over, what he saw was a group of even rougher men. There are terrorists here. Bang. 820. One shot from the girl ended the man's sinful life. This will be a massacre. Her marksmanship is just like the five-flowered veteran in CF back then. Crossing the line of fire is very quick to learn. After the girl is familiar with the operation, she directly rushes towards the enemy with an M16. Under the suppression of a sharpshooter, the counter-strikes on the opposite side were beaten and couldn't reach the resurrection point. One person can suppress a group of people, so don't be too violent. Finally, someone couldn't bear the humiliation and quit the game. They are here to find the young lady. Since there is no young lady in the game, they will leave. However, according to the reputation of Antarctic Game Company, it is impossible to deceive people with false propaganda. Soon, he discovered the secret in the mall. It turned out that these young ladies had to spend money to buy them. A little sister is only a few dozen yuan, which is really cool. In reality, a woman wants a bride price of hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands, but here you can buy it for a few tens of dollars, so why not do it? Most of the players who play Prototype are boys. First of all, there is such an image on the cover that boys cannot refuse. Secondly, a few small screenshots of the game directly made those players blow up. What is that? That is blood and violence. This game within the United States is twice as popular as anywhere else. It may be that the players here are born full of violence. When they saw Brother A's super ability, they all went crazy. Shout admiration. When have they seen such violent aesthetics? The refreshing feeling of personal heroism in battle almost made the United States players climax. Especially the pictures are done too realistically, which is very immersive. When they are playing games, their eyes are often red, and they regard themselves as the brother A who was infected with the black light virus and lost his memory. New York used to be known as the capital of crime because gang fights can happen every night. But now, when they are driving the game characters to jump and climb between high-rise buildings, they suddenly find that those so-called gang fights are nothing short of child's play. The army below is shooting at him. Well, move a truck and smash 'em. Smelly women in the streets are screaming. Well, go up and cut her into 3 pieces. Kill, kill, kill. Many players are red-eyed and finally find that the game has failed. Although Brother A is very strong, he is not invincible. Under the dense firepower net, Iron Head Boy still has to burp. The screen turned gray and the players came back to their senses. But my heartbeat can't stop. 3 days? In just 3 days, a new trend appeared on the Antarctic forum. Among most of the World of Warcraft-related posts, more and more posts about Prototype and Crossfire gradually appeared. Since these 2 games were released and launched at the same time, it is inevitable that people will compare the 2 games together. About killing the original form and crossing the line of fire, who can be the next master. Floor 1. Warcraft, I am immortal, who dares to call himself king? Floor 2. What is the original form of massacre? I am so angry that Killin did beat you into a hornet's nest. Floor 3. It is recommended to download a game as soon as possible upstairs. Otherwise, the mental hospital will come to pick you up by force. Seeing these players arguing, Sudan actually felt a little headache. Standalone and online games compete for the first place, and game characters and game props compete for the first place. What are they doing this for? However, in the comments of the post, some sensible players can still be found. Floor 250. Brothers, have you seen that there are still many modes in Crossfire that have not been activated? Can someone inside tell us what these modes are? Floor 251. Brothers upstairs, give up. Antarctica's secrecy work is #1 in the world, although I don't know what those models are, but I never feel that Sudan's father will let us down. Floor 253. Through the Line of Fire will be officially launched next month, and you will get an out-of-print weapon when you log in. Click me to claim it. Sudan silently deleted the 253rd floor directly as an administrator. Mad and liars all ran to the forum. Turning around, I have to tell the technicians to make an anti-fraud program and leave it in the forum. Otherwise, these players are all eager to discuss the game here, and it would be bad to be cheated of money by those goddamn liars. The emergence of Crossfire and Prototype did not have any serious impact on World of Warcraft. Warcraft players are all mature now. They basically make appointments and they all have a fixed team. Even because of the frequent formation of teams, the situation of online dating appeared. This is a business opportunity. With his keen business sense, Sudan immediately noticed this great business opportunity. What do online dating like to do? Spiritual sustenance. Let their characters in the game be able to get married, which is a dream for online dating. Looking at the world today, there hasn't been any game where you can get married so far. 2.1 Then he will set this precedent. He quickly wrote a marriage system. When you get married, you need to pay different money according to the different luxury of the wedding. Similarly, diamond rings of different qualities also require money at different prices. Even after getting married, they can pass the trial dungeon and give birth to a baby. The baby needs awakening savvy, which is definitely money. After giving birth, you have to wear clothes. Genius, what a business genius. Those written programs tried to run in the special 18x version of World of Warcraft on my computer. After a 10-minute update, the size of the game package increased by 2 GB. However, Sudan didn't care about it at all. He quickly logged into his account and directly initiated some kind of ulterior invitation to the beautiful NPC beside him. Don't worry about Crossfire and Prototype. Just wait for the next version update according to the plan and gradually open the new mode. There is no need for Sudan to be busy with these. His attention now is on the company's new projects. The Antarctic Biotechnology branch led by Banner is already on the right track, and the atmosphere in the branch is still good. However, the Antarctic Hardware Technology department opened has some problems. Because Tony promised to help, but there has been no news for 7 days. It's really a headache for this playboy to lay down his burden temporarily. Now I can't get through the phone and I don't care about the game account warning anyway, the whole person can't be contacted. As a last resort, he can only hack into the system of the Stark Industrial Building again, trying to get Tony out. Unexpectedly, he hijacked all the cameras installed in the whole building, even the restrooms, but he still couldn't find Tony. The establishment of the hardware technology department is of great importance. No matter how awesome the idea he has in mind, without hardware support, everything can only be a fantasy. So he decided to take a trip to Tony's kennel. Tony's kennel is also a sea view villa. After driving on the 29th Ring Road, I saw that unique house from a distance. But when he walked out of the house, he only heard a greeting from Jarvis, "Welcome, Dan Bandit." "Where's Tony? Why don't you turn on the lights?" he asked. Before Jarvis could answer, a voice sounded in the darkness. "Tony has been missing for 7 days, buddy. Okay?" Sudan was taken aback. The voice sounded familiar. He stretched out his hand and pressed the switch next to the door. The light turned on and there was a black-clothed, black-faced, black high-patch brat standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Oh, Nick Fury. When can this guy break into other people's homes?" Fortunately, after the last incident, the security system of the villa has been reprogrammed, and now Lao Tzu's villa security system is the world's #1. "Wait. You said Tony has been missing for 7 days, Sudan frowned. "You must be wondering how I stay in someone else's house. Don't worry, I'm not a thief." Nick Fury turned around, glanced at the boundless sea again, and then walked towards Sudan. "Yes, to be precise, 180 hours in Tony's hospital." Sudan suddenly thought of a terrible incident and asked, "What's going on? Where is the last news?" "Afghanistan." "Damn!" Sudan cursed in a low voice. The last thing he wanted to see finally happened. It didn't matter if Tony changed or Iron Man remained the same. The main reason was that the company's hardware technology department would be put on hold for a long time due to such a delay. "Sudan, I know you are very capable. Can you help me? We must find Tony," Nick Fury said solemnly. Sudan nodded helplessly. "It is better to get Tony back first. Perhaps after experiencing this incident, he will close the arms manufacturing and sales department of Stark Industries, and then he can concentrate on developing high-tech. It is also a benefit." "Okay, Director Nick, I'll find someone. You go prepare the rescue team," Sudan said. According to his understanding of the plot, it is definitely impossible to find Tony and waste time in Afghanistan. It looks like a small area on the map, but in fact it is a very large area. If you use the method of elimination, the workload is enough to crush people to death. The key to this matter is not in Afghanistan but in New York. Who wants Tony dead? Definitely Obadiah. The one who planned the whole process of Tony's murder was Obadiah, who was treated like an uncle by Tony. He wants to take Stark Industries. Want to take Tony Stark's place in Stark Industries? As long as Tony is dead, he is #1. Unfortunately, something went wrong with his partner and he didn't kill Tony in the first place. Sudan chuckled and asked directly to the side, "Jarvis, where is the equipment available?" Jarvis is actually an intelligent butler system, following the name of the old butler of the Stark family from the previous generation. For Tony's villa, he definitely has certain management rights. At the same time, he can even feel a little sad about Tony's disappearance. "Mr. Sudan, please turn left and go down the stairs." Nick Fury looked at Sudan in surprise. He has always regarded Jarvis as a decoration, but how does it feel that Sudan knows Jarvis so well? At this moment, Sudan's voice came through. "Director Nick, don't be dazed anymore. If you delay, Tony will see God." "Oh good." Although surprised by Sudan's familiarity, he didn't have time to find out, so he hurriedly took out his phone and called Phil Coulson. "Down the stairs, this is Tony's territory and most people are not allowed to get close to it." However, after Jarvis's calculations, Sudan was brought in with an exception. Sudan didn't care about those simple machines but walked quickly to the computer. First, check out Obadiah's most recent calls. That's why SHIELD couldn't find Tony for so long. Obadiah's point is very critical, but that dead, bald man's acting skills are so good that no one noticed him at all. On the 573 computer screen, there are a total of more than a dozen calls to the Afghan region. He playing the call voice while tracking the coordinates of the other party. Soon, through the hijacked satellite, several coordinate points were locked. Success! He didn't rule out any of these coordinate points and sent them directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. Nick Fury, who was on the phone, had an expression on his face. He felt his S.H.I.E.L.D. search ability like a pig. Obviously, a game developer can find the location in minutes, but their S.H.I.E.L.D. still has no clue. After doing all this, Sudan didn't end but directly hacked into Obadiah's computer. His technique is very delicate, the hacking is seamless. Even if Obadiah is still using the computer at this time, he can't find that he has been monitored. Maid, I finally tricked the damned Tony, who knows how to play games all day long, and the plan has been delayed for more than half a year, really damn it. Sudan was a little speechless. It turned out to be his game, delaying the time for Tony to be victimized. I have been busy with my own company all the time, but I didn't pay attention to Tony. I wish I had reminded him, but obviously all the words of "I would have known" are just empty words. At this moment, Obadiah's computer suddenly received a secret video. He quickly and quietly opened it. Sure enough, it was a video shot by a group of terrorists. The language in the video was incomprehensible to Sudan, but looking at the picture, Tony was already holding a car battery and was dying. The last time I saw him, he was still a lively game fan who begged for game privileges, but this time he has turned into this embarrassing look. Jarvis also seems to understand this video. Mr. Stark was kidnapped. Yeah, Sudan replied in a deep voice, and he was injured. We need to rescue Mr. Stark. I've already gone to the rescue. Thank you, sir. No, it's time to do. People from S.H.I.E.L.D. have contacted the military stationed near Afghanistan. There is an old friend of Tony, Colonel Rhodes. At the moment of receiving the news, everyone took action. Tony Stark's identity is there. No matter how many difficulties they have to get him back. If it's a civilian, they'll forget it because the United States Army doesn't care about the life and death of a few civilians. Their so-called human rights are actually a joke. But Tony Stark is their #1 weapon supplier, providing them with invincible weapons. This man can't die. But they don't know that after rescuing Tony this time, the weapons supply relationship is over. Sudan turned off the computer and stood up, saying, "Then I'm leaving. Thank you again for Mr. Stark, Doctor. Say no, let's go." Walking up the stairs again, Nick Fury was still waiting there with an unpredictable expression on his face. He turned to Sudan and said, "Although I know that your technology is very advanced, definitely, I don't mean to use your technology. I just want to ask, how did you choose those coordinates so quickly, Tilda? So you said you didn't mean to trick me. I tricked you, monkey. Tony was kidnapped. It's not a problem to stay in other people's house all the time. Sudan has already planned to go back." But Nick Fury kept asking, "Sudan, I really just want to know some clues." Okay. Looking at Sudan's white eyes, Nick Fury shut up wisely. Pity his dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. technicians. After working for so long in Antarctic company for nothing, what they learned is less than 1/10,000th of Sudan's. When will they reach the level of Sudan? God. Nick Fury feels like he might never live to see that day. Alas, I don't know what Sudan likes. Gotta figure it out. There are 3 coordinates provided by Sudan to S.H.I.E.L.D. It doesn't say exactly which one Tony is in. There is no other meaning, just too lazy to continue searching. It will definitely take more time to find it by yourself. However, the military has a large number of people, and it is easy to search for the 3 coordinates that have been identified. Under the order of Colonel Rhodes, the army quickly searched the 2 coordinate points but did not find Tony. Then it must be at the last coordinate point. Take off, coordinate number 3. With an order, the helicopter took off again. Everyone rushed to the vicinity of number 3 coordinates and landed. The sound of the helicopter was too loud, and they kept it out of the hearing of the stronghold every time so as not to startle the enemy. 2 heavily armed soldiers got off the plane quickly, and when they quietly surrounded them, they found that there were already 4 agents waiting here. This has been a huge help. Rhodes rushed to the forefront himself. He was the middleman between Tony Stark and the United States military. He was also Tony's friend, and he wanted to rescue Tony just like everyone else. The fight has to end quickly. Tony is in a very dangerous situation right now. Listening to the agent's words, Rhodes nodded solemnly and gestured towards the soldiers behind him, and a group of soldiers quickly dispersed. attacking the den of thieves in a surrounded manner. And at the moment, those terrorists were still watching Tony working in the cave on the monitor. They asked Tony Stark to build them a Jericho missile for a week. In the eyes of others, this is really embarrassing for Fat Tiger. But Tony Stark is different. He is not someone else, he is Tony Stark. After struggling a few days ago, he extracted the rare elements in the missile, made a reaction furnace for his chest, and finally unloaded the bulky car battery. No one wants to die in such an unclear way, and a person like Tony with a lot of knowledge in his head is even less likely to be idle. He hasn't waited to play that virtual game yet. How he wanted to go back now, back to his own home and never have anything to do with these dangerous things again. In these lairs are the munitions produced by their Stark Industries. Who knows what went wrong? At the moment, Tony's desire to survive was unprecedentedly strong. He clenched his fists. He must go out alive to find out the truth, but at this moment there were chaotic gunshots outside. Tony looked at Ethan, the physicist who was also kidnapped. What's going on? I don't know, put it on quickly, I'll buy you time. Ethan. The news of Tony's return shocked the netizens of the United States again. Although since King of Fighters, more and more news is about Angie Game Company, and even today it has accounted for 90% of the talk. But the Playboy chairman of Stark Industries is, after all, an old friend of the media, and this disappearance will definitely be fired into the news. After Tony Stark got off the plane, the first thing he cared about was no longer beauties, wangs, and cannonballs. Instead, hold a press conference. After announcing that Stark Industries was shutting down the weapons manufacturing industry, despite the suspicion and shouts of the audience, Tony didn't care about anything and left directly. He doesn't want to say another half-word now because he is very tired. Happy drove the car, carrying Tony and Pepper, and headed directly towards the villa. As soon as I got home, I heard a long-lost welcome voice. Welcome back, sir. As the voice of Jarvis fell, the corridor suddenly lit up with soft lights as if to heal Tony's wounds. Wow, Laugia, how did you make it so warm? It made my skin crawl, Tony said arrogantly. Sir, do you need to switch to DJ mode? Forget it, no need, it's good. Tony walked into the living room supported by Pepper and was finally moved by Jarvis looking at the flowers on the table. Okay, thanks, buddy. Tony swears this is the first time he has been picked up by a smart butler after living for so long. Moreover, this setting is still a man. Dry, however, just as Tony sat down on the sofa, the voice of Jarvis sounded again. He is unusually talkative today. Sir, it's not me that you want to thank but Mr. Sudan. Sudan? Tony was taken aback. Speaking of Sudan, he can be considered a friend now and can make friends with businessmen. Sudan is his only exception. Speaking of Sudan, Tony secretly thought it was bad because he hadn't signed into Warcraft for several days. Sign off. Just when his thoughts broke down, Jarvis said, Sir, please go downstairs and have a look. Oh, Jarvis, you're acting weird today. Tony turned to Pepper with a puzzled face and asked, Pepper, did you prepare something with thieves? When Zyojil was asked, she immediately replied innocently. No, I have been looking for news about you through various channels these days, and I have no time to come here. That's weird, Jarvis, what the hell is it? While asking, Tony still got up and walked down the stairs. When he walked into his laboratory, the few small machines he had invented before started to move immediately. One of them moved in front of him and 257 followed, projecting a figure. That's exactly what Sudan was searching for here that day. Jarvis recorded it completely and reproduced it for Tony. Tony was silent. Mr. Stark was kidnapped. Well, and he's hurt. We need to rescue Mr. Stark. I've already gone to the rescue. Thank you, sir. No, it's time to do. I'm leaving. Thank you again for Mr. Stark, sir. Say no, let's go. Maid. I finally tricked the damned Tony, who knows how to play games all day long, and the plan has been delayed for more than half a year. Really, damn it. There was a long silence. Little Pepper stayed in front of the door. She looked at the back of Tony Stark, who was slowly becoming lonely and felt distressed for a while. Tony hasn't shed a tear since the time he lost his parents. Because he wants to be in charge of the family, he wants to be a man, and he cannot shed tears easily. But now, tears are rolling in his eyes, his teeth are clenched, his masseter muscles are raised, and he is desperately enduring it. When he was in the cave, he doubted everyone except Obadiah. After all, he was a friend of his father's, grew up with him, and he treated him like an uncle, but never expected that in the end this person not only betrayed him but even put him to death. Now he should thank those terrorists for not killing him immediately after discovering that he is Tony Stark. It was also absolutely unexpected that the one who saved him in the end was actually that friend whom he had known not long ago. Not Rod, not Happy, not Nick, it's Sudan. Life projection ends here. Tony sniffled and gritted his teeth but was hugged tightly by Pepper from behind. Little Pepper, let go, I'm going to kill Obadiah. No, no. Tony, you calm down. Opened. Do not. Pepper's tears finally persuaded Tony's anger. At this time, Jarvis said in a timely manner, Sir, I think these are what Mr. Sudan wants you to see. Dan, in Tony's heart, Sudan's status has been raised to the first level. What about the game Godfather, that is his savior? Need me to contact him now, sir? Jarvis asked again. No, I'll go find him myself. But it's already night. Okay, I'll go tomorrow morning. In the early morning of the next day, Tony quickly boarded a sports car and drove straight towards CJFC Sudan's house. In fact, he didn't sleep all night. Sudan often wakes up early recently, and his strong physique overwhelms his extremely strong restraint ability. Most people sleep in light sleep, but he can directly sleep for 6 hours in a prescribed deep sleep. Resting for 6 hours like this is better than the average person sleeping for 10 hours. Hearing the prompt from the security system, he knew that it was Tony who had come to visit. There is no need for him to go to open the door, just give permission and the door with the automatic program will open. Looking at the approaching figure, Sudan smiled. Morning, did you read the evening news yesterday? It said that after Stark Industries shut down its weapons manufacturing industry, it would soon be defeated by Antarctic Corporation. And Stark is getting smaller and smaller, and Antarctic is getting bigger and bigger. Please, buddy, don't hurt me early in the morning. I don't have any psychological burden to close the weapon manufacturing industry. I can close it with peace of mind and comfort. Comfortable. Stimulated. If you come here, you will find it very exciting. Yes. Thanks. Sudan glared at Tony with a look of disgust. Okay, I don't like fluff, let alone a man with an unshaven beard. Tony received a 50,000 crit hit. But there is nothing to do now. After all, the person in front of him is the one who saved him once. Actually, I came here today. Besides thanking you in person, there is one more thing. What's the matter? Sudan said. By the way, if you thank me, don't mention it, just help me start my hardware technology department. Tony nodded and then said, You deliberately asked Jarvis to give me a hint, and then, according to the hint, I checked Obadiah again and found some incredible secrets. What secret? He made a battle suit. Sudan frowned, thinking about this question. Obadiah created Obadiah so quickly. To be honest, he was still surprised in his heart. Even if Tony made the Mark II, it wasn't that fast. There is only one possibility, and that is when Tony was trapped in the cave, he also participated in the surveillance. Otherwise, how could it be produced so quickly? This is indeed a difficult question for you. Sudan patted Tony on the shoulder. This is indeed the case. After he calmed down last night, he also thought about directly using the police to arrest Obadiah. But when he saw the Iron Overlord, he didn't dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Sudan picked up the coat on the hanger and said casually, I don't know how much time it will take to solve Obadiah for you, so how about it you start helping me with hardware technology development today, and I go and help you solve Obadiah. I believe you should understand the rest, right? Confused, Tony followed Sudan to a rare Huxia restaurant in New York and had breakfast. For the first time in my life, I felt that there is a food that is more delicious than hamburgers called raw GMO. Dan, are you sure you're going to deal with Obadiah? He has a battle suit. Sure. After lunch. Dan, are you sure you're going to deal with Obadiah? He has a battle suit. After finishing the work of the hardware technology department in the afternoon. Dan, are you sure you're going to deal with Obadiah? He's got a battle suit. That's right. B. Dan, are you sure you're going to deal with Obadiah? He has a battle suit. This is already the 4th time he has asked Sudan. This time, Sudan was really impatient and said, He only has a battle suit and an egg, and he has no batteries. However, as soon as the words fell, Tony's pocket phone rang. It wasn't someone calling him in but a reminder from Jarvis. What is it, Jarvis? Sir, just now Obadiah broke into the room and stole the reactor you replaced. Tony, Sudan, this is absolutely amazing. Sudan laughed angrily. Did you leave any traces when you checked Obadiah last night? Ugh. Can you hack into others without leaving any traces? Clothes. By the way, how did he know that I put the old arc reactor in the workshop? When a blind cat meets a dead mouse, it knows that you have checked him. Can he not be in a hurry? Then what should I do? I don't have a battle suit yet. Originally, after Tony returned, he has been rushing to create a new and decent battle suit. But I've been working at Antarctic Company all day today, so I don't have time to be busy at all. Didn't I say it? Sudan put down the barbecue in his hand, picked up the beer and took a sip. I'll do it. Tony was not at ease with Sudan. He felt that he had at least experienced battles. How could Sudan fight against that kind of battle suit by himself? However, Sudan didn't want to listen to Tony's dissuasion and directly found the location from Badia. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the two arrived, they heard the heavy footsteps from far to near. Iron Overlord, a battle armor with a lot of firepower, and its defense is amazing. Just looking at it gives people a sense of oppression. I think we should leave quickly. However, Sudan smiled disdainfully, and his gaze was fixed on the dim arc reactor on Iron Tyrant's chest. Originally, the huge amounts of body of the Iron Bully consumes a lot of energy, and now it is still equipped with an old battery, so there is nothing to worry about. You stay in the car, I'll come as I go. With that said, Sudan unbuckled his seat belt, opened the door and got out of the car without fear. After getting off the car, he called out the system's point maul. To deal with iron bumps like the Iron Overlord, he would never be able to smash them with his hands. He must have a good weapon. Equipment bar. Blade of Ogum, 500,000 points. Dragon Tooth Blade, 500,000 points. Corpse Harvester, 300,000 points. Buy the Blade of Orgum. Be purchased successfully. Ogum's blade is a blue-quality one-handed sword which increases strength, agility, endurance, and a passive effect. That is, melee attacks can corrode the target. It couldn't be more suitable for dealing with iron turtles like the Iron Overlord. Far away. After Obadiah successfully installed, he couldn't wait to sit on it. Because he wanted to take advantage of the darkness and quickly kill Tony Stark to silence him. Otherwise, his secret will always be kept in Tony's heart, which is not a good thing after all. Those trash men didn't kill Tony, now he has to do it himself. However, when he came out in the Iron Overlord, then I saw the lights of the car stopped and a young man got off from it. I saw him gesticulating in front of him with empty hands as if he was saying Amen to Jesus. But soon he was dumbfounded. The young man conjured a long sword out of thin air. Hehehe, I saw that the idiot must have not woken up. He dared to deal with my Iron Tyrant with a broken sword. Wait, this looks familiar, Sudan. After it was Sudan, the sarcasm on Obadiah's face became more obvious. I think you kid must be playing a game stupidly, and you want to chop me with a broken sword. I stand up and let you chop. Boy. Ask for flower 0. Sudan was not polite. He held the long sword, exerted force under his feet, and rushed forward with a leap. After going through medium-level strengthening, his body is like iron and his strength has grown explosively. With this jump, not only Obadiah, the person involved, was stunned, but even Tony in the car was stunned. That kind of jumping intensity is simply not something that humans can do today. With that leap, he turned into a black shadow and leaped more than 10 feet away. The long sword in his hand shone with a faint cold light, and he chopped down on the Iron Tyrant's head without any hesitation. Clang! Generally speaking, when steel meets steel, there will be a crisp sound, but when the sword goes down, it is extremely low. Looking around, it turned out that Iron Tyrant's head had been cut open. Point 0. The sword in his hand is just an ordinary level 50 blue weapon, not a magical weapon in Warcraft. But with this, he single-handedly cut through Iron Overlord's tortoise-like solid stone defense. The head is the deadliest position of the human body. It's just that Obadiah's bald head didn't stick close to the helmet of the Iron Overlord, and he couldn't kill him with a single blow. Iron Overlord's body was relatively large, and there were only some aiming devices installed on his head. Almost the entire body of Obadiah was actually in Iron Overlord's torso. Monster! Looking up at the crack on the helmet, Obadiah was startled and hurriedly drove the arm of the iron bully to shoot towards Sudan. It's a pity Sudan's current speed. How can it be possible that a mere cumbersome iron turtle can touch it? He didn't even need to dodge but directly pressed the tip of his sword against the iron tyrant's fist, turned around with his strength and got behind the iron tyrant. Clang! Another sword strike. This time, Sudan didn't cut those hard parts directly but used his skills to cut near the joints. The weakness of the machine lies in the joints. No matter how hard Iron King's tortoise shell is, his joints can't be made of the same material and design or he won't be able to move at all. When this sword went down, it actually cut off the careful hydraulic pipe on the arm of the Iron Overlord, causing the entire right arm of the Iron Overlord to lose its power support. Iron Overlord's arm is a dual hydraulic power system. Simply destroying a single hydraulic pressure exposed on the surface has no effect unless two hydraulic pressure is destroyed at the same time. The pipeline is different. Without the pipeline, the hydraulic device can only be used as scrap iron. Because the right arm lost its power support, the whole arm was hanging down weakly and Obadiah pressed the fire in a panic and all his body fell to the ground. Da-da-da. The bullets fired by the Gatling mounted on his arm exploded like popcorn. Sudan dodged immediately to avoid being hit by the ejected bullets. Right arm power system damaged. Fake! Obadiah cursed angrily, shut down his weapon and drove Iron Bully Wang Li to turn around immediately. On the left arm of Iron Overlord there are still a few rockets installed and he is not afraid of the loss of firepower. In his opinion, as long as anyone hits Sudan, then victory can be declared. After all, everyone is a mortal body who is not afraid of a bullet. Tony is such a genius, he gave me such a armor. Obadiah's panic was gradually replaced by complacency. He turned around and facing Sudan was a rocket without any hesitation. Boom. The violent explosion lit up the night sky. 29 also showed the result. It didn't hit Sudan. Hateful. It was impossible for Sudan to catch a rocket. He used wind walk to enter the stealth state. With various abilities added to his body, his movements became more agile in the stealth state. He quickly walked around the back of the Iron Overlord, facing the joint of his left arm. He slashed down with all his strength. Clang! Without any accidents, this sword directly cut off Obadiah's power, and the steel outer armor was cut off in half even at the joint, leaving a cut mark of about 10 centimeters. Its left arm appeared to be in a more embarrassing situation than the right arm, hanging in the air and smashing to death. This sword also caused the one-handed sword in his hand to curl a little bit. After all, it was only blue equipment and it had to deal with steel smelted by modern technology. A little damage is also reasonable. After all, the reinforced steel has been cut with a cut mark of about 10 centimeters. It can be seen the power of this sword. If the so-called famous knives sold in modern shops, it might have been broken when he hit it for the first time. This blue equipment is quite good. Slaughtered Obadiah, sacrificed in his blood. The Iron Overlord who has lost his arms is like a tiger whose teeth have been pulled out. This is also the problem with models like the Iron Man. For a battle suit like Iron Man, even if the arm has suffered some damage, it can still be lifted by manpower. As long as the weapon system is still there, the battle can continue, and the current Iron Overlord can't raise his arms at all. There is only a pair of huge big feet, but they can't keep up with Sudan's figure at all. Obadiah never thought that he would lose so badly. He didn't even have a fight with Sudan, he just lost. Not reconciled. However, Sudan couldn't control whether he was reconciled. The long sword in his hand burst out with a dazzling light like the sun in August. That dazzling sword light shone for 100 meters around like daylight. That's Bladestorm. That relatively small figure of Sudan just stood in front of the Iron Overlord. One man, one sword. Although the difference in body size is huge, the aura of Sudan at the moment is far more domineering than the Iron Overlord. The Iron Overlord had just made his debut, and before he had fought for a long time, he was beheaded by Sudan with one sword and lost his combat history. One of the steel arms was almost cut off. What strength is that? It is obviously just a long sword that looks very ordinary unless it is extremely powerful. How can it be possible to cut through such a sword mark? And at the moment, within Sudan's long sword, a sword light erupted. The layers of sword lights hit the center of Iron Overlord, which is where Obadiah is. Kang 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 kang. The sound of metal clanging was endless, and the blade storm lasted for 7 seconds, and it turned out that the huge Iron King was pushed nearly 10 meters away. What kind of ability is this? After the sword light dissipated, it was discovered that the entire Iron Overlord had changed beyond recognition. The originally smooth body shape has now become scrap iron with holes all over the whole body. And the arc reaction furnace inlaid in the center has been chopped into powder by Jian Guang. As for Obadiah himself, his body was not directly hurt by the sword light. Instead, he was slashed by that sword and was shocked to death alive. This is a pretty brutal way to die. Sudan looked up. The dead, bald man was bleeding from all 7 orifices and his body was seriously shapeshifting. Ugly. He raised the long sword in his hand and threw it violently. The weapon that was exchanged just now stabbed directly at Obadiah's chest. Lionrin and the Iron Overlord were knocked down to the ground together, in the car. Tony witnessed the scene just now. For the first time, he discovered that this game developer who often talked to him actually had such terrifying fighting power, so scary. Now he is unconsciously thinking back. If he didn't show enough respect when they met for the first time, would he have turned him into a pulp? If he didn't agree with him in the last cooperation, would he be chopped into 18 pieces and fed to the dogs? Scared, he actually became friends with such a powerful human being. Luckily he and Sudan became friends. Otherwise, if it becomes a commercial enemy, then 643 will not be assassinated. Tony, who had experienced a kidnapping, was so cranky. However, they didn't realize that Sudan had already clapped his hands and walked towards the car indifferently. Boom! When the car door slammed, Chen Dan was already in the driver's seat. Okay, now you know what to do. Mr. Obadiah was in a car accident. Tony nodded silently at this moment. How dare he say anything? Who can stand it if he is hacked to pieces? Yes, it is. Then you say hello to SHIELD before the police will surround the place tomorrow. Yep. Tony was still reminiscing about the scene of Sudan fighting just now because that scene was too shocking. Until the two returned to the night snack bar, his face was still stiff. That's not being scared, but being shocked. Shocked that the people around me have such fighting power. This strengthened Tony's belief in upgrading and manufacturing the Mark Series steel battle suit as soon as possible, but before that, he still had to fulfill the promise he made to Sudan. Obadiah's death, Tony didn't have any nostalgia in his heart, although he used to treat it as a relative, but after discovering the truth of the matter, he was enough for the pain of that night. With Obadiah dead, Stark Industries is at peace. Although other shareholders also agreed to close the arms manufacturing industry, no one has the ability to assassinate Tony anymore. After that, Sudan can wait for Tony to come to work every day with peace of mind. Definitely, Tony is unpaid. He is not short of money at all. Even if Stark Industries does not sell arms, it is still the #1 company in the world. Tony, a rich second generation, does not worry about money at all. He comes to Antarctic Company every day just for a promise made at the beginning and to show gratitude to Sudan. Since I promised to help Sudan develop hardware devices, I will do it. He also introduced Ethan, a physicist he met in the cave, into Sudan's Antarctic hardware technology department. Ethan, a physicist, was the mainstay of the department when Tony was away. When Tony comes, he can only be an assistant. Scientific research does not distinguish between ages, it is only determined by ability. Similarly, Sudan also wore a white coat and joined the development team. In order to create a device capable of running virtual holographic games as soon as possible, he is working with all his strength. This is a great cause to give players all over the world a new world. A super game that realizes 70% of the world's population is online. After so many days of watching, he has learned many techniques. This learning process is much faster than in books. Suddenly, he had an idea. Looking at the team members who were scrambling on the workbench, he suddenly had an idea. I especially remember that when Tony developed the Mark Series battle suit, JARVIS helped a lot. Even a lot of work is done by JARVIS in calculations. Tony just needs to order. Now this development team needs such an intelligent program. It feels like at least half the workload can be saved. If you want to write an intelligent auxiliary program, you can do it with Su Dan's method, but the intelligent program does not grow out of thin air. The initial intelligent program, that is, a newborn baby, needs to be constantly learned. Whether this learning process is long or short, Chen Dan doesn't know, but now he has a better option. Tony, let me go away. After saying that, he walked out of the newly opened department and took the special elevator to the upper floor. On the top floor, he found Sky. Sky, the top hacker, has gained a certain amount of respect and power in the company through his own efforts. She is solely responsible for the work of updating the version. Sky, it's time to update the version of Crossfire, this time directly open the Resident Evil mode. Hearing the sound, Sky was overjoyed at first, because the male god Su Dan came to him on his own initiative. Then he was stunned again. Boss, isn't it confirmed that the Resident Evil mode will be activated next month? Our system announcements have already been sent out, Sky explained. Su Dan frowned slightly. Is there any date recently? Sky's heart was confused. He was secretly delighted and afraid at the same time. Could it be that this big boss god is finally going to sneak up on her? Come on, come on. But after thinking about it, she was disappointed for a while and she replied, "The nearest Christmas is half a month away. By the way, today is December 10th, World Human Rights Day." What? Su Dan said that he had never heard of such a festival. Seeing Su Dan's expression, Sky understood. Taking World Human Rights Day as a dating day is a bit of a stretch. Unexpectedly, Su Dan's next words made her petrified. I saw that Su Dan looked at the phone and said, "Well, it's really World Human Rights Day, so just for this festival, activate the biohazard mode in advance. Congratulations." For this order from the boss, Sky has no room to refuse. Nodding his head, he replied, "Of order, my big boss." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon that day, all the players who were still massacring transport ships and sniping in Overwatch City suddenly received a reminder. Announcement to the whole server. This game will be updated online in 10 seconds and the update will last for 60 seconds. At that time, individual players may freeze, please understand. Announcement to the whole server. This update can be accommodated as opening the biochemical crisis mode. This announcement is in one place and all players of Crossfire cheer. If there is one thing they like most about Crossfire, it is definitely those gray modes and the pictures on the page look very attractive. If you can enter and play for a while, then you will fulfill the ultimate dream of gunplay players. Exit the game, exit the game. Exit the game. One by one, they can't care about other things at all, just close the game they are currently playing, quit the price and wait silently on the main page. After the incomparably long 60 seconds passed, sure enough, among those few gray options, the Resident Evil one was finally Yu Liang. Point, players go crazy. Fortunately, Crossfire has already used the new server of Stark Industries, otherwise it will definitely freeze. Zombies, this refreshing theme appeared in Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time. Although Crossfire also has its own biochemical mode, but in everyone's opinion that is not called biochemical mode but should be called monster fighting mode, because those so-called zombies are not like zombies at all. In the Resident Evil mode, players deeply experience the world's first horror game. The horrible and disgusting zombies are running towards you in front of the screen and they are so real, unless you forcibly lower the picture quality. However, when playing games with extreme graphics quality, the machine can run smoothly. Who would like to play games with low graphics quality? Get Zhao, and the first paragraph of this horror game made the players deeply remember those zombies and a little girl, the Red Queen. They were almost frightened to death by that terrifying smile of the Red Queen, and they were strangled on the spot in a few internet cafes. Similarly, in the Antarctic game mansion, Su Dan is also paying attention to the Red Queen. But not from the computer game but from the system's point mall. With the launch of Crossfire and Prototype, the number of redeemable items in his point mall has increased a lot. There is Brother A's Blacklight virus, but the current conditions are not yet available for purchase. This is the only thing worth buying in Prototype, and crossing the line of fire is too rich and too much gas. Just the various firearms, grenades, weapons, and equipment are dazzling. Those ordinary firearms are very cheap in the System Point Mall. An ordinary M16 is only 5,000 points, just 5,000 points. If he has nothing to do, he can buy some M16s and sell them as scrap iron. Definitely, he is not short of money either. Flipping through the pages of firearms, he finally found something from Resident Evil on page 58. Common zombie virus, 900,000 points. Zombie dog virus, 1,200,000 points. Liquor virus, 1,800,000 points. I didn't expect that this point mall could sell the corresponding virus directly. Is it so targeted? In Sudan's memory, there were only ordinary zombies in Resident Evil at the beginning, and with the evolution of the virus, monsters such as lickers appeared. The system Point Mall directly gave out the relevant virus. It seems that once you buy it and use it on the target, you can turn the target into a corresponding monster. Wrong. Why did Lao Tzu engage in such a thing on Earth? Isn't this the old birthday star who hanged himself and thought he had a long life? Directly ignoring the zombie virus series, he continued to search for treasures in the Points Mall. Finally found information about the Red Queen. Red Queen 80 million points. Red Queen frame 8 million points. The second is a zero cheaper than the first. 650. Actually, which one to choose, Sudan already knew very well in his heart. Children only make choices, rich adults want everything. 88 million points less than 100 million is acceptable. Rich and willful, now the background points have exceeded 200 million. There is no pressure to spend less than half of the points. This time it was mainly Red Empress who spent more, 80 million. Otherwise, no matter how rich Sudan is, it is impossible to spend so many points to buy a smart program, so he might as well do it himself. There is only one reason for the big money to buy Red Queen, that is, Red Queen holds all the research and development results and experimental data of the umbrella company. Others are not important, these materials are treasures. Very useful for biological sciences. I don't know if the information in it can help the production of the virtual game helmet, but it can definitely help the Antarctic biotechnology branch. Beep. Purchase successfully. Following the prompt of the system, the Red Queen temporarily appeared on his mobile phone. The computer screen changes without needing Sudan to control it. This is a fresh and cute CJDB little loli. Sure enough, without the weird music and scene atmosphere, the Red Queen is just a cute little girl. Core permissions have been rewritten. The Red Queen looked at Sudan through the computer camera, the only authorized authority. Sudan. Master, hello, the Red Queen is here to serve you wholeheartedly. Sudan nodded in satisfaction. The Red Queen's ability is obvious to all. Even managing the entire Antarctic company is not a problem at all. Now shrinking on his computer, it's a bit condescending. Red Empress, choose to conduct a comprehensive inspection of each department of the company. Yes, Master. Following the Red Queen's response, Sudan's computer mainframe roared instantly. It was the roar of the radiator after overclocking, and even accompanied by a burst of burning smell. Sudan hastily said, "Transfer the host, spare server number 9. In an instant, the mainframe of the office computer finally stopped, and this mainframe finally saved its life. 2 minutes later, the Red Queen's detection was finally over. No problem, Master. Sudan hummed lightly. The Angie Company's system was written by him himself. It would be strange if there were loopholes. Red Empress, here is your framework. You can make some basic settings for it, and I am going to put it into the Hardware Technology Development Department as an assistant. I just came up to get an intelligent program to assist the development of the new department. It is a waste of resources to devote the Red Queen to such work now. Therefore, after some basic construction of that framework, it will be placed in the new department as an intelligent assistance program for all employees. In this way, the efficiency of development work can be greatly improved. As for the Red Queen himself, he plans to take it to the Antarctic biotechnology branch. As soon as he thought of it, he left the Antarctic game building in a straight car. The biotechnology branch is a new building purchased separately, not in Manhattan Island but in Brooklyn. After driving to the downstairs of the branch office, the security guard at the door stood up very tactfully. They don't know who is the boss and who is a part-time worker. Every new member recruited must go through systematic training. If you don't know Sudan, then you should leave early. Therefore, there is no such thing as using dog blood on the internet. After entering the branch office, Sudan called softly, "The Red Queen." "Yes, Master." "Check here again." "Yes." After all, the biotechnology branch has a short construction period and is not as complicated as the data in the parent company. So soon, the Red Queen reported. The test is completed, a total of 3 dangerous experiments are in progress and nothing else. Dangerous experiment. The danger in Honghu's mouth is absolute danger. She used to be the intelligent detection program of the hive and she had seen countless experiments. I have even seen things like zombies, let alone modern ones. Give me an immediate termination, Sudan ordered immediately. In the laboratory, the researcher who was conducting human experiments with enthusiasm suddenly trembled because all his equipment suddenly stopped. Even the lights are off. He was taken aback by this sight and hurried out of the laboratory. Damn it. It just so happened that Sudan was heading in this direction following the hint of the Red Queen. Seeing the panicked researcher, without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and turned into an afterimage, strangling his neck. Why panic? Do you think I look like a ghost? The young researcher struggled. Only then did he see clearly that the person who came was actually a veteran. No, not like it. He felt that this answer was a bit abrupt and immediately added, "Boss, good afternoon." Sudan let go of his hand angrily and walked towards his laboratory. What caught the eye turned out to be some unbearable things. What the hell are you doing? The researcher was quite frightened by this question and hurriedly replied tremblingly. I'm researching the Feimu cup that feels the most real, has the highest intelligence, can automatically heat up and spray water. Mad, it's a werewolf. It is because of the function of automatic heating that almost killed this young man's second brother. Sudan shook his head helplessly, glared at the young man, and then went directly to Banner. At the same time, in a military medical facility in the United States, Emil Bronsky, covered in pipes and lines, is undergoing a life-saving procedure. While capturing Bruce Banner in Brazil, he was attacked by Gonets. Under that blow, if it wasn't for his hard life, he would have burped a long time ago. Later, General Ross's communicator recovered the signal and found him deep in the jungle. Although he survived, his body suffered comminuted fractures. For a soldier, this injury is useless. Although all the bones in his body have been connected with modern advanced medicine, but he can never regain his original flexibility and strength. Emil Bronsky was obviously not reconciled. He was a man before, and General Ross also felt that this person was still useful. Moreover, he was also to blame for not explaining clearly to Bronsky at the time and not mentioning the danger of the mission. So he opened the long-sealed super soldier serum and prepared to inject it into Budusky. The reason why Ross captured Banner was actually related to this serum. Listen, this is supposed to hurt. Bronsky chuckled. Is there still a little bit of the pain he has endured? Come on. As he spoke, he lay down on the instrument, and a medical staff immediately took a syringe and injected it into his spine. Hiss, ah. There was a castration-like roar in the ward, and the spinal injection almost killed Bronsky. The pain is not the pain of breaking a bone, but in the end, he endured it. With the super soldier serum entering his body, Bronsky's body gradually undergoes amazing changes. The muscles and bones of his original stone began to become more flexible, and the scars left by the surgery all over his body were also recovering rapidly. Most importantly, he can actually feel that his strength is growing rapidly. After a day of adaptation, Rose recalled Bronsky to his combat team again. According to the image you describe, Bruce Banner has been running away without any intention of counterattack. General, I've said it many times, the one who attacked me was not Bruce Banner but someone else. After gaining power, Bronsky's mentality changed subtly and he began to slowly feel uneasy. Respect the general, it's a priest, haven't checked yet. I've investigated all the priests who have had contact with Bruce Banner and no one is like that. Then you won't track down the location of Bruce Banner. The main purpose is Banner, not the priest. Bronsky took a bite of the orange and whispered, my target is the priest. Now that he has gained power, this is a vengeful man, the priest must be found by him and killed, this is revenge. A look of displeasure appeared on General Ross's old face and he squinted his eyes and looked at Bronsky. Actually, I already know about Bruce Banner's location, but we can't move him yet. Why? You have always targeted him and now you know where he is but you don't catch him. Young man, this is an order, pay attention to your own identity. Bronsky stood up in a hurry. Yes, sir. Sit down, your next mission. Capture Mr. Blue. The so-called Mr. Blue is Samuel Stern. He has been abandoned for a long time since Sudan forcibly stepped into the blue-green chat that day. He hasn't got Mr. Green's new blood for a long time, so he can only take out the old blood again. This is not an enthusiastic netizen. While he said he wanted to help Banner eliminate the Hulk in his body, but on the other hand, he concentrated the blood that Banner had mailed to him into serum. He wants to extract medicine from it so as to make himself famous, but today he was in trouble. When he was taking out the old samples for research, the elite army had already slowly surrounded him. The leader, of course, is Bronsky. Whether it is his speed or strength, he is unprecedentedly expanded. Before he received the order, he directly kicked the door in front of him to pieces and broke into the research room. Samuel Stern, a doctor, is a man of letters. Being forced in by this group of savages, the test tube in his hand fell to the ground in fright. What's in the test tube is a rare serum. "Mr. Lan, please raise your hands and turn around," Bronsky threatened with a gun. How could Dr. Stern dare to resist? Under the threat of a gun, he dared not resist even if he had the guts. However, when Stern turned around, he didn't feel someone stepping up to handcuff him. Ask for flowers. TOA? The moment he turned around, Bronsky suddenly jumped up and stretched out his hands to strangle the soldiers following him to death with his palms. Its movements are quick, its strength is mighty, and its strikes are fierce. He doesn't have the slightest hesitation. It's like a murder planned before. In less than 5 breaths, he killed all 4 soldiers following him. What is this? Stern took a look and almost peed in fright. Is this person crazy, killing each other? Unexpectedly, after killing his teammate, Bronsky didn't have any psychological burden but cursed. Damn it! This is the resentment he has accumulated in his heart for 3 months. After that, he walked towards Stern. "Mr. Lan Tildewell, last night I secretly read the information in Rose's hands, and I also read the chat records between you and Mr. Green. Only then did I realize that there are still such monsters in this world." "Weird monster?" Stern trembled with fear from Bronsky's eyes. "Oh, I shouldn't have said that. It should have been said to be such a powerful force." "Hey." Bronsky didn't wait for Stern to speak. He stretched out his iron hand and locked his throat. "Stop talking nonsense. I know all your chat records. Give me a serum injection right away." "Good. Good, you let me go first." Bronsky smiled coldly and just swaggered down on the experimental bed. Stern is also an honest man at this moment. If you inject him with a tube of rat poison, wouldn't he burp? He actually took the serum that had already been refined and obediently injected it into Bronsky. I'm not sure if this is safe because no one dares to test it." "Shut up." "Oh." Luckily for Bronsky, he made it. With the injection of the serum, his body slowly expanded and a power stronger than a super soldier was born. His consciousness is still clear, but his body has also turned into a green monster, hate born. Looking at his masterpiece, Dr. Stern felt a deep sense of honor, but before he had time to cheer, he was slapped to the ground by the disgust on the experimental bed. His head hit an edge and a hole was broken, and the place where he fell to the ground happened to be the place where the test tube fell before. Brooklyn, Antarctic Biotechnology Branch. A laboratory that only high-level permission can enter. This laboratory covers an area of more than 800 square meters. In the lab, only Banner was busy. He looked like a researcher with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and the materials inside were well organized. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he didn't even turn his head, still staring at the equipment in his hand with all his attention. He whispered, "Wait a minute, I'm doing a more important experiment here, come slowly." Sudan looked around and there was a helmet next to Banner, and what he was doing in his hands should be a relatively delicate job. He walked over quietly and glanced at Banner, who was still observing intently. According to his current eyesight, he can see the development process on the helmet now, much faster than expected, but it will take some time to connect the human nerves. After a long time, Banner finally came back to his senses. He clenched his fists happily, and it seemed that this step had some gains. "Mr. Sudan, I didn't expect you to come. Sorry, I was too engrossed just now." Banner apologized for his rudeness. After all, the person in front of him had done him a great favor. However, Sudan didn't care at all. He just shook his head with a light smile and said, "It's okay." Afterwards, he glanced around and said, "Red Empress, upload all the research and development data of Umbrella Company to the host here." Banner was stunned. The Red Queen. Who is the Red Queen? Is there anyone else here? As soon as he finished speaking, a red figure was projected on the projection screen in the laboratory. In the clean white laboratory, the figure of the Red Queen looked particularly lovely. "Oh my God, this is it!" Banner looked at Hong Hu in surprise, then at Sudan. This is artificial intelligence named Red Queen," Sudan explained. "Artificial intelligence?" Banner muttered, pushing his glasses to look at Hong Hu again, still a little surprised in his eyes. A certain artificial intelligence has been rumored on the internet a long time ago, and more than 10 years have passed and the world has not even seen a fart. Even Banner doubts whether real high-level artificial intelligence exists. Everyone knows the low-level intelligent programs, even on the induction cooker. Artificial intelligence mainly refers to the Red Queen, whose intelligence is similar to that of humans but stronger than humans in the electronic field. So, is the Red Queen that Sudan calls the real thing, or is it just a virtual shell with only appearance? "Master, the data transmission has been completed," the Red Queen said suddenly. Sudan nodded. "Well, very efficient." "What data?" Banner asked. "Some research data about biological sciences. Red Queen has all been stored in the encrypted computer in this laboratory. I believe it should be helpful to you." Banner pushed his glasses, hesitantly said, "Well, if it's the research data of those biotech companies, I'm afraid it won't help me. This is not ego but fact." The business that Banner is researching now can definitely be said to be a cross-age technology. With the research data of this year, how can it be possible to help? Sudan chuckled and patted Banner on the shoulder. "Those are not simple data, they are research data that can destroy the world." "What?" Seeing Banner's horrified expression, Sudan smiled. He's still too young. Then, he planned to leave. "The purpose of coming here is to inspect the progress of the work and transfer the knowledge base of the Red Queen to the branch. By the way, now it seems that the production of game helmets is still not in a hurry. Compared with the last time, this time there is not much progress. The great cause of virtual games is the top priority in Sudan's mind right now, and he must be supervised." However, just when he was about to leave the laboratory, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. This is an unfamiliar number. However, ordinary harassing calls simply cannot pass the anti-harassment system, he wrote himself. "Hello," Sudan called out habitually. On the other end of the phone, before there was an answer, there was a series of explosions and shouts. This made Sudan even more puzzled. "Sudan, I need Bruce Banner." Hearing the voice, Sudan immediately remembered. Similarly, in the quiet laboratory, Banner also heard the voice of the phone and suddenly became nervous. "General Ross, don't forget our agreement. You can't arrest Bruce Banner now." In order for Ross to give up Banner, Sudan exchanged some benefits with Ross. Fortunately, Ross is a B*****ch, and he agreed happily before spending a few dollars. Since both parties have reached a consensus, they should abide by the agreement, and those who break the promise will have their throats cut by the wind blade in the middle of the night. "It's like this." The tone of General Ross on the phone gradually changed from being tough at the beginning to helpless, and finally, even pleading. Listening to Rose's series of blames, he washed himself clean. As if he was an innocent victim, Sudan frowned and whispered towards the equipment in the laboratory. "Queen Red, locate Ross and then call me the live video." "Yes, Master 9. The intelligence level of the Red Queen in today's Earth, she claims to be the second, and no one dares to be the first. The same powerful method used by Sudan directly occupied an artificial satellite of the United States and used 99% of its performance to lock Ross's position. Therefore, in less than 2 seconds, Rose's current location and the bad things happening around him were projected from the projector in the laboratory. On a street, a hideous and ugly monster is massacring. Thick smoke billowed in the streets, but the army that rushed up just died and was pinched by the monster's slap, and the blood rushed wildly, screaming, exploding, crying, all over the streets. Sudan smiled. If such an accusation is finally carried out on Ross, I am afraid that even if he is a general, he will have to suffer. No wonder he said he was so innocent on the phone, because he was afraid of leaving any trace of evidence. The monsters that appear on the streets are none other than abominations. And the first person that hate wants to kill now is Ross. It was all Ross, an old fox who tricked him into Brazil to work for him. They didn't even know that the seemingly weak man was actually a monster. However, before seeing the monster, he was severely injured by a priest first. For so many days in the hospital bed, the resentment accumulated in my heart has long been unable to get rid of. What the hell is that? Banner pushed his glasses and stared at the image on the virtual screen. He only knew that he was a perverted monster. Didn't he think that there are monsters like him in this world? Sudan explained. This is what you trusted Mr. Lan before. He refined the blood you sent him into serum and injected it into the soldier who chased you that day. Hearing this, Banner was shocked and shook his head constantly, unable to believe it was true. But that's the way it is. Sudan didn't tell half a lie. Banner's grief doesn't just lie in his betrayal but also in his hatred for his ability. That newly forgiving monster must be because of his serum after all. Banner, how about it? Why don't you go and kill that monster yourself? I'm still on the medication period. Then I have no choice but to clean up the mess for you. Sudan patted Banner on the shoulder and said, last time the Iron Overlord was shot by him too. As long as these talented workers are willing to work hard, he, the boss, is very willing to take care of the remaining troubles for them. No, you can't be his opponent. I have also become a monster. I know that kind of power. Facing Banner's worry, Sudan waved his hands indifferently. Continue to experiment. Don't worry about other things. After saying this, he walked out of the laboratory door and quickly went downstairs. Along the way, the Red Queen drove the car and he opened the System Point Mall, preparing for a wave of strengthening before the battle. Although I usually spend my time on work and don't have the time to practice, it's okay to sharpen my sword in front of the battle. The first is to look at the point balance in the background. With the launch of several prestige games, Sudan is no longer short of points, unless he has to buy those expensive items all the time. For the consumption of ordinary people, tens of millions of points are relatively normal. Balance has just bought red and some players have sent in some and now it is 150 million. If you want to buy skills, you can still buy a lot. Skill column. Flame Storm, 5,560,000 points. Static Trap, 6,550,000 points. Devil Haunted, 7,350,000 points. These skills flashed in Sudan's eyes. Although the names of each skill looked very aggressive, unfortunately, all of them needed skill guidance. In a real battle, if you don't feel that your strength is suppressed and the victory or defeat is in an instant, who will give you time and space to guide your skills? Living people are not characters in the game. After looking at it, he finally turned to a few pages upside down. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Sword Master Legacy, 120 million points. The reason why I noticed this top grade is because of its price. In the last few pages, the price of most of the items has risen to the billion level, but this product only has 120 million points. The string of digits has one bit less than the others, which is easy to detect. He was a little more empty and the introduction of the product appeared in front of his eyes. Sword Master Inheritance. The user will inherit the power of the Warcraft Sword Master. Note: since the host has acquired all the skills of the Juggernaut, this item is sold at a 10% discount. Looking at the system introduction, a smile appeared on Sudan's face. I have always heard that other protagonists have been miserably cheated by the system and now our family is very conscientious. Buy Juggernaut Legacy tilde. Be purchased successfully. Following the system's prompt, Sudan only felt some pain in his head, followed by some strange and heavy information flow. These are the Juggernaut's experience, combat experience, life skills. The twists and turns of life are shown in Sudan's mind like a movie. After comprehending things, those things disappeared without a trace, leaving only power in the end. But the strength that best matches the skills of the Juggernaut, although there is no strengthening of his body, just relying on this higher-level comprehension of skills can increase his strength by half. A small soldier often said that his combat power had doubled, but no one would care. But for an existence like Sudan, who dares to say that his combat power has been increased by half, is no joke. If it was said that the previous sword strike could cut the Iron Tyrant's arm with a 10-centimeter sword mark, Then now, as long as he uses all his strength to slash, he can definitely cut off the Iron Tyrant's arm with one sword. What a terrifying growth rate! Su Dan was amazed by himself. Choosing to buy this is really a wise decision. After spending 120 million points, he still has 30 million points left. Although the comprehension of sword skills in my heart has improved several levels now, I still have a handy weapon in my hand. Considering the head-on confrontation with the abomination, ordinary weapons really can't do anything to it. The source of that guy's strength is Banner's blood, and his body stats are almost equal to those of the Green Titan. The toughness of the skin and the healing speed of the body are quite terrifying. Therefore, a sharper weapon than the sword from last time is needed. Weapon column. Evil Gladiator Saber, 4,500,000 points. Western Wind Asgardian Sword, 5 million points. Hellscream Sword of Destruction, 26 million points. Su Dan's line of sight gliding across the blue weapon finally landed on this epic weapon. This is a weapon classification of around level 90, and the stats of this weapon are considered pretty good. At the same time fancy and its appearance. A person who specializes in using swords is very picky about a sword. Although this weapon has a sword in its name, it actually looks like a good Jiao knife. Or it would be more appropriate to use blade to describe it. Its whole body is full of thick flame hues just like its name, like the blade of Hellscream. Using such a domineering weapon to deal with hatred, I don't know how effective it will be. Buy Hellscream Sword of Destruction. Be purchased successfully. As soon as Su Dan stretched out his hand, the so-called sword appeared in his hand. In addition to looking sharp, it also feels a little hot to the touch. It's as if it's made of magma. Nice weapon, hope this time it can hold up. As we all know, hacking and killing Marvel supervillains has always required a considerable amount of manpower and material resources. In order to kill Obadiah last time, he directly bought a cheaper sword in the Points Mall. After using it, even if it is scrapped, there is nothing to feel bad about. But this time, this is a valuable item rounded up to nearly 30 million, and it cannot be in the hands of the abomination. At the speed driven by the Red Offspring, Su Dan wanted to play a song Catch Shrimp for her. After he got used to the new weapon in his hand, the destination has been reached. As soon as I walked in, I could smell the burning smell of tires. Madeline, sorry. When he came back to his senses, he could see the scene of hatred wreaking havoc on the streets from afar. The army on the ground has been completely beaten to the ground, and now there are only a few armed helicopters in the air firing warnings. Although those bullets can hurt and hate, they can't cause any substantial damage. Su Dan silently took out his mobile phone and dialed Ross's number. Hey, I've taken over, let your people withdraw. Is Bruce Banner here? No, hey. Yang Shubai. General Ross's face was flushed, looking at the Bronski who was showing his might to him below. His teeth were itching with hatred. He's a general, and what a Johnsky is that jerk. Turn yourself into a monster and think you are invincible. Well, the troops will withdraw first to reduce losses. Su Dan watched the fire gradually stop, and the hatred on the 640 Street finally became a little quieter. After Bronski turned to hate this ugly monster, he still maintained human sanity and did not go crazy like Hulk. But every gain is bound to be a loss. Although Bronski has maintained his human sanity, he will never return to his human form. From now on, whether he wants to or not, he will live with this skin on his back. Definitely, the premise is to survive. Su Dan's butcher's knife is ready for him. He directly launched the wind walk, entered the invisible state, and then accelerated and quickly approached the abomination. At this moment, the hatred's attention was still in the sky, and he didn't even realize that a terrifying murderous intent was approaching him. At the moment when the stealth state was about to end, Su Dan immediately swung the blade in his hand. I don't know if it's because the blade is sharp or because I'm tired from beating the abomination for a long time, but when the blade goes down, it cuts the abomination's big moon back so neatly to separate a wound. What? Dayu retreated in pain, disgusted, and noticed the human appearing out of nowhere in front of him. This human is really daring, dare to attack him at such a close distance. The mind of Abomination is clear, not the same as the relationship between the Green Titan Hulk and Banner. The Abomination is Bronski, the two are one, there is no difference. This state is just that Bronski has become like this. During the months when he was ill, even in the medical center of the military region, he could often hear Su Dan's name. Definitely, he can also find out who this so-called Su Dan is through channels. The guy who stood in front of him and hurt him, hate that ugly face gradually distorted. No matter what game developer he is, what achievements he has, if he dares to hurt him in front of him now, he will die. With a loud roar, the hatred stretched out its big hand and grabbed Su Dan. Once caught by this big hand, then Su Dan's fate can be imagined. However, Su Dan's reaction speed is far beyond comparison. The moment that big hand waved over, he immediately activated the mirror image duplication. The mirror image duplication was crushed into pieces by the abomination, and at the same time as being tricked, Yue Tui Shang received another sword strike. When dealing with enemies, Su Dan has always been merciless. It's just that the loathsome body is too strong. This new wound has just emerged and the previous wound has almost healed. This abnormal restoration of ability is really tricky. Die to me. Hate roared again. He is huge but not clumsy at all. He is waving his fist to cover Su Dan's head. I'm afraid Su Dan's body will be crushed into a lump if he is dropped by a person of this size. The inheritance of the Juggernaut endowed him with a strong sense of fighting, CJBE. In the continent of Azeroth, the Juggernaut has to fight not only the human form but also many monsters. The abomination he is dealing with now is just a little bigger. Su Dan almost closed his eyes to avoid this blow. His rich combat experience allowed him to handle the crisis with ease. Abomination was taken aback by Su Dan's increasingly weird movements, and he chose to retreat decisively. His brute force in front of that rich combat experience seems worthless, because every time he gathered his strength to make a move, he firmly believed that this blow could kill even an elephant, let alone a mere human. But every attack was in vain, which made him feel as if his anger was pouring into the cotton. "Don't run away if you have the ability," the disgusted and shameless roared. However, Su Dan would never fall for such a low-level aggressive method. Even in his opinion, the hatred is a bit embarrassing. He who was invincible on the streets just now is finally suffering. Thinking this way, another sword was offered. Since he cut on the flesh of the abomination, no matter what kind of wound, he will recover quickly, so this time he cut directly to the bone hard. As we all know, the calf is the most obvious place for bones. The entire front of the calf under the thin layer of skin is full of bones. The destruction sword of Hellscream in his hand is also worthy of its price. It is really sharp and scorching hot. The green skin, which can't even be pierced by bullets, has no room for resistance under his blade. It's as easy as cutting tofu. Moreover, every attack left a painful scar like a flame on his body. Hate endured. Crack. This is the sound of bones breaking. Before this, who would have thought that such a rough and terrifying existence of hatred would be possible to be bullied like this by others? That doesn't exist at all, right? It can tear apart cars with bare hands, and it can treat human soldiers like dolls, one in each hand. Even when the bullet hits it, there are only white spots, and the bullet head is like a cigarette butt that can fly far away. However, in front of Su Dan, all of this seemed to be completely non-existent. He completely subverted people's cognition. It turns out that there is no need for guns and cannons, and humans can stand in front of that monster independently and fight against it alone, especially the weapon in his hand. General Ross on the plane was staring at him, and he had a new goal: not only to create super soldiers, but he also wanted to create that kind of super weapon. Just as he was thinking about how to trap Su Dan and get his weapon, a black shadow yelled at them to approach quickly. That's none other, that's the abomination. This was the opportunity the abomination had been looking for a long time. He has the flying jumping ability. Jumping from the ground to the height of the helicopter is just a basic operation. Moreover, this kind of jump is still done with one leg. His left leg has been crushed to the bone. With that extraordinary recovery ability, he still needs some time to recover. Coincidentally, Ross, that be ****D, suddenly lowered the height of flight, and the abomination took the opportunity to jump up. This also happens to be able to distance yourself from Su Dan temporarily. General Ross looked at the big green hand pinning the helicopter door in horror. Now it's too late to say anything. They are just ordinary humans. How can they take hatred? Shoot the big hand so that it hurts and let's go? That is impossible. Not even the big caliber of the gunships can be rewarded. The pistols and automatic rifles they are equipped with are just like tickling. General Skydive. A loyal soldier in this crisis came up with a good way. He quickly buckled the survival backpack on Rose, and Abomination only found something falling from the helicopter hatch on the other side, so he subconsciously went to catch it. What an interesting scene! Sudan on the ground almost laughed out loud. Remember that in Avengers, Age of Ultron, Hulk caught the parachuting soldier with his bare hands, and now the Abomination has caught Rose by such a coincidence. After turning into an abomination, the first person Bronski killed was Ross, and now it just so happened that Rose fell into his army. Fact. 10,000 muddy horses galloped past Rose's heart. How could he believe the nonsense of his soldiers? Why do you want to skydive? Can't you live well? I really want to shoot that B asterisk 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 D. Bronski, there is a good deal, there is a good business district. Bronski, who turned into Abomination, is no longer Bronski. There was a sneer on his ugly face. He stared at Ross and said, "What can I discuss with you, General Ross?" Ross was shocked by the consciousness of hatred. He had witnessed the process of Banner transforming into a Hulk and would eventually lose his mind and become violent, but this Bronski could stay awake. From the perspective of a mortal, I have to say that Ross still has two talents to become a general. The power of observation in a critical moment alone is not something that ordinary people can do. Are you surprised, General? I can become like this today, and I have to thank you very much, General. Smiling evilly, he let go of the hand holding the helicopter door, grabbed Ross and jumped to the ground. Boom! That terrifying body shape vibrated so that the surrounding area was filled with smoke and dust, and a large circular pit was smashed out under his feet. General, you see that I am full of strength now. I won't be afraid of your life-threatening mission anymore. Do you want to send me another mission? This time I promise to complete it. Hate laughed, but everyone knows that Rose in the hands of hatred is already in a desperate situation. If nothing miraculous, by the way, Sudan, Rose had an idea in his desperation and instantly thought of Sudan. His performance was so powerful just now it should be able to save him. Sudan, help me. Sudan, help me, I will give you benefits, I will give you whatever you need. This sound like a dog barking made Sudan laugh. Sure enough, it doesn't matter how noble a person's status is, when death is imminent, he will be a fool. I beg Grandpa to tell Grandma. Holding the sword of destruction glowing slightly in his hand, Sudan slowly walked towards Abomination. General Ross, you have to hold on. Hearing the sound, Ross looked expectantly in the direction of Sudan. However, that was the last sight he saw in his life. As Sudan charged forward, Hate got nervous and accidentally pinched Ross to death. The tragedy is unbearable. There is only one word to describe the person who was crushed to death vigorously, and that is miserable. Unlike other ways of dying, the entire face of the crushed person was swollen, and the most terrifying thing was the pair of eyes. The eyeballs almost popped out. In desperation, he threw the rose in his hand towards Sudan. I hope Sudan can see some flaws for the sake of the body. However, Sudan compelled Sanjiu ice calmly and walked past him. Screw's body fell to the ground with blood and finally fell into the pile of scrapped cars. He asked for flowers. On the helicopter, the soldier just now was still in a daze. He is loyal by nature. He really just wanted General Ross to run away. But often doing things with good intentions, Ross was caught by the Abomination by such a coincidence. If this incident becomes a military incident, I'm afraid, how could the fate of the little soldier be like this? When he returned to God and looked towards the ground, he saw that Rose's body had bounced twice on the ground like a dead dog and fell into the waste pile. General. On this day so many things happened. First, a monster appeared out of nowhere. Another riot in the streets. Ross dies again. The accident is too fast and the young heart can't react. What should I do now? The little soldier sat back to where Rose was before with a pale face. On the ground, Sudan has entered a melee with the Abomination. The predecessor of the Abomination was a Croatian agent, a veteran in his 40s with a lot of combat experience. After fighting against Sudan for many times, he gradually figured out the way and even slowly defended himself. He no longer suffers from Sudan's attack in vain. The two fight back and forth. However, his physical strength is almost unlimited and he also has a very strong self-recovery ability. He can consume Sudan to death no matter how he consumes it. Definitely, Sudan understands this too. What kind of abomination is he probably knows better than Bronski? Therefore, after a long and fruitless battle, he began to think of other ways. In his memory, Hulk fought against the abomination, but he was also unable to kill the abomination and finally relied on brute force to knock the abomination unconscious. Now he is also thinking about how to knock out this Dogecoin. Dizziness. His Lingtai was clear for a while and instantly turned off the way to defeat the abomination. For such a long time after accumulating a certain amount of points, he often enters the point mall to buy a batch of skills to strengthen himself, in addition to Juggernaut's skills and some passive abilities. Definitely also has other magic skills, control skills. Hate deeply understands what it means to be accused to death. In the end, under the blade storm blessed by the new weapon, it broke into 8 pieces. After defeating the hatred, Sudan couldn't be happy for a long time, because his original intention of coming to deal with the trouble of hatred was not for the joy of victory or the praise of the people. He was just thinking about Banner and wanted to let Banner work with peace of mind without being harassed by General Ross anymore. But now, General Ross has gone to see God and the hatred is gone. From another point of view, isn't he just busying himself in vain, got nothing and was sweating profusely? Quietly back in the car, he said, "Red Empress, deal with all the videos that captured me just now. I don't want to be annoyed." "Yes, master," the Red Queen responded obediently. Then 607 back. The next day, file size media exploded. The turmoil that broke out in the streets yesterday has attracted widespread attention. Originally, if General Ross was still alive, he would definitely ask someone to suppress the fishing boat for a while. However, he was crushed to death by the hatred and there was no one to clean up the mess for him. Moreover, the victimization situation was very serious that day. In the original book, Banner was originally at the scene and quickly ran down to save the scene. But this time, it was General Ross who saw that the firepower could not suppress the hatred, so he called Sudan. The delay in the middle is enough to hate tearing down a street with bare hands. If you want to suppress the fishing boat, first of all, the family members of the victims do not agree. Because the Red Queen processed all the videos on the spot, street cameras, private shooting equipment in the building, military cameras, etc. So what people saw was just a black shadow fighting that unforgiving monster. In a country that worships individual heroes, soon this black shadow will be turned into some kind of hero again. After officially reporting the scene, the rest of the media began to discuss around this mysterious superhero. Poor Rose was not remembered by many people after his death. And at the moment, Sudan was still playing with his little pet in his office. The Frostwolf ghost cub has grown up a little these days, but only a little. If it was an ordinary pet with his daily food and drink feeding, I'm afraid it would have grown into a pig long ago. But now, Ghost Cub's body length has only increased by an inch. After dismembering Abomination yesterday, he secretly took a piece of Abomination's flesh. Feeding the loathsome meat to the little wolf is a true response to the phrase, "chop it up and feed it to the dog." But after eating the disgusting meat, the body of Ghost Cub grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles all over his body swelled and it grew from a cub to an adult dog in just a few seconds. Tilde. The little wolf suddenly raised its head and howled, and then its body quickly compressed again, turning back into a cub again. Sudan was puzzled. Immediately through the system, he found the little wolf's attribute panel. I saw that in the panel introduction, the coyotes actually had an extra skill to enter a huge berserk state, increasing all attributes by 50%, which lasted for 30 minutes. Looking at this piece of data, Sudan couldn't help being taken aback. He just casually fed Ghost Little Wolf a bite of meat, but unexpectedly activated the hidden skill Unexpected Surprise. Little guy, keep a dog for 1,000 days, use a dog for a while. If there is any trouble next time, it's your turn to play. Awatilde. Putting down the ghost coyotes in his hands, Sudan reached out to pick up the documents on the desk. As a boss, he is actually very busy, and he is not as leisurely as he appears in TV dramas. In addition to going back and forth to the new department every day, I also have to review various submitted documents. Today's files are extraordinarily thick and are stored together in a blue folder. Dan opened the file and just looking at the title, his brows frowned, because it has the name of the famous Fengsu Company written on it. Before the rise of Antarctic Company, Fengsu Company could definitely be said to be the leader in the entire game market. The second is some specialized companies in Japan. But now, these companies have all been squeezed out. The Antarctic Company dominates. He opened the title page of the document and looked at a series of statistics. The entire document does not draw a conclusion, but judging from the data, any fool can see that Fengsu, in conjunction with some famous companies in the island country, is jointly dealing with Antarctica. In fact, Dan thought about this problem a long time ago. If Antarctica becomes bigger and stronger, it will inevitably offend other companies. After all, business competition is no less than a war, and the loser will end up going bankrupt. However, the development of Antarctic Company is necessary, and it is only a matter of time before becoming the #1 in the world. What if you are offended? As long as you have the ability, you can call back with your works. It's a pity that Fengsu Company and some famous companies in the island country did not do this. After they failed to imitate the Antarctic game, they took the initiative to organize people to enter the Antarctic Company's game and forcibly destroy the game environment. It's kind of stupid to do this. You can't compare yourself. Why don't you let others play? Flipping through the documents, Dan's brows gradually became gloomy. Each real data clearly wrote those virtual ids and the companies behind them. By the way, I opened the game forum and turned a few pages back. Sure enough, there were many players posting and cursing. Suddenly, he had an idea. Since these people want to cause trouble, then let's bring everything to the table and be fair and above board. He quickly took these documents excerpts and then uploaded them anonymously to the internet. Regarding the identities of those players, he still carefully typed the codes so as not to be said to maliciously expose private information on the internet. However, since fools can see from these data that Fengsu Company is taking the lead in deliberately defaming Angie Company's games, then how can these smart game fans not see it? Moreover, as long as the file is made into a video and accompanied by a piece of music, it can become a clarion call for battle and quickly arouse the player's sense of justice in their hearts. The player base is too large and they will follow the trend and follow the trend. As long as one person proposes some kind of jihad, then others will follow and join the battle. And the main purpose of this battle is to protect their beloved game world, drive those profit-seeking maggots out of the pure land of the game world. Dan chuckled, built a trumpet casually, and set a slightly higher forum speech level. Flying fingers across the keyboard, a rhythmic post was made quickly. Sure enough, some hot-blooded replies appeared below because they shouted to kill the boss of Fengsu Company. I don't know if it was hacked or not, I only know that it will be in the next month. The Fengsu Company's economy has been declining all the way, let alone promoting new games. They can't even sell the original casual games. What's around? And the supply expansion is piled up in the warehouse, which is almost moldy. It can be said that in the game industry, Fengsu Company has lost its way. Nobody plays their game because of their corrupt character. Tom, the chief technical officer that day, resigned without saying a word, resolutely rejected everyone's persuasion, and drove straight to Angie Company. It's time to eat. The United States guy is very realistic, knowledgeable, and broad-minded. He doesn't care about his former business rivals. Tom applied for an interview, but the first time he didn't even pass the downstairs security. The second time, I was still stopped by security. The third time, Dan saw his sincerity and gave him a job as a cleaner. Someone under his command proposed to acquire and annex Fengsu Company, but Dan did not make a decision but handed over the matter to Leva. After this ghost food diet came into being, Dan really had no choice but to promote her, hoping that the heavy work would take up more of her time. Now, she is the general manager of Antarctic Company. But Mai Shiranui became the new secretary. Dan has no sense of pride in defeating Fengsu Company with just 2 posts. Because in the game industry, he is invincible no matter who he defeats. That is definitely a matter of course. After successfully defeating Fengsu Company and completing his revenge, he pointed his finger at those clubs in the island country. There are many game clubs in the island country. The scale of their work at the beginning is actually the same as that of the Antarctic studio back then. They were all formed by a few people. As long as any popular game is developed, the studio will become famous, otherwise, it will become an inconspicuous member of the crowd. Dan felt sorry for these workaholics because they were exhausted from work every day, and they had to worry about whether their wives would be able to NTR when they got home, and they offended Antarctic Company. Ryuji Yamano is a member of a certain company. He can be regarded as the mainstay of the company. With the attention of the boss and the admiration of the juniors, it can be said that his life is relatively complete. In the island country, it is common to work overtime, and as a game designer, he spends more time off work than others. There is a convenience store downstairs from the company. He habitually bought a can of beer and drank it while walking. On the tram, he saw an idiot with his own eyes, and then decisively called the police. Because he is a man with a sense of justice. Even when he was favored by a beautiful woman asking him for contact information and planning to thank him in the future, he smiled slightly and said that he already had a family. The upright Long-er returned home, and the young and beautiful wife Yamano Goka was kneeling and sitting in front of the entrance, dressed in kimono, smiling at him. "Welcome back, my husband." Aunt Ta Long-er's heart warmed. No matter when he came back, his wife would always greet him at the entrance. "I'll get you hot food, husband." "Well, let's go." Long-er smiled happily, then sat down in front of the kotatsu and turned on the TV casually. It was late at night and there were no good-looking programs on the TV. "I've been calling and calling, but I haven't found anything satisfactory." Just then my wife came over with the food. A bowl of white rice porridge, a bowl of white tofu soup, a plate of king oyster mushrooms, and a plate of leftover donkey babies. Long-er, who had been working crazily all day long, had no time for his brain, and his hungry stomach took control of the initiative and he swallowed whole. "Hic tilde." Long-er burped. He had wiped out all the food on the table. The stomach is very satisfied, but there is a fishy smell in the aftertaste. "Wu hua, which dish is broken?" "Impossible, it's winter, the dishes fried in the morning can't be bad." Oh, suddenly Long-er was stunned. His wife was at home alone. Why did he still eat the donkey baby? Just when he was puzzled, the game console next to him suddenly rang. He is an employee of a certain company, but in private he likes to play games of Antarctic Corporation, for no other reason than to have fun. And there are more beauties. The one on his game console is that very classic fighting game. Although this game has passed for a long time, he still loves it, especially some of the female characters in it. Wait, why do game consoles get hacked one day? Long-er was stunned. Because he never saves those garbage videos on his precious game console. The game console is used to play sacred games. How can he use it to watch movies like some muggles? But now there is an extra video on his desktop. The icon of the video actually resembles his wife's face. Know where to open. Tilde. "Wu Huajiang, who is more comfortable, me or your husband?" Pop. "Definitely Ajisang is even stronger. Long-er is too young." "Do you love your husband?" "I definitely love it. My husband loves me so much." "You're so nasty, Wu Huajiang. Stop shooting, Ajisen, hurry up." I accidentally fell into the rice cooker." "Well, it doesn't matter." This is a video in the kitchen of 53. After the video is over, there is another video on the balcony, living room, and above the kotatsu. Long-er's face turned green, because the person in the video turned out to be the company team leader who asked for leave today. He worked hard overtime in the company, and he even took the job of the team leader to complete it. That old thing is good. He actually ran to his house to comfort his wife for him. Shanai Wuhua on the side obviously also heard the voice. The whole person suddenly became ill. When she was being photographed, she resisted, but being photographed felt strangely exciting, so she didn't stop it. "But I have played with Ajisang so many times. He is a steady person. How could he pass it to Longku?" Could it be that Ajisen doesn't want to continue playing? Long-er threw the game console to the ground and stared at his wife Wuhua with cold eyes. "You took my money, lived in my room, and gave me other men's stinky rice and green nights. Well, you are also shijing yourself, watching the video." Sure enough, the islanders still have their own ways of perverting. Long-er ed his cheating wife for the last time and then walked to the team leader's house in the dark with a knife in his hand. It was bound to be a sleepless night. On the same day, members of many game companies turned against each other due to various reasons. Zhu gradually turned red. In the office, Su Dan took advantage of his lunch time to leisurely watch the latest news. News from our station: dozens of serial murders have occurred in the island country recently. The murderers have been arrested, but they are not accomplices. The specific reason is still under investigation. Su Dan took a sip of tea happily. This feeling is really not too comfortable. He didn't say he was going to kill himself, just to disclose some things in their lives. The islanders who live in hypocrisy and oppression all day long did that. Su Dan didn't expect either. Dan, why do you suddenly care about the news? Riva asked. 437. She was already full and planned to go out to throw away the lunchbox, and under Su Dan's desk Mai Shiranui was still working. Mai, it's almost ready, come on, you haven't eaten yet. Su Dan motioned to Mai Shiranui while eating. Although this effect is not good, but it saves time. The company stipulates that there is only a 2-hour break at noon, and now Liwa has taken away 1.5 hours, and Mai Shiranui is not satisfied with the rest of the time. Hearing Su Dan's persuasion, Mai Shiranui got angry. Su Dan felt that he was about to lose Mai Shiranui, but just when he was about to open the gate, a knock on the door came in. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Come in. Throw out the trash and knock on the door. Crack. The door opened. Sky looked cautious, but seeing Su Dan's posture, he was stupefied again. Su Dan thought it was Riva who came back, so he didn't pay attention, but unexpectedly it was Sky who came in. He was so frightened that he immediately shivered and sat up straight in an instant. Well. And Mai Shiranui under the table was at a loss for what to do, so she had to swallow them all. Boss, Sky has good eyesight, otherwise he wouldn't be a top hacker. She naturally saw the situation just now, the state of Su Dan. She can guess what happened. This is the most embarrassing, crashed the boss's job. Sky, what's the matter with you? Oh, I'm here to give a work report. The Island Country Game Company listed last time is ready to be acquired now. Here are a few plans I made, Skato said while holding the documents in his hand. In this regard, Su Dan pressed Mai Shiranui's head, indicating that she should not be afraid and continue. Then he said to Sky, take it here. Sky walked over tremblingly. Seeing Sky standing in front of the desk in fear, Su Dan deliberately pushed the chair and stepped back a little. This angle just allowed her to see something. Sky felt like he couldn't take it anymore, so soft. Oh, that's right, Su Dan finally spoke, but he just pointed to a place in the document and said, it makes you tired of standing, come and have a look, what does this place mean? Past Sky was taken aback. Who doesn't know what's going on behind your desk? If she just walked over like this, wouldn't it be broken on the spot? Or does the boss have other plans? What's the matter, come here. Following Su Dan's urging again, Sky's body moved involuntarily and just walked around the desk and walked towards Su Dan. Sky feels finished. Just looking at this scene now, she was completely stunned. It's not that I haven't read some related materials before, but today it's different. This is Su Dan, her lifelong male god, playing the leading role. Why are you standing there? Come here, Su Dan urged again. Past, Sky was taken aback. Who doesn't know what's going on behind your desk? If she just walked over like this, wouldn't it be broken on the spot? Does it mean that the boss has other plans? What's the matter? Come here. Following Su Dan's urging again, Sky's body moved involuntarily and he just walked around the desk and walked towards Su Dan. It's over, Sky feels finished. Just looking at this scene now, she was completely stunned. It's not that I haven't read some related materials before, but today it's different. This is 0.0 Su Dan, her lifelong male god, is playing the leading role. Why are you standing there? Come here, Su Dan urged again. This is Su Dan, her lifelong male god, playing the leading role. Why are you standing there? Come here, Su Dan urged again. It's not that I haven't read some related materials before, but today it's different. This is Su Dan, her lifelong male god, playing the leading role. Why are you standing there? Come here, Su Dan urged again. This is Su Dan, her lifelong male god, playing the leading role. Why are you standing there? Come here, Su Dan urged again. Hearing Su Dan's urging, although Sky blushed with shame, he still exerted his strength and walked towards Su Dan. But just after taking 2 steps, he found that his heel was weak and he fell directly beside Su Dan with his hands just on Su Dan's body. Seeing this, Su Dan naturally had some polite thoughts. He pressed Sky directly on the desk. After a long time, the battle in the office finally gradually subsided. Okay, Wu, you go to work first, let Sky fall asleep and rest first. I don't know, it's the first time for her, she is too hard. It was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, both of them had relatively high positions, otherwise they would have to be held accountable by their superiors when they returned home. The company is playing and you can't make fun of the rules and regulations. Putting the exhausted Sky on the sofa, Sudan returned to the desk, picked up the document and read it. It's okay to buy those game companies in the island country. It happens that there are many dead houses in the island country, so it is not impossible to develop some 18x culture. But those are relatively small things. Through this series of events, Sudan suddenly discovered a problem. That is, in the development process of the company, it is inevitable that we will encounter such and such problems. It's better to get it resolved sooner rather than later. For example, the company currently run by Huaxia Ziooma has frequent contacts with Ziooma. It is not difficult to predict his future, and his company will definitely become bigger and stronger. If there is no Antarctic company, he may even become the world's #1 game company. That's potential. The pony in this universe is equally awesome. Now that the pony's future glory has been predicted, Sudan wants to do something now. He took out his personal mobile phone and dialed a number in the address book. Soon, a respectful voice came over. "Hello, Mr. Su." Zio-Ma has cooperated several times, and the two seem to be quite familiar with each other. There was no need for the politeness, Sudan said directly. Zio-Ma, if you have time, you can fly there. I will discuss another cooperation with you. As soon as he heard the cooperation, Zio-Ma's eyes straightened. Game companies all over the world are rushing to cooperate with Antarctic Corporation. There are only a few other idiots who think that they can defeat Antarctica by joining forces. It's a fool's dream. Companies that cannot recognize the facts in front of them deserve to be eliminated. I don't even understand the temper of the boss in Antarctica. Foreigners are really simple. Zio-Ma is very proud of the fact that he cooperated with Sudan with full sincerity. This caused the Antarctic company to become a big hit, and at the same time their Zunteng Technology Co. Limited also drank some soup. Among the domestic agents, which one is not envious of Zunteng? He dealt with the affairs in hand as soon as possible, and finally finished the week's work 3 days ahead of schedule, and then boarded the plane with new hopes. Sudan personally went to the airport to pick up Zio-Ma, and the two drove directly to the most famous restaurant in New York. The food here is unpalatable and expensive for just one brand and service. In the VIP room, after Sudan ordered the drinks, he went straight to the point. "Little Ma, I want a 30% stake in Zunteng at full price." This, Zio-Ma hesitated, because this is not something he can do by sitting here alone. There are countless companies in the world, and few companies can be as dictatorial as Antarctic Company. His words are imperial decrees, but he has never made a mistake. This is one of the great miracles of the world today. There will be no second Sudan. Seeing Zio-Ma's difficulties, Sudan squinted his eyes and smiled slightly and said, "Although your company has some savings in Daxia, you are stuck with funds, right? Now I have a new game and I want to give it to you. You act as an agent. I'm afraid you don't even have a server, so you can't eat anymore." After meeting Zio-Ma, Sudan quickly checked the current situation of Zio-Ma Company and quickly analyzed Zunteng's current strengths and weaknesses. Zunteng has made a fortune by acting as an agent of Antarctic Company's games. In the end, they used this money to develop the company's scale, which led to the company's scale. Now the capital chain is broken. Now their company is urgently attracting investment. I call you over. I'm definitely prepared. Sudan chuckled, opened a bottle of rare white wine and filled a glass for Pony. "It's not difficult to decide. You find other venture capitalists. They will only want more than me, and by then it will not be your turn. Isn't it?" The pony drank it all in one gulp, smacked his lips heavily, nodded and said, "Yes." After thinking about it this way, Zio-Ma figured it out in an instant. They are indeed in trouble now. Without financial support. It means that this newly developed company is facing an embarrassing situation. And when they go to any venture capitalist, let alone how much they give, they don't even say whether they agree or not. Now just such a person with huge wealth sitting in front of him like a kind old father asked him if he was short of money. He is still hesitation, should have slapped myself. Xiaoma felt ashamed and quickly punished himself with 3 cups. Mr. Su, thank you. Don't mention thank you, I asked for the equity and naturally I will give Zunteng benefits. Aren't you short of money to buy servers now? I will lend you a new set of servers. A new type of server? Xiao Ma was taken aback for a moment. He knew many types of servers. Which one does this new type represent? However, what Su Dan is talking about is not anyone on the market, but a server that was recently developed by the Hardware Technology Development Department of his Antarctic company. 45% better performance than the server purchased by Stark Industries. It's a miracle machine, unique in this era. Taking Xiaoma back for a visit, looking at the extremely magnificent Antarctic game building, Xiaoma's eyes are full of yearning. He deeply realized the gap between him and Su Dan and took it as the goal of his life. Going through the procedure is a very long process, during which Su Dan does not need to sign a contract in person. In the end, Zunteng's 30% stake was obtained. His move is considered the biggest sum in Zunteng. Even Xiao Ma himself is only 10%. It also means that Su Dan is fine if he doesn't speak and Zunteng has to listen to him if he gives orders. After finishing this matter, Su Dan walked towards the private jet while being sent off by Xiao Ma. By the way, have you noticed an English teacher named Ma Yun recently? He founded a company named Alibaba. If he needs investment, you ask him to come to me. Xiao Ma thought for a while. He also has the surname Ma, so if he can help, he will help. Is that Ali already gone? Well, no problem. Su Dan waved his hand with a smile, beckoning the pony to stop and then slowly boarded the plane. In the future world, the English teacher will bring too many changes. Although this company has nothing to do with games, he just wants to get involved. There is no way I have accumulated too much money in my hand. I just like investing. They'll end up going to VCs anyway. Su Dan simply took this risk-free venture capitalist. After acquiring Fengsu Company and some game companies in Daegu, Anji Company invested heavily in Zunteng and Ali Jisi. Among these 2 future leading companies in Daxia, Su Dan alone owns 30% of Zunteng shares and Alici has reached a terrifying 51%. After spending such a huge amount, the Antarctic company had to temporarily enter a buffer state. In the final analysis, the Antarctic Game Company is his main body, and it cannot affect the operation of the main body for other reasons. The last time he promised Xiao Ma a new game agency, this game has already been put on the agenda. Xiaoma is a Huxia game dealer, and Huazhen is a nation with a long history and culture. Unlike the guys from the United States who are tough and simple as long as they play well and the plot is good, they don't have much cultural pursuit in playing games. Not to mention others, even Su Dan himself had a dream of being a knight when he was young. I have been making games for so long, but I have never made an ancient game, not because of the difficulty, but because of the audience. The previous Antarctic company was eager to develop, so Su Dan chose some games that are acceptable to all people. And now, Antarctica has become the world's game minister. You have become a brand yourself. What many game fans are chasing now is no longer the game, but the Antarctic as a whole. Therefore, no matter what type of game is released in Antarctica, there will always be a large number of basic players. This game is Sword of Heaven. Let Xiao Ma act as an agent, he can rest assured. Definitely, Su Dan is well aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the original version of Heavenly Knife. When I used to play Heaven Knife, I often met friends who left the pit after the plot or turned to the scenery flirting party. Very few people play this game with heart. Even later, this game also had a nickname, Tiania Money Knife. If there are not a dozen or so mines at home, it is absolutely impossible to continue playing. This is also the main reason why Guifeng online games have not been able to persist. Throughout the domestic martial arts-themed online games, from the very beginning to the rapid decline, which one is not defeated by the word money. As a game developer, Su Dan has already understood the shortcomings, so naturally he must find a way to make up for them. First of all, let's start with the gameplay. Everyone knows that the gameplay of Sword of Heaven is rubbish. That being the case, then integrate the gameplay of other games. Daxia used to be rich in countless martial arts online games, and there is a lot of material piled there. Take the essence and discard the dross. Secondly, that is pitting money. If a game cheats money for the sake of cheating money, such as a certain game, its existence will be meaningless, and it will ruin its earlier reputation instead. However, if a developer develops a game and ends up not making much money in the end, it is also a failure. There must be a degree in the middle. Don't sell fashions and decorations all day long. There are some things that players can explode by themselves. It is obviously such a huge and beautiful world, why not add a little sandbox element to it? As long as the players work diligently in the game, there will be combat ratings, fashions, and girls. Now that they are happy, Sudan is also happy. Gandhi is his favorite player type. Points are more important than money. Moreover, in the game, this is not the only change. Players don't even need to take the main storyline. It will be an open world no matter which way to go. It is the player's freedom. Whether you are a robber, a flower picker, a prince, or a scholar. Even a little shepherd boy has wonderful ways to play. After 3 months of publicity, when winter is gradually leaving, people take off their thick puppets. Sword of Heaven also announced that it will be launched simultaneously worldwide. The most enthusiastic responses are definitely Huxia players. Huxia players have unique emotions for Antarctic Company's modified version of Sky Knife. That is the love buried in the bones. Thousands of years of cultural heritage cannot be replaced by explosions, magic, orc roars. Observation data from the background shows that in the short 10 hours since Sword of Heaven was launched, the number of Warcraft players in Daxia has lost 70%. Definitely, they didn't abandon the game but transferred to this martial arts game together. There are also some people who have never liked online games. When they saw the promotional advertisement of Heaven Knife, they chose to try it without hesitation. Anyway, the game is completely free and you won't lose anything if you play it. Even some uncles of a certain age walked into the internet cafe shirtless. This game is not the money-charging knife used by Zunteng. It is a game released by Antarctic Company, a well-known game manufacturer in the world, and represented by Brother Pony. At this time, the word-of-mouth effect perfectly reflects the shit. Even if the uncle born in the 70s doesn't care about what Angie Company is at all, what haunts his ears all day long is how awesome Angie Company is and how conscientious the boss of Angie is. Over time, a subconscious will also arise in their hearts. Antarctica is not only Antarctica but also a very charitable and good company. Chen Jiangguo, a man born in that red era. Today, he is already an uncle in his 50s. When he walked into the internet cafe, he found that the poker players in his community were there. It seems that he is the only one who also dreams of martial arts. He happily walked over and reached out to pat the shirtless shirt. Snapped, "Hey, old Wang, you're playing too. Which district are you in? Come on, let's play together. My son just taught me how to play this game. I'm in the Phoenix Collection. Dog Day, hurry up." Chen Jiangguo boarded the game, and the picture in front of him stunned him. When I humbly asked for advice before, I didn't feel how the game was, but now when I play with myself, I realize that this is simply the gate to a new world. Plus, fly over the eaves and walk on the wall, punish the evil and help the weak. This jump is 3 feet high, green shirt and long sword, chivalrous heart. This sword has a 3-foot cold glow. This world is the perfect world he imagined in the storyteller's mouth. From the player's point of view, it's his own character's long hair like ink, and the craftsmanship of each strand of hair made the uncle's eyes sway, and he subconsciously touched the top of his head. He pressed the button and walked towards the mission location. The lush willow leaves in Yu Guangli are not as good as the beauty in my eyes. Minjuexin, Tom, heart beating, so beautiful. People in reality, even if they dress up thousands of times, are not as perfect as other women. As everyone knows, this is just Sudan's elementary level special effects optimization. If the medium level of Heaven Knife is optimized, I am afraid that all male players will lose their sense of real women. He manipulated the character and walked over, and an option box popped up immediately. Young hero. This night, Huaxia boiled. Heavenly Knife produced by Sudan can be said to embody Daxia's night culture to the fullest. In the game, there are some Easter eggs from time to time which embodies the great wisdom that only Huxia people understand. It's the first day of official operation, but it's 100% positive on the whole network. Whether it is a former professional troll, keyboard man, barman, or sailor, they have devoted themselves to this game this day. Admire its beauty and admire its rhyme. Even the relevant departments in Daxia have specially invited Sudan to participate in some cultural Li Wang's speeches. On this point, he has no reason to refuse. He was originally a Huxia with the characteristics of a real person. Anything that has been approved by the government is genuine and should be sought after by everyone. A game developer was invited by the relevant department. Just such a question is enough to attract many people. It also happens to be able to break some stubborn ideas. Playing games is just like watching movies. Once you fall into a certain work of a certain actor, you want to watch all the works of this actor. Sword of Heaven is like an introduction. Sucked away 60% of Huaxia's players from Warcraft and then fed back more players back. Now many people are not only knights in the rivers and lakes but also warriors in the mainland. Observing from the background data, Daxia's online rate has now become the region with the highest proportion in the world. Because of this cultural resonance, the system points have also undergone a further surge. This made Sudan more determined to enrich the connotation of the game and improve the quality of the game. Let people not only play games but also learn from them. This is one of the ways to keep the game fresh. Definitely, it is impossible for Sword of Heaven to be released only in Daxia. This is the operation of Antarctic Company and it will be launched simultaneously globally. Countless game fans are waiting for updates on Antarctic official website and platform every day. Once the promotional advertisement is released, these obsessed game fans, no matter what type of game it is, the disc will be over. Anyway, it is produced in Antarctica. Did it trick people? No, it is difficult for Western players to understand Eastern philosophy. They can only see the beauty of the surface, which is completely different from the previous style of Antarctic games. A game company often creates games with similar styles, but Antarctica is different. In this game, there is no big muscular man, no elf with pointed ears. Yes, it's just the antique world that originated from Daxia. Even the irascible youngsters on the streets of the United States, when they open this game, they will change their usual rush and their hearts will quickly calm down. Make a cup of tea and watch the spring rain all night. Although there are not many players in Europe, the evaluation of this heavenly knife on the forum is extremely high. That's the kind, although I don't understand, but in order to highlight that I am very knowledgeable, I must find a tricky angle and play this game again. John, this game has a very interesting setting, that is, when female players and male players ride horses, smaller women will ride sideways, but some female men will still ride astride. Oh my god. The Antarctic Dad is extremely careful in setting this setting. A masterpiece, full score out of 10, I give it 10. Linson, at the beginning let me say Godfather of Antarctica forever and ever. As you can see, I am a Briton who likes Huxia culture very much. I have traveled the Great Wall of Daxia on foot and lived in their ancient city Chang'an for a while. When I saw such a Huaxia Feng game produced by Angie Company, I knew that I had fallen. Alicidia, I am a writer and I usually like to play some games. From a writer's point of view, this game can completely turn the script into a novel. I'm used to watching those psychopaths who want to destroy the world at every turn in World of Warcraft. I think the setting of the characters in this game is very rich. Everyone has flesh and blood and feelings. It is like a society. If Angie Company allows, I am willing to ghostwrite for free. I don't know if I have the qualifications woolen cloth. There is also a group of players that Sudan did not expect to give Heavenly Knife a good review. Island players. You know, in the background of Sword of Heaven, the islanders are the Japanese pirates in the game, who are harvested and slaughtered by countless players as if they were wheat. To be reasonable, he didn't give any hope to that tiny place from the beginning. As a result, in the end, the 24-hour online rate of the island country region actually ranked among the top 5 in the world. New York. Antarctic game building, tuck tuck tuck. Come in. Sky still looks the same, it's just that he has been enjoying nourishment for so many days and now he looks good. Holding a stack of report documents in her hand, she said, "Big boss, this is a proposal submitted by the branch office, please have a look." Sudan took the file while enjoying Mai Shiranui's service. Sky is already used to this. Who knows why Shiranui Mai's body is so strong? She claims to be the leader of the kindergarten, but she can't stand the continuous bombardment of Sudan's cannon. Looking at the content on the document, Sudan's eyes gradually became weird. Life Foundation. His branch focuses on biotechnology research and has now entered a normal operation mode, and all the first pot of gold has been invested in redevelopment. As for the Life Foundation, Sudan naturally knows about it. That is the Life Foundation in Venom who dared to go to space to collect alien symbiotes. Definitely, right now they haven't made such a big move. It's just that I didn't expect that the branch company could notice this Life Foundation with great potential in the future. JDB. Have you read the document? Do you have any suggestions? Sudan asked Sky. I recommend the acquisition. Definitely, it's my personal recommendation. Hearing this, Sudan directly closed the half-read document and said, then buy it. Sky was taken aback by Sudan's domineering behavior and murmured, or are you thinking about it? I'm just talking nonsense. Don't think about it, just tell the truth and go to the doctor. Oh yes, I got it. Anything else? Skeleton paused and adjusted his mood. Afterwards, he slowly said, the last time we talked about holding the global game hegemony competition, we have already contacted the venues in various competition areas around the world. Look, the global game contest, this is no small matter. After such a long period of development, Antarctica has already possessed such qualifications. When the King of Fighters was a small hit, he also funded and held a fighting conference. Competitive games such as Warcraft and Crossfire are already popular, and it's time to think about it. Then let's hold it. Sudan directly knocked on the board and decided, and then seemed to remember something. By the way, have you chosen the entertainment star for the opening ceremony of the final? The Global Hegemony Contest is a long process. There are so many players in the world, and the teams they form are enough to circle the Earth a dozen times, and in the end there are only 2 teams that can reach the finals. There are too many teams to be eliminated, and it takes too much time. I'm afraid that even if the competition starts today, it will be the end of summer by the time it reaches the finals. There is still so much time, but Sudan is already asking for the list of the opening ceremony of the final, which really stumps Sky. I haven't thought of that much yet, she replied honestly. Sudan didn't mean to pursue it but said, give me a list as soon as possible. Yes. Go ahead. In the afternoon, an unexpected visitor came to the company. That is, the chief of SHIELD, who is known as the Corned Egg, Nick Fury. His sudden arrival made Sudan inexplicably feel some trouble. As the saying goes, if you have nothing to do, go to the Temple of Three Treasures. This SHIELD director is obviously a busy person, so how could he come to his game company casually on weekdays? Sure enough, Nick Fury came with preparations. How are you, Sudan? Sudan ignored Nick Fury's farting greeting and looked towards his hand. What are you holding? It's a tablet, man. What are you bringing that thing to my company for? I'm leaving. Get off work. This way, please. Nick Fury quickly stood in front of Sudan. Please, don't be like this, buddy. Maybe we can sit down and have a good chat. Sudan glanced at Nick Fury. I haven't been paid for helping you find Tony last time. When are you going to pay? Hearing this, Nick Fury's old face became even darker. He scratched his bald head silently and said, isn't your company planning to separate out the hardware development department? I can provide some support. It's big support, not some support. Well, I can't play word games with you. Seeing that Nick Fury had compromised, Sudan sat back in the boss chair contentedly. With the help of Tony, the hardware technology department has grown up now, and the Little Red Queen has also become more and more experienced in various assistants. But after all, this is just a department of his company, and it is impossible to tie the dignified Tony Stark all the time. After Tony left, Ethan became the chief here. Now, with the rapid development of financial support, the hardware department can completely become a branch company independently. Even the name of the record has been chosen. It is called Nanji Technology Co., Limited. Sudan took out a mint candy from the drawer and asked, tell me, what are you going to do this time? Seeing that the topic finally turned to the topic, Nick Fury picked up the tablet, operated a little on the screen, and called up a video. Look, it's this video. Definitely all of the United States have watched this video. I know we can't beat you technically, but I can be sure that the person who killed the monster in the video is you. Even if I have no evidence to say. Seeing this, Sudan didn't change his face, so, you don't even have any evidence, why are you talking nonsense? Seeing that Sudan refused to admit it, Nick Fury showed a definite look. He's dealt with a lot of similar things, it's just that other people will more or less reveal some flaws, but this person is flawless. Please, Sudan, do you need me to try? I'm not an outsider, so don't hide it. I think you'd better not try it. Sudan smiled slightly. That smile made Nick Fury, who has experienced many battles, feel the chill on the back of his neck, killing intent. Damn, this guy is really a smiling Shura. Is he going to kill his friends every now and then? Made more cruel and ruthless than their agents. Okay, I see. Nick Fury paid the debt on the spot, but as the king of agents, even if he pays the debt, the purpose of this trip will not change, so Sudan, we can't talk about another thing? What's up? I want to invite you to join SHIELD, don't rush to refuse. Let me talk about the benefits first. After you join, you don't need to do any work. You only need to do it when we can't handle it, and we can give you the permissions are also very rich. You can have many identities at the same time, the secrets of the world will be presented to you, and you will even get an additional level 7 agent authority directly. You may not know what the level 7 privilege is, let me give it to you, let me introduce you, that is. I reject. Nick Fury had an MMP face on his face and he said don't rush to refuse, but he turned down such an attractive offer after all. What idea? Is it that difficult to join a SHIELD? Director Nick, you should give up your mind. No matter if you try to figure out my technology or anything else, I will not join SHIELD. It's not a question of whether you give permission or not. Why? No reason. Nick Fury fell into a long silence. Before looking for Sudan, he looked for Tony Stark. That cocky guy all very readily became SHIELD consultants. Why does Sudan not like SHIELD? He was invited to join before and he declined. Now that I have cooperated many times, he still refused. Well, in fact, SHIELD doesn't have to ask you to join. Nick Fury muttered, silently saving a trace of SHIELD's dignity. Actually, in this world there are many superhuman beings like you, and some of them have heavy responsibilities to uphold justice in secret. Some people are corrupted by power and become super criminals. Ask for flowers, I know, then what? Seeing Sudan, whose tone became more and more violent, Nick Fury withered silently. He stood up very disappointed, looked at Sudan with his mouth curled up and planned to leave. But just walking to the door of the office, he turned around and asked, Sudan, my friend, can you tell me where you hid Dr. Bruce Banner? Brooklyn, Sudan replied without raising his head. Thanks. Nick Fury thanked him coolly and then quickly went downstairs. He was going to find Bruce Banner. In this world there are actually many abnormal powers, but ordinary people can't see them at all. And SHIELD manages exactly this anomaly. He raced all the way to Brooklyn and came to the Antarctic Biotechnology branch with a very clear purpose. After such a long period of development, the products of Antarctic Biotechnology branch have opened up the Brooklyn market. Brooklyn is the most populous area in New York, and the branch office earns considerable profits. Although the popularity is not as good as the Antarctic game, Nick Fury doesn't know it. He silently waited for the trademark and then swaggered towards the company's gate. The two guards gave him the same look but ignored him, which hurt him very much. After entering the company, he couldn't find a single idler. Occasionally, the white coats passing by were in a hurry and no one cared about his bald head at all. Here comes the question, where the hell is Bruce Banner? This was originally a task for Tony's consultant, but Tony spent a lot of time in Sudan's hardware technology department, and now after returning, he is busy developing his own Mark battle suit and has no time to find Bruce Banner at all. Well, this job Nick Fury can't sit still and watch. Then he can only stand up and watch now. Hello, can someone talk to me? Someone glanced at him, but it was quickly regarded as a decoration and ignored the doctor. Fuck, Sudan tricked me again. Nick Fury touched his big bald head and felt the deep malice from Sudan. If he really wanted me to find Banner, he wouldn't be talking about Brooklyn. F***K, what a jerk. Nick Fury left cursing. Next day, in his place, another beautiful woman appeared. The beautiful woman named Natasha Romanoff is an elite female agent. The industry gave her a nickname, Black Widow. Although I don't know the meaning of this Black Widow, maybe it's to describe her spider-like beauty. Natasha Romanoff looked around, feeling quite helpless. With her beauty, she couldn't touch any of the white coats here. It seems that these men in white coats have no feelings for women. Are they all perverts? Yep, they're all freak researchers. Otherwise, how could someone dare to experiment with his second brother? Okay, no one cares about me. I'll look for it myself at 290. The task Nick Fury gave her was to persuade Bruce Banner to join the organization or sleep with Sudan. There are a lot of information about these two people in SHIELD. Bruce Banner may become a Green Titan at any time, can blow up a tank with one hand. The risk factor is 999. Sudan. Genius game developer, handsome, tall, rich. If any woman chooses, she will definitely choose the second one. Natasha Romanoff is no exception. However, when she saw that Mai Shiranui, who had a better figure and higher appearance than her, she wisely gave up the plan of Sudan in sleeping clothes. If you want to convince Bruce Banner, you must first find his people. In such a huge company, she really didn't dare to break into it casually. There is a weird atmosphere everywhere, and in broad daylight this place looks like a spooky cemetery. Natasha Romanoff groped her arms subconsciously. She was wearing a bunt today, which was more casual, because it makes it easier for others to let their guard down. She searched all the way and witnessed one horrible experiment after another with her own eyes. Even an elite agent like her wanted to take out a gun to take precautions. Is Bruce Banner working in such an environment, or is he actually the subject of research? Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff thought wildly. No one paid attention to her, she just searched so slowly and aimlessly. Finally, she boarded a floor that looked very luxurious. Looking at the level of technological equipment here, if the expectations are correct, Dr. Bruce Banner must be on this floor. Wow, I found it, tilde. Natasha Romanoff proudly stepped out of the elevator and was about to walk towards the laboratory. In front of her, a red figure appeared like a ghost. The sudden appearance of the red figure made Natasha Romanoff tremble. Due to the rapid reaction of the agent, she took out the pistol hidden under her clothes in a few tenths of a second and pointed the gun at the little red figure. Natasha Romanoff froze, because the figure in front of her is actually illusory and it looks like a little girl. This is the Red Queen. You shouldn't have come here, please leave quickly, the Red Queen warned lightly. However, Natasha Romanoff didn't care about the warning. She was a person with a lot of experience and could think of what kind of existence this red figure was. Then, she took the initiative to ask. Hi, may I ask, where is Bruce Banner? Do you have an invitation? No. Do you have the access code? No. Then please leave. Oh. Natasha Romanoff was disappointed. She thought this was a very high-level artificial intelligence. But in the end, it was also an artificial, mentally retarded person who needed to constantly verify her identity. She intends to ignore the Red Queen directly and look for Bruce Banner on this floor by herself. Stepping forward, she passed through the projection of the Red Queen and walked towards the laboratory ahead. However, in the next second, the Red Queen's figure shifted again, blocking her again. Warning, I am the Red Queen of the Antarctic Total Defense System. If you continue to move forward, you will be attacked defensively. Natasha Romanoff looked down at the little red girl. Her eyes didn't change, but her heart was full of shoulders. An artificial, mentally handicapped person, what kind of actions can he do? And he can still hold a gun and shoot her like a human being? She ignored the Red Queen and continued to move forward. Scandium. Thump 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 thump. A series of sounds startled Natasha Romanoff and she bent down subconsciously. It turned out that there was a wall in the corridor and it looked very solid. And the original light blue light turned into a warning red in an instant. Looks like there's trouble. Until now, Natasha Romanoff still doesn't feel anything terrible. After all, she is an elite agent, and the things she has experienced are more complicated than this. However, she soon discovered that the situation this time was far from being as simple as being imprisoned. Viz. Natasha Romanoff frowned, watching a dazzling white light appear from the other side of the line of sight. Laser. She finally felt scared. In such a confined space not far away, there is this beam of laser light slowly slashing like a death god razor. If the prediction is correct, there may be more than just this laser beam. Sure enough, after she dodged the first laser beam, 2 more laser beams appeared from the other end. The 2 laser beams went up and down, and Natasha Romanoff dived through the middle. Next, there are 4. Horizontally and vertically, the 4 lasers are connected vertically, leaving a very small space. Natasha Romanoff licked her lips and tensed up. It took less than a minute, and she had to show her strength as an elite agent. It was really... Now, how dare she think that the Red Queen is an artificial mentally retarded that is a proper electronic killer? Seeing the 4 lasers getting closer and closer, Natasha Romanoff suddenly had an idea and chose to lie flat on the ground. The 4 laser spaces are divided into 9 grids. She lay flat on the ground with her hands and feet together, not too big or too small, just enough for that small grid. The laser is almost slashed against her breasts. If her cup size is even bigger than 5.0, she will probably be cruelly peeled here. Call. When the laser light passed by, she quickly stood up and let out a long sigh of relief. However, what awaited her were 8 diagonally interlaced lasers. The 4 laser beams divided the space into 9 equal parts, and she passed it with trepidation. Now there are actually 8. 8 lasers almost form a net. I am afraid only one cat can jump over it, and it can't be an orange cat. My God, it's over. Natasha Romanoff was constantly cursing Nick Fury in her heart. What is wrong with her? She insisted on sending this task. How to avoid this laser? There was no way to hide. She could only run to the other end and hit the wall hard. Seeing the laser net getting closer and closer, there is despair in the eyes. The laser net is approaching little by little. Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened. She wanted to ask for help, but she couldn't make a sound, so she could only stick tightly to the wall. Finally, the laser was approaching. The clothes on her body were vulnerable. A hole was burned through the thin t-shirt in an instant, followed by her Wen Yuexing. It is not difficult to imagine that it was directly divided into several pieces by the laser. What a vision of bloodless flesh. Black Widow closed his eyes in despair. At that critical moment, the fishing net made of laser light dissipated in midair. That horrible laser, the whole process only left a small hole in her clothes. It didn't hurt her at all. Ben was frightened into a cold sweat. She had no time to think. She just breathed the air greedily, almost died. At this time, a red figure suddenly appeared in this confined space like a ghost. The Red Queen looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was bending over and panting, and said calmly, "This is the last warning, please leave." Needless to say, after 29 Red Queens, now Natasha Romanoff can't wait to grow 10 legs and run away. Who would want to come to this ghostly place? Open this wall, please. The Red Queen didn't reply, and controlling this kind of smart wall was just a matter of a series of instructions from her. Just like a fairy controlling the wind and cloud, all it takes is one thought. Rumbled. With a heavy sound, the wall made of alloy slowly rose under strong power. When Natasha Romanoff waited for a 30-centimeter opening to appear, she couldn't help but quickly slipped out from below. Here, she doesn't want to stay here for a second now. It's an abnormal scientist again, and it's a weird red ghost again. It's even scarier than a cemetery in the middle of the night. In SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff reports to director Nick Fury. Braised Dan had a gloomy old face. Do you know that we have sent people to target him since his intergenerational imaging technology that surpassed hardware limitations back then? Why are we still unable to attract this talent? Can you tell me what the problem is? Nick, maybe we shouldn't force him to join SHIELD after all. That man is the founder of Antarctic Company. It's good to maintain such a cooperative relationship, isn't it? What about the Antarctic Company? We can even invite Tony Stark. Why doesn't he go? Maybe it's because of Howard's relationship. Speaking of Howard, beyond the limits of the hardware, even Howard Stark couldn't do it back then. Why did he do it? Maybe he's a genius or something. Isn't Howard a genius? He should be stronger. Nick Fury was speechless and nodded silently. The release of Heaven Knife represents Antarctic Company, showing its connotation and heritage to the world. Antarctica is not a company that only creates fantasy, but a company with rich cultural heritage. In this way, Antarctic Company's reputation has once again increased in the world. In this day and age, fame affects the economy. Otherwise, there would not be continuous advertising companies emerging as the times require. Within a few months, the Antarctic company recovered the funds released by the big purchases and investments that year. In Sudan's life, he can finally have an occasional leisurely vacation. It happened that Liwa just bought her own real estate and she was going to move today, so Sudan followed. Definitely, neither he nor Riva needed to do it himself. After all, they are all executives of world-class companies and they don't have a few people to direct them, so isn't that a bargain? The two stood in the living room of the shared house directing a few small company employees to carry the wooden wardrobe. Suddenly, a voice came in from outside the door. "Hey Liwa, are you back? Boss Sue is here too." I saw the car outside and I was shocked. The two looked sideways and it turned out to be Liwa's shared roommate, Daisy Louise. Sudan still pays close attention to this big girl. For no other reason than she is Jane Foster's assistant. "Hello, Daisy," Sudan greeted politely. "Daisy, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you in advance that I'm going to move." Liwa blamed herself a bit. After all, she was a roommate, so no matter what, she had to say hello in advance if she wanted to move out. However, the big girl Daisy has a broad mind, patted Yuexing's mouth and smiled. "What are you talking about? Goddess Liwa, you don't stay here for 3 days, you go to live in a big villa, I'm used to it." This girl is very calm. Liwa does often live in Sudan's house. After all, she has great physical needs which can only be met by Sudan. In the eyes of adults, this is not a topic that is ashamed to talk about. Looking at Liwa, who has turned into a butterfly, Daisy's heart is full of envy. Back then, when she heard that she was only working in a small game studio, she felt anxious for Liwa in her heart. At that time, Liwa was still a simple child, but now she has been trained to be an elite in the workplace. And that studio has also become the famous Antarctic company today. The man in front of him is the god who single-handedly turned Antarctic company into its present glory. Young, promising, and reportedly not promiscuous. What woman doesn't like such a man? Definitely that's what Daisy heard. If you let her 120C Sanian fighting Chidu in the office, she will understand. Daisy intentionally or unintentionally pushed aside her low moon dress so that the white daughter inside could be more lively. Sudan unconsciously glanced a few more times. "Made really white clothes, oh no, big clothes. The shape of Mai Shiranui is different from that of Mai Shiranui. I don't know what it feels like to make such a big white disc." Cough. At this moment, Liwa, who had a keen sixth sense, coughed lightly. Sudan hastily looked away. After all, Kaiguaguo looked at each other like this. It was very impolite. "Oh, by the way, we should go. That cabinet is the last one, nothing left in the room." "No," Liwa said sadly. "Walk slowly, be careful on the road." Daisy said hello while thinking the activity with Jane Foster is a dead end and there is no prospect of development at all. For the sake of your own life, should you find a serious and stable job? With my professional knowledge and ability, maybe I can apply for a job in Antarctic company and have a chance to be a cleaner. Well, after finishing the matter of Jane Foster, apply for the job. Looking at Sudan's back, Daisy thought silently. The new house that Liwa bought was not a villa on the scale of Sudan, but rather a luxurious suite. She bought the hardcover directly, saving the trouble of decoration. After finishing setting up the furniture, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing the tired employees of the company, Sudan nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you, you will have a day off with pay tomorrow, and today's hard work will be included in the bonus." Just such a sentence made several people ecstatic and instantly forgot the exhaustion just now. After they thanked each other, they hugged each other and left. It seemed that they had run to the dark. After moving to a new house, it is generally necessary to have a party. But Liwa invited only 2 people, that is her 2 comrades in arms. The Sanian battle against the Chidu once again unfolded in Liwa's new house. The next day, surrounded by octopus, Sudan struggled. He took a deep breath, packed up and went out the door. Others can rest as much as they like, but he is a luxury enough to rest for a day, and the value of time is different for people with different identities. He drove straight into Brooklyn. In the past few months, Banner's research has been his main concern. When he verified the permissions and entered the lab, Banner was still doing experiments. I saw that he plugged thin wires into the small head of a small white mouse. The other end was connected to the helmet, and the helmet was connected to a monitor, and there were also 10 3D modeled white mice in the monitor. "What are you doing?" Seeing that the person who came was Sudan, Banner explained. According to my plan, the virtual game helmet should have been preliminarily completed, and I am now doing experiments to see if I can connect. Hearing this, Sudan looked down at the poor little white mouse. By the way, what thoughts can this little thing have? Could it be that Banner really couldn't find the experimental material and the group used a small white mouse instead? At this time, shouldn't a perverted research institute like ours get 1 or 2 living people back for experiments? Is it reliable for you to experiment with mice? Or, Sudan coughed twice and asked Banner. Banner waited for Sudan to look at it for 3 seconds with a look of horror. Please, brother, the experiments done by the people below were almost blocked last time. I think you have been conniving. You are amazing. Sudan raised his hand helplessly and explained indifferently. This doesn't allow research, that doesn't allow research. How can we progress if we only want human progress? Do you blow it with your mouth? Banner was so rebutted that he had nothing to say, so he had no choice but to return to the topic. He pointed to the model mouse on the computer and said, "Actually, this experiment is very simple. I am using a wired connection now because it is easier. The mouse can be regarded as the player, the game helmet is the relay, and the model mouse on the computer is the character in the player's game. As long as the real mouse doesn't move but the computer mouse moves, then the experiment was a success." Listening to Banner's explanation, Sudan nodded. This seemingly complicated circuit is actually very simple. In fact, it is to intercept neuron instructions into the virtual world. After the helmet is officially successful, these lines will be compressed into a well-shaped helmet. And the part of the line connected to the computer will also be cancelled and transformed into a wireless connection to the server. At this moment, Banner suddenly exclaimed in a small voice, "It's not moving, it's not moving." Then, the two looked at the computer screen not far away. The real mouse has stopped moving now, just wait for the mouse in the computer to move. But a second passed, and the model didn't move. 2 seconds passed, 4 seconds passed. Is there something wrong? Maybe I don't think it's good to experiment with mice, I should find someone to try it. Absolutely not, I have no opinion on anything else, except for this matter. The equipment is still in the experimental stage. Before the connection of the brain nerves we made is 100% safe, I absolutely do not agree with it. Banner suddenly became serious. Seeing his righteous words, Sudan shook his head with a smile. "You're just kidding, don't take it seriously. You're Ed." Banner looked at the computer screen in surprise, and sure enough, the mouse model on the computer moved. It is exactly the same as the struggling action of the previous mouse. This means that he has finally connected the real world with the virtual world through neuron connections. However, this joy did not last long. Along with the mouse model in the computer twitching, the heart rate detector at the other end also let out a mournful beep. This sharp sound announced the death of the little white mouse. Sure enough, this experiment is dangerous. The movement of the little white mouse only lasted for a few seconds, and it couldn't hold on to death. Fortunately, this time the experiment was only done on mice. If you really listened to Sudan's nonsense and experimented with living people, what would you do if you killed someone? Alas, failed. It can't be said that all failed, at least the mouse struggled a few times, right? Sudan said, but Banner still looked disappointed. He said, "I have adjusted the energy input to the minimum value, but it still failed in the end. It seems that I still need to study for a while." Sudan patted Banner on the shoulder, saying everything without saying anything. The psychological pressure of doing development work is actually great. Because what he is doing is an unprecedented research, this kind of development has no reference, and he does it entirely with his own ability. Which step to take depends on your own creation. It is not easy for Banner to persist until today. If it weren't for the high nutrition meals provided every day, I'm afraid Kayan Jaehao would have been bald long ago. Sudan drove away from the biotechnology company silently and headed for the Antarctic game.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.